Gothic Art, The Evolution and Influence of Gothic Aesthetics, written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, Introduction to Gothic Art. Gothic art, an aesthetic movement that flourished from the 12th to the 16th century, represents a pivotal shift in the cultural and artistic landscape of medieval Europe. Emerging from the Romanesque period, Gothic art is characterized by its emphasis on verticality, light, and intricate detail. Its origins can be traced to the early 12th century in France, with the development of the Gothic style in architecture, and later extending to sculpture, painting, and stained glass. This period, often seen as a continuation of the Romanesque style, marked a transformation in both the design of buildings and the artistic representation of religious themes. The rise of Gothic art was heavily influenced by the growing power of the Catholic Church and the expansion of Christian devotion. As religious institutions became more prominent, the demand for larger and more impressive places of worship led to the creation of the grand cathedrals and churches that are now iconic symbols of Gothic architecture. These structures were designed not only to house the faithful, but to inspire awe and reflect the glory of God through their soaring spires, pointed arches, and intricate stained glass windows. The architecture, with its emphasis on vertical lines and upward motion, was meant to draw the gaze of the viewer heavenward, creating a sense of divine transcendence. While architecture was the most significant expression of Gothic art, the style also had a profound impact on other artistic forms. Gothic sculpture, for instance, saw the introduction of more naturalistic depictions of human figures, replacing the rigid and symbolic representations of the earlier periods. Sculptors began to explore the intricacies of human emotion and movement, especially in their depictions of biblical stories and saints. Similarly, painting during this period transitioned from flat, symbolic forms to more detailed and realistic portrayals of religious themes, with an increasing emphasis on light and color. The influence of Gothic art spread across Europe, adapting to the unique cultural contexts of different regions. As the movement progressed, it evolved and blended with local traditions, producing regional variations of the style. In this chapter, we will explore the origins of Gothic art, its relationship with the Church, and how it shaped the visual culture of the Middle Ages, setting the stage for the profound artistic developments that would follow. Defining Gothic art, origins, and key characteristics. Gothic art, which emerged in the 12th century and lasted through the 16th century, is a style that has become synonymous with the grandeur and intricacy of the medieval period in Europe. Its origins are rooted in the religious and architectural transformations that took place during the High Middle Ages, particularly in France. The term Gothic was coined later, during the Renaissance, as a somewhat derogatory reference to what was seen as a departure from the classical styles of ancient Greece and Rome. However, today, Gothic art is celebrated for its distinctive features, both in architecture and the visual arts, and its lasting influence on Western culture. At its core, Gothic art is defined by its devotion to religious themes, as the Catholic Church was the primary patron of artistic endeavors during this period. One of the most recognizable characteristics of Gothic art is the style of architecture that dominated the period, particularly in the design of cathedrals and churches. Gothic architecture introduced innovations such as the pointed arch, the ribbed vault, and the flying buttress, all of which allowed for taller, more expansive structures with large windows. These features enabled the creation of buildings with a sense of verticality and openness, fostering an ethereal atmosphere enhanced by the inclusion of intricate stained glass windows that filled the interiors with light and color. The soaring height of these buildings symbolized the connection between earth and the divine, with spires and arches stretching toward the heavens. Gothic sculpture and painting followed suit, moving away from the more rigid and symbolic styles of earlier periods. Sculptors embraced a greater sense of realism, with figures rendered in more naturalistic poses, exhibiting human emotion and movement. This shift was reflected in the way saints and biblical figures were portrayed, often with lifelike facial expressions and gestures. Similarly, Gothic painting evolved, becoming more focused on detail and realism. Artists sought to bring religious subjects to life, capturing intricate scenes from the Bible with a greater emphasis on depth, perspective, and the use of light. These artworks were meant to evoke a spiritual connection, drawing the viewer into the narrative and inviting contemplation. Thus, Gothic art is defined not only by its architectural and visual elements, but by its role in fostering a deeper religious experience and reflecting the changing cultural and social dynamics of medieval Europe. Its legacy remains evident in the enduring popularity of Gothic aesthetics in architecture, art, and popular culture. Historical context: Medieval Europe. The historical context of Gothic art is deeply intertwined with the social, political, and religious developments that shaped medieval Europe. The period, spanning roughly from the 5th to the 15th century, is often referred to as the Middle Ages, a time marked by significant transitions in European civilization. The fall of the Roman Empire in the 5th century created a vacuum of centralized power, leading to the rise of feudalism. This decentralized system of governance saw local lords and monarchs hold power over specific territories, while the Catholic Church emerged as one of the few unifying institutions across the continent. By the 12th century, the Church had solidified its influence, and its authority would play a crucial role in shaping the culture and artistic expression of the era. The rise of Gothic art in the 12th century can be seen as a response to the changing needs of medieval society. The Church, which had become the dominant force in both spiritual and political life, sought to convey its divine authority through monumental architecture and art. The Gothic style, with its focus on light, space, and verticality, was designed to inspire awe and draw the faithful closer to God. The construction of grand cathedrals, which became the focal points of towns and cities, was not just an architectural achievement, but also a symbol of the Church's power and the centrality of religion in everyday life. Medieval Europe was also a time of intellectual transformation, with the gradual recovery of classical knowledge and the rise of universities. The theological and philosophical ideas of the time, including scholasticism, had a profound influence on art. Artists and architects were often trained in the same monastic schools where clerics studied, and religious iconography was central to their works. These intellectual shifts, along with increased trade, led to a flourishing of cultural expression and artistic innovation during the Gothic period. The economic prosperity of the 12th and 13th centuries also contributed to the rise of Gothic art. As towns and cities grew, so did the wealth of the merchant class, which began to rival the traditional power of the feudal aristocracy. The growing importance of cities as centers of commerce and culture created an environment where art and architecture could thrive. The Church continued to commission the majority of works, but the influence of secular patrons also became more pronounced, contributing to a more diverse and dynamic artistic landscape. In this historical context, Gothic art was both a reflection of the spiritual fervor of the time and a response to the changing political, economic, and intellectual forces of medieval Europe. The role of religion in Gothic art. Religion played a central role in the development and expression of Gothic art, as it did throughout much of medieval Europe. The Catholic Church, the dominant institution of the time, was not only a spiritual authority, but also a major patron of the arts. Its influence shaped the aesthetics and purpose of Gothic art, which sought to inspire devotion, convey theological concepts, and create a direct connection between the human and the divine. The religious context of the Middle Ages permeated all aspects of Gothic artistic expression, from architecture to sculpture and painting. One of the most notable ways religion influenced Gothic art was through its role in the design and construction of churches and cathedrals. These structures, often grand and awe-inspiring, were built to reflect the majesty and transcendence of God. The soaring spires, pointed arches, and ribbed vaults of Gothic architecture were intended to draw the eye upward, toward the heavens, reinforcing the notion that these buildings were not merely physical spaces, but symbols of divine power. The inclusion of large, intricate stained glass windows further emphasized this connection to the spiritual realm, allowing light to flood the interior, creating an atmosphere of divine illumination. The windows often depicted scenes from the Bible, saints, and the lives of religious figures, acting as visual scriptures for the largely illiterate population. The religious themes present in Gothic sculpture and painting were also central to the style. Artists focused on depicting biblical stories, saints, and other religious subjects in highly detailed and emotional ways, allowing the viewer to connect with the divine through the art. Figures in Gothic sculpture and painting became more humanized, moving away from the more stylized and symbolic representations of earlier periods. This focus on human emotion and realism aimed to evoke empathy and devotion, allowing the faithful to experience the sacred in a more personal way. For example, the portrayal of Christ's suffering on the cross or the serene expressions of saints invited the viewer to contemplate religious mysteries and deepen their faith. Furthermore, the construction of monumental religious art was often seen as an act of devotion itself. Kings, nobles, and bishops commissioned works of art as offerings to God, believing that their patronage would not only enhance the beauty of the church, but also earn them spiritual merit. This connection between art and piety was a driving force in the development of the Gothic style, which became increasingly elaborate and ornate as it evolved, mirroring the growing religious fervor of the time. Thus, religion was not only the subject of Gothic art, but also its motivating force, influencing the direction and scope of artistic production throughout the period. Key influences: Romanesque, Byzantine, and early Christian art. Gothic art, though distinct in its features, was deeply influenced by earlier artistic movements, particularly Romanesque, Byzantine, and early Christian art. Each of these styles contributed to the visual language and religious symbolism that would characterize the Gothic period. These influences provided both structural and thematic foundations that shaped the development of Gothic art, especially in terms of architectural design, iconography, and the relationship between art and faith. The Romanesque style, which preceded Gothic art, had a profound influence on its successor, especially in the field of architecture. Romanesque buildings were characterized by their thick walls, rounded arches, and small windows, creating a sense of solidity and enclosure. This was a reflection of the early medieval period's focus on fortification and security, but it also restricted the flow of light into the interior spaces. As Gothic architecture developed, Romanesque elements such as the use of vaulted ceilings and the cruciform plan of churches were carried forward. However, Gothic architects revolutionized these designs by incorporating pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses, which allowed for much taller, more open structures with expansive windows. The Gothic style, therefore, maintained many Romanesque elements, but transformed them into a more vertical and light-filled aesthetic. Byzantine art, with its focus on religious iconography, also had a lasting impact on the Gothic style. Byzantine art was highly stylized, emphasizing symbolism over naturalism. It was rooted in Christian theology, and its art often sought to convey the divine and the spiritual rather than the earthly. This emphasis on religious themes, along with the use of rich colors and the iconic portrayal of saints and biblical scenes, carried over into Gothic art. Byzantine mosaics, with their shimmering gold backgrounds and stylized figures, were particularly influential on Gothic artists, who adopted similar techniques for their stained glass windows and illuminated manuscripts. These windows, often filled with vibrant colors and intricate designs, echoed the luminous quality of Byzantine mosaics, creating a visual connection between the earthly and the divine. Early Christian art, which developed in the centuries following the fall of the Roman Empire, also influenced Gothic aesthetics. Early Christian art was characterized by its symbolic use of Christian iconography, such as the Good Shepherd, the fish, and the Chi-Rho, as well as its focus on the spiritual rather than the physical world. The Christian themes of salvation, divine light, and the afterlife continued to be central in Gothic art, which sought to communicate these ideas through grand, awe-inspiring architectural forms and highly detailed religious imagery. Early Christian basilicas, with their focus on the central nave and the emphasis on light, were adapted in the design of Gothic cathedrals, which expanded these concepts to create spaces that were both spiritually uplifting and architecturally ambitious. Thus, while Gothic art marked a distinct departure from its predecessors, it was built upon the artistic foundations laid by Romanesque, Byzantine, and early Christian art. The Gothic style evolved through these influences, transforming them into a new artistic language that would come to define the visual culture of medieval Europe. The spread of Gothic art across Europe. The spread of Gothic art across Europe was a gradual and transformative process that began in France during the 12th century and extended throughout the continent over the next few centuries. Its diffusion was shaped by a combination of religious, political, and social factors, as well as the rise of powerful monarchies and the Church's extensive patronage of the arts. The Gothic style, originally confined to religious architecture, eventually influenced all forms of artistic expression, from sculpture and painting to stained glass and manuscript illumination, impacting regions across Europe in varied ways. The origins of Gothic art can be traced to the construction of the Abbey Church of Saint Denis in France, which, under the direction of Abbot Suger, embraced the use of pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and large windows to create a space that emphasized light and verticality. This innovative design became the model for future cathedral construction, sparking the spread of the Gothic style throughout France and beyond. The style's adaptability allowed it to take root in different regions, blending with local architectural traditions and cultural contexts. In England, Gothic architecture evolved into what became known as the English Gothic style. The most notable examples of this adaptation include the cathedrals at Canterbury and Salisbury. English Gothic was characterized by more restrained and simpler designs compared to its French counterpart, yet it retained the focus on verticality and the interplay of light and space. The development of the perpendicular Gothic style in England during the late medieval period brought a more ornate and decorative quality to the architecture, particularly in the use of fan vaulting and elaborate window tracery. The Gothic style also found its way to Germany and Central Europe, where it was incorporated into the construction of churches and cathedrals, such as the Cologne Cathedral. In these regions, Gothic architecture often had a more intricate, elaborate quality, influenced by the local traditions of craftsmanship and attention to detail. The use of stained glass windows, which depicted biblical scenes and saints, became particularly significant in Germany, where the intricate designs and rich colors were meant to convey spiritual messages to the faithful. In Italy, the spread of Gothic art was more limited due to the dominance of the classical Roman heritage and the influence of the Byzantine style. However, Gothic elements were integrated into Italian art and architecture, especially in the cities of Florence and Milan. The construction of the Milan Cathedral, with its iconic spires and detailed facade, is a prominent example of Italian Gothic. While Italian Gothic was often more decorative and less focused on verticality than in Northern Europe, it nonetheless contributed to the broader European movement. The spread of Gothic art was also closely linked to the rise of universities, the expansion of trade, and the increasing mobility of artists and craftsmen. As European cities grew, so did the demand for churches and public buildings, furthering the reach of the Gothic style. The style's ability to adapt to local traditions while maintaining its essential characteristics allowed it to flourish across diverse regions of Europe, leaving an indelible mark on the continent's artistic and architectural heritage. Chapter 2: The Architecture of Gothic Art. Gothic architecture is one of the most significant and lasting expressions of Gothic art, renowned for its grandeur, innovation, and spiritual symbolism. Emerging in the 12th century in France, Gothic architecture marked a radical departure from the Romanesque style that preceded it. It was primarily driven by the religious fervor of the time, with the church being the principal patron of these monumental projects. The key characteristics of Gothic architecture, such as pointed arches, ribbed vaults, flying buttresses, and large stained glass windows, were designed to create buildings that inspired awe and reflected the majesty of God. One of the defining features of Gothic architecture is the pointed arch, which replaced the rounded arches of the Romanesque period. This new design allowed for greater structural flexibility, enabling architects to build higher and more expansive structures. The pointed arch helped to distribute weight more efficiently, which allowed for the creation of larger windows and taller walls. This shift in architectural design was essential in the development of the soaring vertical structures that became characteristic of Gothic cathedrals and churches. Another crucial innovation of Gothic architecture was the ribbed vault, which provided a more efficient way of supporting the weight of the ceiling. The ribbed vault allowed for the creation of more intricate and complex ceiling designs, while also contributing to the overall sense of lightness and space within the building. This was further enhanced by the use of flying buttresses, external supports that helped distribute the weight of the walls and roof. These buttresses freed up the interior walls, allowing for the inclusion of large stained glass windows that filled the church with colored light, symbolizing divine illumination. The layout of Gothic cathedrals typically followed the shape of a cross, with a long nave, transepts, and an apse at the eastern end. The layout was designed to guide the faithful in their journey toward the divine, with the central nave acting as the axis of spiritual passage. These cathedrals were not just places of worship, but also symbols of divine order and the power of the church, designed to inspire both the clergy and the congregation. Iconic examples of Gothic architecture include the cathedrals of Notre Dame in Paris, Chartres, and Reims. Each of these cathedrals showcases the hallmark features of Gothic architecture, from the soaring spires to the intricate stained glass windows that depict biblical stories. These buildings served as both religious spaces and as expressions of the communal and cultural identity of the time, encapsulating the spiritual aspirations of the Middle Ages. Gothic architecture was not limited to churches and cathedrals. It also influenced the design of castles, town halls, and universities, leaving a profound and lasting impact on the architectural landscape of Europe. Its focus on verticality, light, and the spiritual experience of the viewer made it a revolutionary movement in the history of architecture, setting the stage for the later developments in Renaissance and Baroque architecture. Key features of Gothic architecture. Gothic architecture is defined by a set of key features that distinguish it from previous architectural styles, such as Romanesque, and set the foundation for the development of monumental buildings throughout medieval Europe. These features reflect the period's religious fervor and artistic innovation, combining structural ingenuity with spiritual symbolism. The defining elements of Gothic architecture include pointed arches, ribbed vaults, flying buttresses, large windows, and the emphasis on verticality. These elements were not only aesthetically revolutionary, but also served practical purposes that allowed for the construction of taller, more light-filled structures that became iconic symbols of the era. One of the most important features of Gothic architecture is the pointed arch. Unlike the rounded arches of the Romanesque style, the pointed arch provided greater structural flexibility. This innovation allowed architects to distribute the weight of the building more efficiently, especially in taller and more expansive structures. The pointed arch enabled the construction of soaring walls and allowed for more complex and varied designs, helping to create the dramatic verticality that is characteristic of Gothic cathedrals. Closely related to the pointed arch is the ribbed vault, another defining feature of Gothic architecture. The ribbed vault is a framework of intersecting arches that support the ceiling. This innovation provided greater structural stability, enabling architects to design more intricate ceiling patterns and vaults. It also allowed for the introduction of larger windows in the walls of the cathedral, giving the building a lighter, more open feel. The use of the ribbed vault, in conjunction with the pointed arch, allowed for greater freedom in the design and layout of the interior, providing both aesthetic beauty and structural strength. Perhaps one of the most striking features of Gothic architecture is the flying buttress. These external supports were used to distribute the weight of the walls and roof, allowing for the creation of larger and thinner walls with large windows. Flying buttresses made it possible to design walls that were primarily composed of stained glass, which flooded the interiors with light. This feature not only enhanced the beauty of the building, but also contributed to its spiritual atmosphere, as light was symbolically associated with divine presence. Large stained glass windows are another hallmark of Gothic architecture. These windows, often depicting biblical stories, saints, and religious symbols, transform the interior of the cathedral into a place of illumination and divine presence. The rich colors and intricate designs of the windows serve to engage the viewer spiritually, inviting contemplation and reflection. Finally, Gothic architecture is renowned for its emphasis on verticality. Tall spires, pointed arches, and soaring walls all serve to direct the viewer's gaze upward, evoking a sense of transcendence and bringing the earthly structure closer to the divine. This verticality not only symbolized the aspiration to reach the heavens, but also enhanced the aesthetic experience of the cathedral, creating a sense of awe and reverence. In sum, the key features of Gothic architecture, pointed arches, ribbed vaults, flying buttresses, large windows, and verticality, worked together to create buildings that were not only structurally advanced, but also spiritually transformative. These innovations allowed Gothic architecture to achieve its goal of inspiring awe and conveying the presence of the divine, making it one of the most important and enduring architectural styles in history. The evolution of cathedrals and churches. The evolution of cathedrals and churches during the Gothic period is a testament to the style's innovative and transformative nature. These religious structures underwent significant architectural and symbolic changes, reflecting both the spiritual aspirations of the time and the technical advancements in construction. Starting with the early Gothic designs of the 12th century and evolving into the highly elaborate cathedrals of the late medieval period, Gothic churches became monumental expressions of faith and centers of community life. The first phase of Gothic architecture can be traced to the construction of the Abbey Church of Saint Denis in France under Abbot Suger in the early 12th century. Saint Denis marked a departure from the Romanesque style with its use of pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and large windows. This church set the stage for the architectural innovations that would define the Gothic style. Early Gothic cathedrals, such as the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris, reflected these initial innovations, but still retained some Romanesque features, such as a solid, fortress-like exterior and smaller windows. The interiors of these early churches, however, began to emphasize height and light, creating a more ethereal and spiritual atmosphere. As the Gothic style developed, especially during the 13th century, the design of churches became increasingly sophisticated. The use of flying buttresses, which were external supports that allowed for taller walls and larger windows, allowed architects to push the limits of verticality. Churches and cathedrals grew taller, with soaring spires that reached toward the heavens. The interior spaces also became more expansive, with intricate ribbed vaults and stained glass windows that filled the building with colorful light. These larger windows, often filled with scenes from the Bible, became an important narrative element of the church, serving as visual scriptures for the largely illiterate population. By the late Gothic period, in the 14th and 15th centuries, cathedrals had become increasingly complex and ornate. The English Gothic style, for example, embraced the perpendicular Gothic, characterized by elaborate tracery in windows and fan vaulting in ceilings. These innovations contributed to the visual complexity of the churches, reflecting the growing desire for intricate beauty and spiritual grandeur. Notable examples from this period include the cathedrals of York and Canterbury in England, which showcase the evolution of Gothic style into more intricate and refined designs. The evolution of cathedrals and churches during the Gothic period also reflects a shift in the role of these buildings in society. While they were primarily places of worship, they also became symbols of civic pride, as cities and communities competed to build the most magnificent and awe-inspiring religious structures. The construction of these massive buildings required the collaboration of skilled craftsmen, architects, and laborers, often funded by both the church and secular patrons. Over time, these cathedrals became centers of learning, culture, and religious practice, fostering a deep connection between the community and the divine. In conclusion, the evolution of Gothic cathedrals and churches represents a dynamic process of architectural innovation and spiritual expression. From the early experiments with pointed arches and ribbed vaults to the grand and complex cathedrals of the late medieval period, these buildings served as both symbols of religious devotion and technological achievements, leaving an enduring legacy that continues to captivate and inspire today. Iconic Gothic structures: Notre Dame, Chartres, and Westminster Abbey. Several Gothic structures stand as enduring symbols of the architectural and artistic achievements of the period. Among the most iconic are the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris, Chartres Cathedral, and Westminster Abbey in London. These buildings represent the pinnacle of Gothic architecture and reflect both the religious devotion and artistic innovation of medieval Europe. Notre Dame de Paris, completed in the 14th century, is one of the most famous Gothic cathedrals in the world. Its construction began in the late 12th century under Bishop Maurice de Sully, and it remains an architectural masterpiece of the Gothic style. The cathedral's most striking feature is its towering facade, adorned with intricate sculptures depicting biblical scenes, saints, and angels. Notre Dame is also known for its stunning stained glass windows, particularly the famous rose windows, which fill the interior with colorful light and depict stories from the Bible. The cathedral's use of flying buttresses and ribbed vaults allowed it to achieve its towering height and expansive interior, which was designed to draw the viewer's eye upward toward the heavens. Notre Dame's combination of grandeur and intricate detail makes it a quintessential example of Gothic architecture, and its historical and cultural significance has made it a symbol of Paris and France. Chartres Cathedral, located in the town of Chartres, France, is another masterpiece of Gothic architecture. Completed in the early 13th century, Chartres is renowned for its remarkable preservation and its use of architectural and artistic innovations. The cathedral's most notable feature is its stunning stained glass windows, which include the famous Chartres blue, glass that creates a vivid and ethereal light within the interior. Chartres is also celebrated for its harmonious proportions and the mastery of its sculptural work, particularly the sculpted portals that surround the entrance. The cathedral's design is based on a cruciform layout with a long nave, transepts, and an apse, emphasizing the spiritual journey toward the divine. Chartres also boasts some of the earliest and most sophisticated examples of flying buttresses, allowing the building to reach impressive heights while maintaining its structural integrity. Its symbolism of divine light and its architectural elegance have made Chartres one of the most significant Gothic cathedrals in Europe. Westminster Abbey in London, although somewhat different in style due to its English Gothic roots, remains one of the most important Gothic structures in the United Kingdom. Originally founded in the 10th century, the present church, largely rebuilt in the 13th century, exemplifies the English Gothic style, particularly through its use of pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses. Westminster Abbey is best known as the site of royal coronations, weddings, and burials, making it a symbol of the British monarchy and national identity. The Abbey's nave and interior, with its soaring arches and intricate fan vaulting, create a sense of awe and reverence. The stained glass windows and the detailed stone carvings also evoke the spiritual purpose of the building, while the use of horizontal lines and delicate detailing reflects the English interpretation of the Gothic style. These three iconic structures, Notre Dame, Chartres, and Westminster Abbey, embody the ideals of Gothic architecture: verticality, light, and an overwhelming sense of devotion. Each building, in its own way, represents the artistic and cultural achievements of its time, and their influence continues to inspire architects and artists today. Innovations in vaulting and flying buttresses. The innovations in vaulting and flying buttresses were key to the success and evolution of Gothic architecture, allowing builders to create taller, more expansive structures filled with light. These engineering advancements not only transformed the aesthetic qualities of religious buildings, but also played a crucial role in achieving the immense verticality and open interiors that define Gothic cathedrals. The ability to build grand, soaring churches with intricate details and large windows was largely dependent on these two innovations. Vaulting in Gothic architecture evolved significantly from earlier designs, such as the barrel and groin vaults used in Romanesque structures. The ribbed vault, a major breakthrough in Gothic architecture, was developed to distribute weight more efficiently. Unlike the solid, uniform Romanesque vaults, ribbed vaults were constructed with a framework of intersecting arches, which formed ribs that could bear the weight of the ceiling. This made it possible for builders to design more complex and lighter ceiling structures while maintaining structural integrity. Ribbed vaults were also adaptable to a variety of shapes and sizes, allowing for flexibility in design. The most notable form of ribbed vaulting in Gothic architecture is the vaulted ceiling with pointed arches, which allowed for even more efficient weight distribution. This, in turn, made it possible to create vast, open interiors with fewer supporting walls, a hallmark of the Gothic style. The innovation of flying buttresses was perhaps the most revolutionary development in Gothic architecture. A flying buttress is an external support structure that transfers the weight of the building's walls and roof to a distant support, typically located outside the building itself. This allowed architects to design thinner, taller walls, which could then be filled with large windows and intricate stained glass. Without the need for thick walls to bear the weight of the structure, flying buttresses opened up the possibility for massive windows, creating interiors that were flooded with light. The flying buttresses also enabled architects to build much taller buildings, pushing the verticality of Gothic cathedrals to new heights, often culminating in spires that seemed to reach for the heavens. One of the greatest achievements of flying buttresses and ribbed vaulting was the creation of vast, light-filled spaces that symbolized the spiritual journey toward God. These features not only served a structural purpose, but also contributed to the religious symbolism of the architecture. The verticality created by these innovations drew the viewer's gaze upward, evoking a sense of transcendence and divine presence. The massive stained glass windows, now a defining feature of Gothic cathedrals, told biblical stories and filled the space with divine light, further reinforcing the idea of the church as a bridge between the earthly and the divine. In conclusion, the innovations in vaulting and flying buttresses were central to the evolution of Gothic architecture. These advancements allowed for the creation of monumental cathedrals that were not only technologically impressive, but also spiritually uplifting. The resulting buildings, with their soaring heights, intricate details, and abundance of light, remain some of the most awe-inspiring architectural achievements in history. The role of light and space in Gothic design. In Gothic architecture, light and space were not only functional elements, but also central to the spiritual and symbolic experience of the building. These two factors played a critical role in defining the atmosphere of Gothic cathedrals, influencing both their aesthetic and their religious significance. The use of light, in particular, became a hallmark of the style, symbolizing divine presence and creating an otherworldly environment that invited contemplation and spiritual elevation. The concept of light in Gothic design was deeply intertwined with the architectural innovations of the period, such as ribbed vaults and flying buttresses. The structural breakthroughs of these elements allowed for thinner, taller walls and the inclusion of large windows that could be filled with intricate stained glass. The expansive windows, often depicting biblical scenes and religious symbols, transformed the interior of the church. As light filtered through the colored glass, it bathed the space in a radiant glow, filling the cathedral with an ethereal, almost heavenly light. This was seen as a reflection of the divine light, symbolizing the presence of God. In many Gothic cathedrals, the interplay of light and color was meant to inspire awe and provide a physical manifestation of spiritual transcendence. The vast amounts of natural light allowed by the large windows were also intended to create a sense of openness and unity with the heavens. The soaring arches and tall, pointed spires directed the gaze upward, evoking the idea of reaching toward God. The height and vastness of the interior, combined with the flood of light, made the space feel almost limitless, conveying a sense of infinity that was central to the religious experience. The layout of the cathedral was also designed to lead the viewer through a journey of spiritual ascent, with the central nave often being the axis of movement, guiding worshippers toward the altar. Space, in addition to light, played a significant role in Gothic design. The open, expansive interior of a Gothic cathedral was intended to convey a sense of grandeur and divine order. The ribbed vaults and flying buttresses allowed for high, expansive ceilings and broad, uninterrupted spaces, creating a feeling of vastness that reinforced the cathedral's spiritual purpose. The architectural focus on verticality made the space feel infinite, as though it extended beyond the earthly realm and into the divine. The high ceilings and expansive aisles also created a sense of unity within the congregation, as all were drawn together into a common sacred space. In conclusion, the role of light and space in Gothic design was central to the style's ability to evoke the transcendent and divine. Through the innovative use of large windows, ribbed vaults, and soaring interiors, Gothic cathedrals created environments where light symbolized divine presence, and space conveyed the grandeur and infinity of the heavenly realm. These elements were not only technical advancements, but also deeply symbolic, aiming to inspire reverence and elevate the soul toward the divine. Chapter 3: Sculpture and Iconography. Sculpture and iconography played a vital role in the Gothic period, particularly in the context of religious architecture. As cathedrals and churches became monumental structures, the integration of sculpture within these buildings took on an increasing importance. Sculptural works were used not only to beautify the interior and exterior, but also to communicate religious narratives, educate the faithful, and enhance the spiritual atmosphere of the church. The Gothic period saw a remarkable evolution in the style and function of religious sculpture, with a strong emphasis on naturalism, storytelling, and symbolic imagery. The exterior of Gothic cathedrals often featured elaborate sculptural decoration, especially around the entrances. One of the most prominent areas for sculpture was the cathedral's portals, where figures and scenes from the Bible were carved into the stone. These sculptures were not simply decorative. They served as a visual scripture for the largely illiterate population, offering a narrative of Christian teachings and biblical stories. Scenes from the life of Christ, the Virgin Mary, saints, and angels were often depicted, inviting worshipers to reflect on the spiritual journey that the church represented. The inclusion of the Last Judgment scene above the central doorway was a common feature, reminding visitors of the ultimate destiny awaiting humanity. In addition to biblical scenes, many Gothic cathedrals featured sculpted images of saints, angels, and other divine figures. These statues were placed in niches along the church's exterior, with the goal of creating a celestial presence that surrounded the faithful. These sculptural works were not static or lifeless. They were designed to engage the viewer through expressive poses and intricate details. The emphasis on naturalism in Gothic sculpture was a departure from the more rigid and stylized figures of earlier periods, showcasing a growing interest in the human form and the emotional expression of sacred figures. The figures were often depicted with greater realism, conveying a sense of movement, emotion, and individuality that was a hallmark of Gothic art. Inside the cathedral, sculpture also played a significant role in enhancing the worship experience. Altarpieces, pulpits, and choir stalls were often adorned with intricately carved figures, many of which depicted scenes of Christ's life or saint stories. These interior sculptures created a sacred environment in which the faithful could connect with the divine. The increasing attention to detail in Gothic sculpture made it possible to capture religious narratives in a more intimate and accessible way, allowing for a deeper engagement with the sacred themes that permeated the cathedral. Iconography in Gothic sculpture was rich in symbolism, with each figure, gesture, and pose carrying a deeper meaning. For example, the depiction of Christ in majesty was often shown with a hand raised in blessing, symbolizing his divine authority. The Virgin Mary was frequently depicted with an emphasis on maternal grace, while angels were portrayed with flowing robes and wings, embodying their celestial nature. These iconographic choices not only conveyed specific religious messages, but also contributed to the overall spiritual atmosphere of the cathedral, inviting viewers to reflect on their own place within the divine order. In conclusion, sculpture and iconography were integral to Gothic art, enhancing the religious experience and making sacred stories accessible to the worshippers. Through their use of naturalism, symbolism, and emotional expression, Gothic sculptors created works that were both artistically innovative and spiritually profound. These sculptural works served as visual narratives that conveyed Christian teachings and provided a tangible connection to the divine, making them essential elements in the design and experience of Gothic cathedrals. Religious sculpture in Gothic art. Religious sculpture in Gothic art played a central role in both the architectural and spiritual aspects of Gothic cathedrals. As the churches became larger and more elaborate, the use of sculpture expanded to include not only decorative elements, but also an essential means of conveying religious stories, educating the faithful, and creating a tangible connection between the human and divine. Unlike earlier periods, which featured more rigid and stylized figures, Gothic religious sculpture was marked by an increasing emphasis on naturalism, emotional expression, and the individualization of figures, creating a more relatable and immersive spiritual experience for worshipers. One of the most notable features of religious sculpture in Gothic architecture is its prominent use on the exteriors of cathedrals, especially around the portals. The sculpted figures surrounding the entrances were not only ornamental, but also served a didactic function, offering visual representations of biblical stories and religious themes. These sculptures often depicted scenes from the life of Christ, such as the Nativity, the Crucifixion, and the Resurrection, as well as images of the Virgin Mary, saints, and angels. The emphasis on these narratives allowed worshipers, many of whom were illiterate, to visually engage with key moments in Christian doctrine. The use of these biblical scenes as visual sermons helped to convey complex theological ideas and moral lessons, offering the faithful a way to connect with sacred texts through visual representation. Inside the church, religious sculpture continued to serve both aesthetic and spiritual purposes. Altarpieces, lecterns, choir stalls, and columns were adorned with figures of Christ, the Virgin Mary, apostles, and saints. These sculptures were often intricately carved with fine details, highlighting the emotional depth of the figures. For instance, depictions of Christ's suffering were shown with a heightened sense of emotion and realism, reflecting the human pain of the Passion. Similarly, figures of the Virgin Mary were often depicted with maternal tenderness, emphasizing her role as a compassionate and loving mother. This naturalism and emotional expressiveness helped to bring the divine closer to the human experience, making the sacred more accessible and relatable to those in the congregation. One of the defining features of Gothic religious sculpture was the increased focus on realism and the individualization of figures. This shift from the more abstract and iconic representations of earlier periods marked a significant evolution in artistic expression. Sculptors began to give more attention to the anatomy, facial expressions, and gestures of figures, conveying a sense of lifelike presence. For example, the portrayal of saints and angels in dynamic poses with detailed clothing and realistic features allowed these divine figures to feel more human, encouraging worshippers to empathize with their struggles, virtues, and divine grace. Religious iconography in Gothic sculpture was rich with symbolism. The gestures of the figures, their attire, and their positioning all carried specific meanings. For example, Christ was often depicted with a raised hand in blessing or making a gesture of teaching, while the Virgin Mary was shown with downcast eyes, representing humility. The angels, often depicted with wings and flowing robes, symbolized their divine and celestial nature, standing as intermediaries between humanity and God. In conclusion, religious sculpture in Gothic art served as a profound and accessible means of communicating religious narratives and theological principles. Through the use of naturalism, emotional expression, and symbolic iconography, Gothic sculptors created works that deepened the spiritual experience of the faithful, inviting them into the divine story. These sculptures played an integral role in the design of cathedrals, transforming the church into a space that was not only a place of worship, but also a visual narrative of the Christian faith. The rise of the gargoyle, function, and symbolism. The gargoyle, one of the most distinctive and iconic features of Gothic architecture, rose to prominence during the medieval period. These grotesque, often fantastical creatures were carved from stone and placed on the exterior of churches and cathedrals, typically positioned near roofs or along the edges of buildings. While their striking, sometimes intimidating appearance might suggest purely decorative or whimsical purposes, gargoyles were much more than artistic flourishes. Their creation and placement were deeply rooted in both practical and symbolic functions, blending the spiritual and the supernatural. Functionally, the gargoyle was primarily a form of water drainage. The word gargoyle is derived from the French word gargouille, meaning throat or spout, referring to the water spouting feature of these sculptures. In Gothic architecture, cathedrals were often designed with soaring, steep roofs, and the gargoyles served as rainwater runoff channels. Without them, the heavy rainfall could cause water to accumulate on the roof, potentially damaging the structure or eroding the walls. The gargoyles were designed with open mouths to direct water away from the walls, preventing erosion and structural damage. This practical aspect, often overlooked by casual observers, played an essential role in the longevity and maintenance of Gothic cathedrals. However, the gargoyle's symbolic role was just as significant as its functional purpose. The grotesque and sometimes terrifying forms of these creatures were believed to serve as guardians or protectors of the sacred space, warding off evil spirits or demonic forces. Their monstrous and exaggerated features, such as large teeth, wide eyes, and twisted facial expressions, were thought to frighten away malevolent entities, ensuring that the divine sanctuary of the cathedral remained safe and pure. This notion of the gargoyle as a protective figure was deeply rooted in medieval religious beliefs, where the boundary between the earthly and the supernatural was often viewed as fluid and permeable. The symbolism of the gargoyle also connected to Christian teachings, particularly the idea of salvation and the battle between good and evil. Many gargoyles depicted figures of animals or demons, symbolizing the forces of sin and chaos. Positioned on the edges of the cathedral, they served as visual reminders of the spiritual dangers outside the church, encouraging believers to stay true to their faith. Additionally, some scholars argue that the grotesque nature of the gargoyle was intended to illustrate the contrast between the earthly realm filled with temptation and sin and the divine, represented by the holiness of the church interior. In this way, the gargoyle acted as a visual symbol of moral vigilance, reinforcing the need for spiritual discipline and the protection of the sacred space from worldly distractions. In conclusion, the gargoyle is a fascinating blend of function and symbolism in Gothic art. While its primary purpose was to protect the structure from water damage, its strikingly grotesque form carried significant religious and spiritual meanings. As protectors against evil, symbols of moral contrast, and reminders of the battle between good and evil, gargoyles added an intriguing dimension to Gothic architecture. These fantastical creatures, perched high on the cathedrals, continue to captivate and intrigue, embodying the rich symbolism and practical ingenuity of the Gothic period. The influence of classical sculpture. The influence of classical sculpture on Gothic art is an intriguing aspect of the period's artistic development. While Gothic art and architecture were primarily focused on religious themes and spiritual expression, many elements of classical sculpture were revived and adapted to fit the needs and ideals of the medieval world. The classical tradition, with its emphasis on the human form, proportion, and idealized beauty, left a lasting imprint on the development of Gothic sculpture, particularly in its increased focus on naturalism and emotional expression. Classical sculpture, which flourished in ancient Greece and Rome, emphasized the beauty of the human body, proportion, and balance. Sculptors of the classical period sought to depict figures with lifelike accuracy, showcasing idealized forms that celebrated human strength, grace, and divine harmony. While the early Middle Ages saw a departure from this tradition, with a more stylized and symbolic approach to figural representation, the revival of classical ideals during the Gothic period marked a significant shift. Artists in the Gothic era began to move away from the rigid and formalized depictions of figures seen in earlier medieval art and sought to reintroduce the naturalistic elements of classical sculpture. One of the most notable ways in which classical sculpture influenced Gothic art was through the renewed focus on human anatomy and expression. In earlier medieval art, figures were often flat and lacked depth, with little attention paid to proportion or anatomical accuracy. In contrast, Gothic sculptors, inspired by classical models, began to study and replicate the human form with greater precision, producing figures that were more dynamic and lifelike. This approach brought a sense of realism to Gothic sculpture, making religious figures like Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the saints more relatable and emotionally engaging for viewers. For example, the depiction of Christ in the Passion cycle of Gothic art often reflected an intense emotional depth, capturing his suffering in a manner reminiscent of the pathos found in classical sculpture. Classical influences also extended to the portrayal of drapery in Gothic sculpture. In ancient Greek and Roman art, the depiction of clothing and fabric was used to enhance the sense of movement and naturalism in the figure. Similarly, Gothic sculptors sought to capture the flowing nature of garments, using intricate folds and textures to highlight the human form beneath the fabric. This attention to the texture and movement of clothing became a defining characteristic of Gothic sculpture, further emphasizing the naturalism and dynamism of the figures. While Gothic artists embraced these classical influences, they also adapted them to suit their own spiritual and cultural context. The focus on emotional expression, for example, was not simply about creating lifelike figures, but was deeply connected to the religious themes of the period. Gothic sculpture used naturalistic forms to convey divine grace, suffering, and redemption, creating a bridge between the earthly and the divine. The idealized human forms of classical sculpture were reinterpreted in the Gothic context, where the beauty of the human body was infused with spiritual significance. In conclusion, the influence of classical sculpture on Gothic art was profound and multifaceted. While the Gothic style retained its strong religious focus, the revival of classical ideals brought about a new sense of naturalism, emotional depth, and humanism in Gothic sculpture. By blending the classical reverence for the human form with the deeply spiritual aims of Gothic art, artists of the period were able to create works that were both aesthetically captivating and spiritually meaningful. Iconography in Gothic art, saints, angels, and the divine. Iconography in Gothic art was deeply rooted in religious symbolism, where every figure, gesture, and setting carried layers of meaning, meant to guide the faithful in their spiritual journey. This period saw an increased emphasis on the representation of divine and sacred figures, particularly saints, angels, and Christ. Through these visual representations, Gothic artists sought to convey theological ideas, elevate the worship experience, and remind viewers of the divine presence in the everyday world. The icons of saints, angels, and Christ not only acted as intermediaries between the human and divine, but also served as moral exemplars, inviting the viewer to emulate their virtues. Saints were central to Gothic iconography, as they were viewed as powerful intercessors between the earthly realm and heaven. The rich array of saints depicted in Gothic art reflected both their religious significance and their distinct roles within Christian theology. Each saint was depicted with attributes, symbols or objects associated with their life, martyrdom, or miracles that helped viewers identify them. For example, St. Catherine was often portrayed with a wheel referencing her martyrdom, while St. George was depicted with a dragon, symbolizing his legendary battle against evil. These attributes allowed the faithful to recognize the saints' specific virtues and stories, making them relatable figures through whom divine grace could be accessed. The saints were often depicted in idealized forms, embodying spiritual perfection, but they were also shown in ways that made them seem human, their facial expressions conveying compassion, wisdom, or suffering. Angels were another prominent feature of Gothic iconography, symbolizing divine messengers, protectors, and guides. The representation of angels in Gothic art was often more detailed and varied than in previous periods, with many being depicted as beautiful, serene, and powerful celestial beings. Their appearance often suggested purity and divine intervention, serving as intermediaries between God and humanity. The wings of angels, elegantly rendered in flowing, intricate forms, emphasize their transcendence and otherworldliness. In addition to their role as messengers, angels were frequently shown as witnesses to pivotal moments in Christian doctrine, such as the Annunciation or the Nativity, enhancing the spiritual significance of these events. Central to Gothic iconography, of course, was the figure of Christ. His portrayal in Gothic art evolved from earlier depictions of a more distant, transcendent Christ to one that was deeply human and emotionally expressive. In many Gothic sculptures and paintings, Christ is shown suffering during the Passion, with a greater emphasis on his physical pain and emotional anguish. This shift reflected the growing medieval focus on Christ's humanity, bringing the divine closer to the experience of the worshiper. Christ was often depicted as the central figure of the Last Judgment, surrounded by saints and angels, emphasizing his role as the ultimate judge and savior. The crucifixion, in particular, was a powerful iconographic theme in Gothic art, symbolizing Christ's sacrifice and the promise of redemption. The iconography of saints, angels, and Christ in Gothic art was not just a means of decoration. It was a vital part of the Church's mission to convey religious truths. These figures provided worshipers with tangible representations of the divine, helping to bridge the gap between the material and spiritual worlds. The rich symbolism in Gothic art encouraged reflection on virtues, salvation, and divine grace, while inspiring awe and devotion through their beauty and sacred presence. In conclusion, The iconography of saints, angels, and Christ in Gothic art was integral to the spiritual and educational mission of the period. By using visual representation to communicate profound theological messages, Gothic artists helped elevate the religious experience, guiding worshippers toward deeper faith and a closer connection with the divine. The vivid imagery and symbolic richness of these figures served as a reminder of the sacred, imbuing the cathedral and its art with a sense of divine purpose and transcendent beauty. The transition from Romanesque to Gothic sculpture. The transition from Romanesque to Gothic sculpture marked a significant evolution in both artistic style and religious expression, driven by changing theological ideas, advancements in architectural design, and shifts in social and cultural contexts. Romanesque sculpture, which dominated the 11th and 12th centuries, was characterized by its solid, compact forms, abstract style, and focus on symbolism. Figures in Romanesque art were often rigid and stylized, emphasizing their spiritual significance over naturalistic representation. However, as the Gothic period began to emerge in the late 12th century, a gradual transformation took place, resulting in a new emphasis on naturalism, human emotion, and a more intricate, detailed approach to the human figure. One of the key differences between Romanesque and Gothic sculpture is the increasing attention to realism in the depiction of the human form. Romanesque sculpture often featured figures that were simplified and idealized, with exaggerated proportions and minimal attention to anatomical accuracy. Faces were typically impassive and bodies were shown in stiff frontal poses. The focus was more on communicating spiritual truth and moral lessons through symbols, rather than on capturing the human experience in a lifelike manner. In contrast, Gothic sculpture began to embrace the study of human anatomy, as artists sought to depict figures with more accurate proportions and lifelike expressions. This shift was part of a broader movement toward greater realism that was evident in Gothic architecture and painting as well. The figures became more three-dimensional, with a focus on movement and emotional expression. Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints were depicted with more individualized features and gestures that conveyed a sense of humanity, making them more relatable to the viewer. Architectural developments played a significant role in this transition. The rise of the Gothic cathedral, with its soaring spires, vast interiors, and intricate stained glass windows, provided a new context for sculpture. The larger, more open spaces of the Gothic cathedral allowed for more expansive sculptural decoration, particularly around the entrances and on the exterior walls. The Romanesque period had seen sculpture used primarily in a decorative or symbolic capacity, with images of Christ, the Virgin, and saints often carved into the tympanums above church doors. In Gothic architecture, however, the increased verticality and complexity of the structures allowed for more detailed and intricate sculptural elements to be incorporated into the architecture itself. Statues of saints and angels were placed in niches along the cathedral facades, becoming integrated into the architectural framework. Theological changes also played a significant role in this shift. During the Romanesque period, the Church's focus was primarily on divine transcendence, emphasizing the power and awe of God. The figures in Romanesque sculpture often reflected this view, with their distant and solemn expressions. By contrast, the growing devotion to the humanity of Christ during the Gothic period, especially in relation to his passion and suffering, led to a more compassionate, empathetic portrayal of religious figures. The Gothic sculptor's ability to convey emotional depth, such as the sorrow and tenderness of the Virgin Mary, or the anguish of Christ on the cross, reflected this shift in religious focus, making the sacred more intimate and personal for the worshiper. In conclusion, the transition from Romanesque to Gothic sculpture represents a major shift in both artistic technique and religious expression. As artists moved away from the stylized, symbolic representations of the Romanesque period and embraced more naturalistic forms, they began to create figures that were more lifelike, emotionally engaging, and relatable. This transition not only reflected advancements in artistic techniques, but also corresponded to broader theological and cultural changes, including a growing emphasis on the humanity of Christ and the personal connection between the worshiper and the divine. Chapter 4: Stained Glass and Illumination. Stained glass and illumination are two of the most visually captivating elements of Gothic art, playing a crucial role in both the architectural and spiritual experience of the period. These artistic forms were not only decorative but also deeply symbolic, contributing to the overall theological and aesthetic goals of Gothic architecture. As the Gothic cathedral rose to prominence, stained glass windows became a defining feature of church design, transforming the interior into a space filled with light and color. Similarly, illuminated manuscripts, which were produced with great care by monks and scribes, encapsulated the spiritual and intellectual culture of the time, serving both as religious texts and works of art. Stained glass windows in Gothic cathedrals are among the most enduring symbols of the style. These windows were designed to fill the vast, soaring walls of churches with light, creating an ethereal glow that enveloped worshippers. The use of colored glass allowed for a dramatic interplay of light and color, transforming the atmosphere inside the cathedral and making it feel like a celestial space. The windows were often large and intricate, depicting scenes from the Bible, lives of saints, and key theological themes. The vivid colors and complex imagery allowed worshippers to experience the sacred narrative in a visual and emotional way, even if they could not read the Bible or understand Latin. The light streaming through the glass was also seen as a metaphor for divine illumination. Just as light filled the physical space, so too did the light of God's truth fill the hearts of the faithful. The intricate details in stained glass were achieved through a combination of craftsmanship and artistry. Glass was colored by adding metal oxides, and artists used lead to create a framework for the glass pieces. The artists then painted details onto the glass, giving life to the scenes depicted. Over time, the skill and complexity of stained glass windows increased, with some windows featuring multiple layers of glass, creating a three-dimensional effect. The vibrant and detailed scenes often depicted biblical stories such as the creation, the Passion of Christ, and the Last Judgment, offering a visual theology that complemented the teachings of the church. Illuminated manuscripts, on the other hand, were intricately designed religious texts produced by hand, often within the scriptoriums of monastic communities. The term illumination refers to the elaborate decoration of these manuscripts, which included intricate borders, miniature scenes, and large, embellished initial letters. These manuscripts were often Bible texts, liturgical books, or works of theology and philosophy. The illumination of these texts was a labor-intensive process that combined calligraphy, painting, and gold leaf, creating works of immense beauty and importance. The elaborate decorations were not just ornamental, but were also intended to reflect the divine nature of the text, making the written word a sacred object in itself. The artistry involved in illuminated manuscripts was influenced by the growing demand for religious texts in the medieval period, as literacy and education began to spread among the clergy and nobility. The use of vibrant colors, gold leaf, and delicate line work in the illuminations was meant to mirror the divine light, creating a sense of awe and reverence for the sacred words they adorned. Just as stained glass brought the Bible to life for the illiterate masses, illuminated manuscripts were an intellectual and spiritual treasure for those who could read. In conclusion, stained glass and illumination are integral to understanding Gothic art's spiritual and artistic impact. Stained glass windows filled cathedrals with color and light, providing a visual narrative that reflected the glory of God, while illuminated manuscripts brought written text to life, turning religious books into objects of reverence. Both forms of art combine technical mastery with deep religious symbolism, offering an immersive and transcendent experience that aimed to elevate the mind and spirit. Through their beauty, stained glass and illumination deepen the connection between the sacred and the earthly, offering a glimpse into the divine through light, color, and the written word. The significance of stained glass in Gothic cathedrals. Stained glass in Gothic cathedrals holds profound symbolic, aesthetic, and theological significance, playing a pivotal role in shaping the worship experience of the faithful. As Gothic architecture evolved, the use of large, intricate stained glass windows became one of the defining features of cathedral design. These windows not only served as decorative elements, but they also helped to convey religious narratives and metaphysical concepts in a visually captivating manner. In the context of Gothic cathedrals, stained glass was much more than ornamental. It was an essential part of the spiritual and atmospheric experience of the space. One of the primary roles of stained glass in Gothic cathedrals was its ability to transform light into a symbolic manifestation of divine presence. The immense, often floor-to-ceiling windows allowed natural light to flood the interior of the cathedral, but the colorful glass added a layer of transcendence. The light that streamed through the glass was seen as a physical manifestation of God's presence, filling the sacred space with a divine glow. The rich, jewel-toned colors of the glass, deep blues, reds, yellows, and greens, created a vibrant atmosphere, drawing the attention of the worshipers and filling them with awe. The interplay of light and color was thought to represent the spiritual illumination that believers received through faith and divine grace. The notion of light as a vehicle for divine knowledge and enlightenment was central to medieval Christianity, making the stained glass windows a key component of the Gothic cathedral's design and experience. The windows also served an educational function, particularly for the largely illiterate population. Through the depiction of biblical scenes and Christian iconography, stained glass acted as a visual Bible, making the sacred stories and teachings accessible to all. Scenes from the life of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the saints were commonly portrayed, offering a visual narrative that could be understood without the need for literacy or knowledge of Latin. These visual stories reinforced Christian doctrine and inspired devotion, providing an immersive religious experience that connected worshipers with the sacred events of their faith. Furthermore, the size and placement of stained glass windows in Gothic cathedrals often carried symbolic meaning. Larger windows were typically positioned in key areas such as the nave, transepts, or apses, often near altars or important locations within the cathedral. This placement emphasized the importance of the messages depicted in the glass. The use of light to highlight these windows further underscored their spiritual significance, as the flickering of candles or the sun's rays shining through the glass intensified the symbolic nature of the scenes. The craftsmanship of stained glass windows was also a testament to the advanced technical skill of medieval artisans. The creation of stained glass involved coloring glass by adding metal oxides, cutting the glass into shapes, and using lead to piece together intricate designs. Over time, the sophistication of stained glass art grew, with windows featuring intricate details and vivid colors that made them masterpieces of medieval craftsmanship. In conclusion, stained glass played an essential role in Gothic cathedrals, both in terms of aesthetics and symbolism. It served to transform the architectural space, filling it with divine light, while simultaneously offering a visual narrative of religious teachings and stories. The beauty of the windows captivated worshipers, fostering a deeper connection to the divine while reinforcing the central themes of Christianity. Stained glass in Gothic cathedrals was more than just a decorative element. It was a powerful vehicle for both spiritual enlightenment and religious education, making it a central element of the Gothic artistic and architectural experience. Techniques of stained glass production. The production of stained glass during the Gothic period was a complex and meticulous process that combined artistry, craftsmanship, and technical innovation. artists and craftsmen developed a sophisticated set of techniques to create the vivid, colorful windows that became iconic features of Gothic cathedrals. These techniques were not only designed to create striking visual effects, but also to convey deep religious and theological meanings through imagery. The production of stained glass windows involved several steps, from designing the composition to shaping and painting the glass, culminating in the final installation of the windows in the cathedral. The first step in the stained glass production process was the design phase. A master artist, often in collaboration with the clergy or architects, would create a detailed drawing or cartoon that outlined the images and patterns to be depicted. The cartoon served as a guide for the craftsman who would later cut and assemble the glass. The designs were often based on religious themes, depicting scenes from the Bible, the lives of saints, or the Last Judgment. The choice of colors, patterns, and arrangement was carefully planned to ensure that the finished window conveyed the desired message, both visually and symbolically. Once the design was finalized, the next step was to select the appropriate glass. The glass itself was typically made by melting silica and other materials to form a base, with metal oxides added to give the glass its color. The use of different metal oxides allowed for a wide range of colors, from deep blues and greens to reds, yellows, and purples. The glass was often produced in large sheets and then cut into smaller pieces to fit the design. Craftsmen used copper and lead to piece the glass together, a technique known as lead came. The lead bars formed the frame for each piece of glass and helped hold the sections together, while also adding a structural component to the window. One of the most important aspects of Gothic stained glass was the addition of painted details. Once the glass was cut to shape, the artist would use specialized paint to add intricate details, such as faces, drapery, and architectural elements. The paint was typically made from a mixture of powdered glass, metal oxides, and a binder. It was applied to the surface of the glass using fine brushes, and the painted areas were then fired in a kiln. The firing process would fuse the paint onto the glass, making the designs permanent and vibrant. This technique allowed for the creation of highly detailed scenes and figures, as the glass itself could be both colorful and visually complex. Once the individual pieces of glass were painted and assembled into the lead frame, the window was ready for installation. The craftsman would carefully position the window in the designated space within the cathedral, where it would be secured in place using additional lead or mortar. In many cases, the windows were installed in locations that allowed for sunlight to filter through, creating a dynamic interplay of light and color within the sacred space. The effect of the stained glass was not only visual but also spiritual, as the light pouring through the windows was believed to symbolize divine illumination and grace. The techniques of stained glass production during the Gothic period required a high degree of skill and collaboration. The process involved the use of color, light, and intricate design to convey religious themes and elevate the spiritual atmosphere of the cathedral. The result was a fusion of art, craftsmanship, and theology, where each window told a story, illuminated the sacred space, and drew worshippers into a deeper experience of the divine. Through these techniques, Gothic stained glass became an enduring symbol of the artistic and spiritual ideals of the period. Iconography in stained glass, biblical stories, and saints. Stained glass windows in Gothic cathedrals were not merely decorative elements, but powerful vehicles for religious storytelling and instruction. Through the use of vivid colors and intricate designs, these windows depicted biblical stories and the lives of saints, offering a visual narrative that brought the sacred text to life for the predominantly illiterate population. Iconography in stained glass was a deeply symbolic tool, used not only to educate, but also to inspire awe and devotion. Each scene and figure was meticulously crafted to convey theological themes and provide spiritual lessons, making the windows an integral part of the Gothic church experience. Biblical stories were the most common subjects depicted in Gothic stained glass. These windows often illustrated key events from the Old and New Testaments, from the creation and the fall of Adam and Eve to the life, death, and resurrection of Christ. The scenes were designed to guide worshipers through the central tenets of the Christian faith, with each window serving as a visual catechism. One of the most iconic examples is the depiction of the Passion of Christ, where windows would show Christ's suffering, crucifixion, and resurrection. These events were not only meant to convey the theological significance of Christ's sacrifice, but also to evoke emotional responses from the viewers, encouraging reflection on themes of redemption and salvation. The windows also frequently portrayed the Virgin Mary, the apostles, and a wide range of saints, each with their own set of symbols and attributes that conveyed their unique roles in Christian history. For instance, St. Peter, often depicted with keys, symbolized his role as the gatekeeper of heaven, while St. Catherine might be shown with a broken wheel, referencing her martyrdom. Saints were not only represented as historical figures, but as exemplars of virtue and divine grace. Through these representations, worshipers were invited to meditate on the lives and virtues of these holy figures, seeking inspiration for their own spiritual lives. The iconography of saints also reflected the growing veneration of saints and the belief that they could intercede on behalf of the faithful. In addition to biblical stories and saints, Gothic stained glass often incorporated symbolic imagery that connected earthly events with divine meaning. For example, the Tree of Jesse, a popular motif in medieval Christian art, depicted the genealogy of Christ, linking him to King David, and by extension, to God's plan for salvation. Other symbolic elements, such as animals, plants, and architectural details, were used to reinforce theological concepts. The Lamb, representing Christ, might appear in the same window as the Virgin Mary, symbolizing her role as the mother of the Savior. The placement of stained glass windows in the cathedral also had symbolic importance. The windows were often positioned in key areas, such as near altars or along the nave, to guide the spiritual journey of the worshipers. As light filtered through the glass, it was believed to symbolize divine illumination, reflecting the presence of God in the physical space and spiritually guiding the faithful. The combination of light, color, and iconography created an immersive experience that united the sacred and the material, elevating the spiritual atmosphere of the cathedral. In conclusion, the iconography in Gothic stained glass was a central feature of the Gothic aesthetic, blending artistic beauty with deep theological meaning. By depicting biblical stories and saints, these windows not only made the sacred visible, but also reinforced Christian teachings, offering both instruction and inspiration. Through the vivid colors and intricate designs, the iconography of stained glass windows helped to transform the Gothic cathedral into a space of divine revelation, where the light, color, and imagery worked in harmony to convey the mysteries of the Christian faith. The role of light and color in Gothic aesthetics. In Gothic art and architecture, light and color played a central role in shaping both the visual experience and spiritual atmosphere of the cathedral. The intricate use of light, particularly in the form of stained glass windows, transformed the Gothic interior into a realm where the natural world seemed to merge with the divine. The interplay between light and color was not simply a matter of aesthetic choice. It was deeply symbolic, embodying theological concepts and enhancing the religious experience. The architects and artists of the Gothic period understood that light was a conduit for the divine, and that color could convey spiritual truths in ways that transcended words. The design of Gothic cathedrals, with their towering verticality and expansive windows, was specifically intended to maximize the use of natural light. The large, often breathtaking stained glass windows, which were a hallmark of Gothic architecture, allowed light to flood the interior of the cathedral. As sunlight streamed through the multicolored glass, the light was refracted into a spectrum of vivid hues that bathed the sacred space. This dramatic effect was intended to evoke a sense of the divine presence, with the light symbolizing the illumination of the soul and the guiding power of God's grace. The radiant, shifting colors created a spiritual atmosphere that elevated the worship experience, inviting the faithful to contemplate the transcendent. The color palette of Gothic stained glass windows was not chosen arbitrarily, but was imbued with theological meaning. Different colors were associated with particular symbols or virtues. For example, blue was often used to represent the heavens or the Virgin Mary, as it symbolized purity, wisdom, and the divine realm. Red, the color of blood, was frequently used in depictions of Christ's passion, symbolizing sacrifice and martyrdom. Green could symbolize growth and eternal life, while gold and yellow were linked to divine light and the presence of God. By carefully selecting these colors, Gothic artists could imbue the windows with layers of meaning, helping the viewer to reflect on the biblical narratives and theological concepts depicted in the glass. The role of light in Gothic design was not limited to stained glass. Light was also carefully orchestrated within the architectural space itself. The design of the cathedral was intended to create an interplay between light and shadow, with certain areas of the church illuminated more brightly to emphasize the altar, the Eucharist, or other sacred elements. The architecture, with its pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses, was designed to create a sense of openness and verticality, allowing light to pour in from multiple sources, filling the space with divine energy. The shafts of light that filtered through the windows also had the effect of creating an ethereal atmosphere, as if the very walls of the cathedral were infused with the presence of God. In conclusion, light and color were integral to the aesthetic and spiritual goals of Gothic art and architecture. The luminous, kaleidoscopic effect of stained glass windows and the careful manipulation of natural light within the cathedral space transformed the interior into a spiritual experience. The vibrant colors were not simply decorative, but carried deep theological significance, with each hue offering a symbolic representation of the divine. Through the strategic use of light and color, the Gothic period created an immersive environment where the faithful could feel the presence of the divine, bringing them closer to God and enhancing the sacred atmosphere of the cathedral. Illuminated manuscripts and their Gothic influence. Illuminated manuscripts represent one of the most important and intricate art forms of the Gothic period, blending the craftsmanship of the medieval scribes with the deep spiritual and intellectual currents of the time. These manuscripts, which were hand-copied books adorned with elaborate illustrations, decorative elements, and gold leaf, became central to the transmission of religious and scholarly knowledge. As Gothic architecture sought to reach toward the heavens with soaring cathedrals, illuminated manuscripts achieved a similar goal by capturing divine beauty within the confines of the page, merging art, faith, and learning. The process of creating an illuminated manuscript was labor-intensive, requiring the work of skilled scribes and artists who spent long hours writing, illustrating, and decorating each book by hand. These manuscripts were primarily religious texts, such as Bibles, psalters, and prayer books, but they also included scholarly works, theological treatises, and even secular texts. The pages were meticulously copied from earlier manuscripts or dictated by a scholar, using Latin, the lingua franca of medieval scholarship. The scribe would then leave space for illustrations and ornate initials, which were filled in later by an illuminator. The resulting manuscripts were not only repositories of knowledge, but also works of art that conveyed the sacredness of the texts they contained. The style of illumination during the Gothic period was heavily influenced by the architecture and visual aesthetics of the time. Like the soaring arches and intricate stained glass of Gothic cathedrals, illuminated manuscripts displayed an emphasis on verticality and complexity. The borders of the pages were often adorned with elaborate geometric patterns, floral motifs, and depictions of animals, all of which were designed to frame the text and draw the reader's eye into the page. Initial letters, often elaborately painted and gilded, marked the beginning of each section or chapter. and these embellishments helped structure the manuscript while enhancing its aesthetic appeal. As in Gothic architecture, there was a focus on intricate detail and vivid color, with red, blue, green, and gold being used extensively to convey both beauty and symbolism. One of the most striking features of Gothic illuminated manuscripts was the use of color and light, echoing the aesthetic qualities of stained glass. The illuminations often used vibrant hues to create dramatic contrasts and highlight the most important sections of the text. Gold leaf was also used extensively to add a divine luminosity to the manuscripts, with gold reflecting light in much the same way that the stained glass windows of Gothic cathedrals illuminated the interiors of churches. This use of gold was symbolic, as it represented the divine and the eternal, making the manuscript itself a sacred object. The subjects of the illuminations varied greatly, but they often depicted scenes from the Bible, the lives of saints, and other religious themes. These illustrations were not just decorative. They served as visual aids to help the viewer understand the complex theological ideas contained in the text. For example, a psalter might include detailed depictions of the life of King David, while a Bible might feature scenes from the Old and New Testaments, illustrating key biblical stories and events. These illuminations allowed for an immediate connection to the sacred stories, providing a visual context for the written word, and making the divine accessible to the viewer. In conclusion, illuminated manuscripts played a crucial role in the Gothic period, embodying the era's fusion of art, faith, and intellect. They were more than just books. They were works of art that carried deep theological significance and reflected the aesthetic ideals of the time. The influence of Gothic architecture, with its emphasis on light, color, and intricate design, can be clearly seen in the rich illumination of these manuscripts. In their use of vibrant color, gold leaf, and complex imagery, illuminated manuscripts not only conveyed knowledge, but also elevated the soul, much like the cathedrals of the Gothic period. Chapter 5: Gothic Painting, Styles and Themes. Gothic painting, emerging during the 12th century and flourishing through the 14th and 15th centuries, was intrinsically tied to the architecture and religious sensibilities of the period. With the rise of the Gothic style, painting underwent a significant transformation, moving away from the more rigid and stylized representations of earlier periods to a greater focus on naturalism, depth, and emotional expression. The subject matter of Gothic painting was largely religious, with scenes from the Bible, depictions of saints, and illustrations of divine events dominating the works. However, the style also saw the emergence of new themes that reflected the increasing complexity of medieval society and the evolving artistic ideals of the time. One of the most important developments in Gothic painting was the shift towards greater realism. This was partly due to the growing influence of naturalistic techniques, such as the use of perspective and shading, which helped create a sense of depth and dimension in the artwork. Figures were often depicted with more lifelike proportions and postures, capturing subtle human emotions and expressions. This new focus on realism was especially evident in the depictions of the Virgin Mary and Christ, where artists sought to convey a more humanized and relatable image of the sacred figures. This humanization of the divine made the figures more accessible to the viewer, helping to foster a deeper emotional connection to the religious themes depicted. In terms of style, Gothic paintings often featured elongated figures, flowing drapery, and vibrant colors, which were meant to evoke a sense of grace and spiritual beauty. Artists began to experiment with light and shadow, further adding depth and atmosphere to the scenes. Gold leaf was frequently used to highlight important elements of the composition, such as halos or the divine light surrounding holy figures. The use of gold, in particular, not only added to the aesthetic richness of the painting, but also symbolized the divine nature of the subject matter, reinforcing the theological messages of the artwork. The themes of Gothic painting were closely tied to the religious and spiritual concerns of the time. Biblical stories, such as the Nativity, the Crucifixion, and the Last Supper, were popular subjects, often depicted in intricate detail and set against symbolic backgrounds. The lives of saints were also frequently portrayed, with artists capturing key moments from their lives and martyrdoms. These paintings served both as devotional aids and as a means of conveying Christian teachings to a largely illiterate population. The use of visual storytelling allowed for complex theological ideas to be understood by all, regardless of education or social status. In addition to the religious themes, Gothic painting also began to incorporate more secular subjects, reflecting the growing interest in the world outside of the church. Courtly love, allegorical scenes, and portraits of the nobility began to emerge, with artists depicting the daily lives of aristocracy, as well as abstract themes like virtue, morality, and human behavior. This broadening of subject matter marked a shift in the way art was conceived, moving away from solely religious motifs toward a more complex representation of medieval society. In conclusion, Gothic painting was marked by a greater emphasis on realism, emotional expression, and the use of light and color. The styles and themes of Gothic painting were deeply influenced by the religious and architectural contexts in which the works were created. Yet the period also saw the introduction of more secular themes, reflecting the changing nature of society. Through their vivid imagery, elaborate details, and emotional depth, Gothic paintings sought to elevate the spiritual experience while also reflecting the human condition in a world that was rapidly evolving. The transition from Byzantine to Gothic painting. The transition from Byzantine to Gothic painting marks a significant shift in artistic style and cultural values, one that reflects broader changes in the medieval world. Byzantine art, with its emphasis on spiritual symbolism, flatness, and a lack of naturalism, provided the foundation upon which the more naturalistic and expressive style of Gothic painting would emerge. This evolution did not happen suddenly, but unfolded gradually, as the influence of the Gothic architectural style, along with theological and social shifts, began to shape the visual arts in new and innovative ways. Byzantine painting, which dominated the Eastern Christian world from the 4th century onwards, was characterized by its highly stylized figures, golden backgrounds, and the use of symbolism rather than naturalistic representation. Figures in Byzantine art were depicted with elongated proportions and often had an otherworldly, ethereal quality, reflecting the divine nature of the subjects. The goal of Byzantine artists was to create an image that communicated the spiritual truths of Christianity rather than a realistic portrayal of the physical world. This style emphasized icons, religious images meant to convey the divine presence and to aid in worship and devotion. With the advent of the Gothic period, particularly during the 12th and 13th centuries, there was a shift toward more lifelike representations of figures, scenes, and emotions in art. This change was influenced by several factors, including the rise of Gothic architecture, which prioritized light, verticality, and a closer connection between the earthly and the divine. As cathedrals grew taller and more intricate, the emphasis on naturalism in visual art mirrored the architectural focus on height, space, and illumination. Artists began to experiment with techniques that created a sense of depth and realism, including the use of light and shadow, more accurate proportions, and a greater focus on human expression and emotion. One of the key differences between Byzantine and Gothic painting is the treatment of human figures. In Byzantine art, figures were often rigid, flat, and stylized, with little attention given to perspective or depth. In contrast, Gothic painters began to explore the human body in more naturalistic ways, with an increased focus on anatomy and gesture. For example, figures in Gothic paintings were depicted with a greater sense of volume and depth, and the emotions of the subjects were more clearly conveyed through facial expressions and posture. This newfound attention to realism brought the sacred subjects of Christianity into closer proximity to the viewer, making the divine more relatable and accessible. In terms of composition, Byzantine paintings often focused on the frontal depiction of figures, with little concern for spatial depth or the relationships between figures in the scene. Gothic painting, on the other hand, introduced the use of perspective and spatial arrangement, allowing for a more dynamic and immersive experience. Artists began to group figures together in a more lifelike manner, with the background and foreground elements placed in a way that suggested a more realistic spatial relationship. Furthermore, while Byzantine art emphasized the symbolic use of gold to suggest divine light, Gothic artists began to use light and color in new ways. The rich colors in Gothic paintings, along with the use of gold and elaborate backgrounds, created a sense of divine radiance and spiritual elevation, but with a greater degree of naturalism. This use of light was often designed to create a mystical effect, reflecting the new theological ideas of the time and reinforcing the connection between the earthly and the divine. In conclusion, the transition from Byzantine to Gothic painting marked a shift from the stylized, symbolic imagery of the earlier period to a more naturalistic and expressive approach to art. This change reflected the evolving cultural, theological, and architectural context of the medieval world, where the pursuit of beauty, human emotion, and the divine became more interconnected. The Gothic period's emphasis on light, depth, and human experience in art represents a profound shift in how the sacred was depicted and understood, bridging the gap between the spiritual and the material worlds. Early Gothic painting techniques. Early Gothic painting, emerging during the 12th and 13th centuries, represented a departure from the more rigid and flat styles of earlier medieval periods, such as the Romanesque and Byzantine eras. Artists in this period began to explore more naturalistic methods of representation, influenced by the architectural developments of the Gothic style. The early Gothic painters adopted a variety of innovative techniques that allowed them to depict a more dynamic and expressive portrayal of religious themes, while still adhering to the spiritual purpose of their art. These techniques, though still rooted in tradition, marked the beginning of a broader shift toward realism and emotional depth in Western European art. One of the key features of early Gothic painting was the development of a more sophisticated use of light and shadow. While earlier medieval art was characterized by flat, two-dimensional forms with little attention to light or perspective, Gothic artists began experimenting with ways to create depth and volume. The technique of chiaroscuro, the use of light and dark contrasts to suggest three-dimensionality, was applied in early Gothic painting, particularly in works such as illuminated manuscripts and altarpieces. This technique, though still quite rudimentary compared to later developments, allowed the figures to appear more lifelike and solid, as though they existed in a tangible space rather than in a flat, symbolic realm. Another key aspect of early Gothic painting was the increasing focus on naturalism. The figures depicted in Gothic paintings began to show more accurate proportions and postures, with greater attention to human anatomy. For example, drapery was painted with more attention to its folds and texture, as artists sought to portray the physical reality of fabric. Faces became more expressive, reflecting a wider range of emotions and psychological states, which was a significant departure from the stylized, serene expressions seen in earlier periods. This development was likely influenced by the growing interest in humanism during the Gothic period, which emphasized the dignity and emotional depth of human figures. Gold leaf remained a central element in early Gothic painting, especially in the illumination of manuscripts and religious panels. However, it was used not only for decoration but also to convey spiritual significance. Gold was used to create halos, divine light, and to highlight the sacred nature of certain figures, such as Christ or the Virgin Mary. The shimmering quality of gold leaf helped to emphasize the otherworldly and transcendent nature of the divine, even as artists increasingly embraced naturalistic depictions of the earthly world. Early Gothic artists also began to use vibrant colors more intensively, Pigments like lapis lazuli, vermilion, and gold were used in the creation of rich, luminous backgrounds and detailed figures. These bright colors, applied in tempera or mixed with egg yolk, brought a sense of life and vibrancy to the images, further enhancing their emotional and spiritual impact. This attention to color was consistent with the Gothic emphasis on light, as the vivid hues helped create an atmosphere that conveyed the presence of the divine. While early Gothic painting was still largely religious in theme, there was also a growing interest in depicting more narrative scenes with intricate detail. Biblical stories were increasingly portrayed in ways that allowed viewers to understand complex theological ideas through visual storytelling. As artists refined their techniques, they began to create more elaborate compositions with figures placed in natural settings, engaging in actions that conveyed specific meanings. These scenes, often framed within architectural or landscape elements, demonstrated a move toward more dynamic and three-dimensional space, laying the groundwork for the development of perspective in later Gothic and Renaissance art. In conclusion, early Gothic painting was marked by a shift towards greater naturalism, attention to light and shadow, and the development of more expressive forms of visual storytelling. Though still deeply tied to religious themes, these early techniques foreshadowed the evolution of Western art into the more realistic and emotionally resonant depictions that would emerge in the later stages of the Gothic period and beyond. Through the refinement of light, color, and form, early Gothic artists laid the foundation for the artistic developments that would define the late Middle Ages and the Renaissance. The rise of portraiture and naturalism. The rise of portraiture and naturalism in Gothic painting marked a significant shift in the way artists approached the representation of individuals and the world around them. As the Gothic period progressed, artists began to move away from strictly religious iconography, which had dominated medieval art, and instead focused on creating more lifelike and personalized depictions of people. This movement toward greater realism reflected broader changes in society, particularly the growing influence of the bourgeoisie, the nobility's increasing emphasis on personal identity, and the increasing importance of individualism. In the early stages of the Gothic period, religious subjects, such as scenes from the Bible, were the predominant themes in art. Artists adhered to established conventions that emphasized spiritual symbolism over lifelike representation. However, as the 13th century unfolded, there was a growing interest in depicting people with greater naturalism. This was partly due to a shift in artistic techniques, as painters and illuminators began to experiment with more accurate proportions, facial expressions, and body postures. The portrayal of figures became more three-dimensional, with attention to light and shadow to create depth and volume, a marked departure from the flat and symbolic depictions of earlier periods. The development of portraiture, though still in its early stages during the Gothic period, was part of this growing interest in individualism. While earlier medieval portraits were often generic and symbolic, depicting saints or biblical figures, Gothic portraiture sought to represent real people, capturing their likenesses and unique features. The earliest examples of Gothic portraiture can be found in illuminated manuscripts where nobles, clergy, and wealthy patrons were often depicted in a more individualized manner. These portraits were not just about showing an individual's physical appearance, but also aimed to convey the subject's personality, social status, and sometimes even their spiritual devotion. The move toward naturalism in Gothic art was also influenced by the increasing availability of tools and techniques that allowed for more detailed and accurate representations. Advances in the use of tempera paints, as well as the incorporation of oil paints in later Gothic art, allowed artists to achieve finer details and subtler gradations of color, contributing to a more lifelike appearance. In addition, Gothic artists paid closer attention to the human figure, studying anatomy to ensure more accurate proportions and gestures. This growing focus on realism allowed for the creation of portraits that conveyed a sense of presence and individuality, helping to establish portraiture as a vital genre in the centuries to come. While religious themes remained central to Gothic art, the rise of portraiture and naturalism marked a shift in the focus of art from the purely spiritual to the human experience. Portraits of saints, kings, and patrons began to depict them not only as divine or heroic figures, but also as individuals with distinct personalities, emotions, and stories. This change reflected broader shifts in medieval society, including the rise of the merchant class and a growing interest in personal identity and social status. For the first time, individuals were portrayed not just as anonymous figures in religious narratives, but as distinct, recognizable people, an idea that would continue to evolve in later art movements, particularly during the Renaissance. In conclusion, the rise of portraiture and naturalism in Gothic painting represents a crucial development in the history of Western art. By focusing on the realistic portrayal of individuals and their unique characteristics, Gothic artists set the stage for the later flourishing of portraiture and the more detailed humanistic art of the Renaissance. This shift toward naturalism and individualism not only transformed the way people were depicted in art, but also reflected the changing values of a society increasingly focused on personal identity, human experience, and the tangible world around them. Iconography in Gothic paintings. Iconography in Gothic paintings played a crucial role in conveying complex religious and moral messages to a largely illiterate population. As the Gothic period unfolded, artists employed a rich visual language of symbols and imagery to communicate biblical stories, saintly virtues, and divine truths. Although Gothic art was increasingly focused on naturalism and emotional expression, iconography remained an essential tool for artists to emphasize the spiritual significance of their subjects. The symbols embedded in Gothic paintings helped viewers understand deeper theological ideas and facilitated a more personal and devotional connection to the religious themes being portrayed. The most dominant themes in Gothic iconography were drawn from the Christian faith, with depictions of Christ, the Virgin Mary, saints, angels, and scenes from the Bible forming the foundation of the iconographic repertoire. Christ was often represented in symbolic forms, such as the Lamb of God, with references to his sacrifice and divine nature. The crucifixion, the resurrection, and the Last Judgment were some of the key events in Christ's life depicted in Gothic art, with these images imbued with theological meaning meant to inspire devotion and contemplation. The Virgin Mary held an especially prominent role in Gothic iconography, where she was often portrayed as a compassionate and protective figure. The imagery of the Madonna and Child was central to many Gothic altarpieces, conveying both the humanity of the Virgin and her divine role as the Mother of Christ. Artists often depicted Mary as a nurturing, approachable figure who could intercede on behalf of the faithful, highlighting her maternal qualities and role as a symbol of grace and mercy. Other scenes, such as the Annunciation or the Coronation of the Virgin, were frequent subjects in Gothic painting, emphasizing her special place in salvation history. Saints were another central subject in Gothic iconography, each saint depicted with their distinct attributes that identified their life stories or martyrdoms. Saints like St. Francis, St. Catherine, and St. George were often portrayed with symbolic objects, such as a crown, a book, a palm branch, or an animal, each symbolizing their particular virtues or the miracles associated with them. The inclusion of these attributes helped viewers quickly recognize the saints and understand their roles in Christian history. Angels, too, played a significant role in Gothic iconography, often depicted as divine messengers between heaven and earth. Their ethereal presence in Gothic paintings conveyed a sense of the supernatural realm and reinforced the spiritual hierarchy of the divine. The iconic image of the angel with wings was used to evoke the transcendent nature of the heavenly messengers, whose presence symbolized the connection between God and humanity. In addition to these religious themes, Gothic paintings also incorporated symbols drawn from nature, such as flowers, animals, and trees, each carrying its own meaning. For example, lilies were often associated with purity, while roses symbolized the Virgin Mary. These natural symbols, combined with Christian iconography, created a rich visual language that reinforced both the sacred and symbolic meanings of the artwork. In conclusion, iconography in Gothic paintings was a powerful tool for conveying religious messages, employing a combination of symbols, figures, and themes to communicate deep theological ideas to viewers. While the style of Gothic painting evolved to incorporate more naturalistic representations of the human figure, the use of iconography remained an essential part of the tradition, ensuring that the paintings continued to serve their spiritual purpose. Through these symbolic images, Gothic artists enabled their audiences to engage with sacred narratives, express their devotion, and reflect on the divine mysteries of the Christian faith. Notable Gothic painters and their works. The Gothic period, spanning roughly from the 12th to the 16th century, was home to a remarkable transformation in the world of painting. While many of the era's most significant painters are not as widely known by name as those of the Renaissance, their contributions to the development of Gothic art were pivotal. These artists helped define the visual language of the period, focusing on themes of religious devotion, naturalism, and emotional expression. Several painters stand out for their exceptional work during this time, leaving an enduring legacy. One of the most influential Gothic painters was Giotto di Bondone, 1267 to 1337, often considered the father of Western painting due to his role in ushering in the shift toward naturalism. Giotto's frescoes, particularly in the Scrovegni Chapel, Arena Chapel in Padua, are celebrated for their humanized, emotive representations of religious scenes. His portrayal of Christ's Passion, as well as the use of depth and emotion, marked a break from the rigid, stylized forms of earlier medieval art. Giotto's work laid the foundation for the development of realism in Gothic painting, influencing generations of artists to come. Simone Martini, 1284 to 1344, a prominent Italian painter of the Gothic era, was another important figure known for his refined, decorative style. His altarpieces, such as the Annunciation altarpiece in Siena, exhibit delicate, elegant figures and vivid color. Martini was highly influenced by the International Gothic style, which combined intricate detail and courtly themes, making his work stand out for its lyrical quality and precision. His paintings, which often featured religious scenes with an emphasis on grace and beauty, were emblematic of the period's emphasis on light and color. Hugo van der Goes, 1430 to 1482, a Flemish painter, was known for his detailed and emotionally resonant works. His most notable piece, the Portinari altarpiece, features an intricate rendering of the Nativity, filled with rich textures, luminous colors, and highly detailed figures. The work exemplifies van der Goes' ability to blend naturalism with the symbolic religious language of Gothic art. His emotional depth, particularly in portraying the figure's expressions and interactions, marked him as one of the foremost Northern European painters of the period. Jean Fouquet, 1420 to 1481, a French painter, is remembered for his contributions to the development of French Gothic painting. His Milan diptych, a dual-panel altarpiece, is one of his most well-known works, showcasing a combination of detailed portraits and symbolic religious imagery. Fouquet's work exemplified the increasing focus on portraiture during the Gothic era, capturing the personalities of his sitters with remarkable accuracy and depth, while also blending them with religious motifs. The Master of the Flamel, active around 1425 to 1435, an unknown artist, is another key figure whose works, such as the Merode altarpiece, reflect the evolving tastes of the late Gothic period. This triptych, rich in symbolic detail and vivid color, illustrates the Annunciation in a domestic setting, bringing religious themes into the lives of everyday people. The painter's use of oil on wood allowed for a high level of detail and a new emphasis on realism, marking a transition toward Renaissance techniques. In England, Richard de Wimbish, flow 14th century, and Henry of Blois, c. 1380 to 1454, are notable for their contributions to illuminated manuscripts, blending Gothic and early Renaissance influences. Their work in creating detailed, brightly colored religious scenes helped preserve the Gothic style during a time of transition to new artistic trends. In conclusion, notable Gothic painters like Giotto, Martini, Van der Goes, Fouquet, and others helped shape the visual identity of the Gothic period. Their contributions spanned religious iconography, naturalistic portraits, and emotional storytelling, creating a rich artistic legacy that would influence later movements, particularly the Renaissance. While their names may not be as universally recognized as those of later artists, their impact on the development of European art cannot be overstated. Chapter 6: Gothic Art in Literature and Manuscripts. Gothic art extended beyond visual forms of expression and had a profound impact on literature and manuscripts during the medieval period. Just as Gothic architecture transformed the landscape of cathedrals and churches, Gothic art in literature found its place in the illuminated manuscripts, religious texts, and secular works of the time. These manuscripts, often lavishly decorated and meticulously crafted, played a key role in the transmission of knowledge, culture, and religious thought, bridging the gap between the sacred and the secular. One of the central features of Gothic literature was its deep connection to the Christian faith, which permeated religious texts, hymns, and prayers. Illuminated manuscripts were created to accompany religious texts, such as the Bible, Psalters, and books of hours. These manuscripts were often hand-copied by scribes and richly adorned with vibrant illustrations that depicted biblical stories, saints, angels, and scenes of divine intervention. The lavish use of gold leaf, intricate borders, and detailed miniature paintings in these manuscripts reflected the sacred nature of the texts they accompanied. In these works, the images often served as a visual interpretation of the written word, helping illiterate individuals to grasp the narrative and spiritual meaning of the stories. The art in these manuscripts was a powerful tool for devotion and meditation. For example, in books of hours, which were personal prayer books, the images of saints, biblical scenes, and religious symbols created a visual experience designed to aid the reader in their spiritual practice. The images provided a focal point for prayer and reflection, reinforcing the text's messages and guiding the faithful in their devotions. The illumination in these works was not merely ornamental, but an essential part of the religious and meditative experience of the user. Beyond the religious sphere, Gothic art also found its place in secular literature. Works such as chivalric romances, courtly love poetry, and historical chronicles began to be produced with the same meticulous attention to detail as religious manuscripts. These texts, often commissioned by wealthy patrons, reflected the growing sophistication of medieval society and the expanding role of literature as a form of entertainment and instruction. Secular manuscripts often featured elaborate illustrations, sometimes portraying knights, ladies, and heroic deeds, giving these stories a visual dimension that enhanced their appeal. The development of the Gothic style in manuscript illumination is also closely linked to the increasing use of Gothic script. This script, with its pointed arches and ornate flowing forms, was itself a visual representation of the Gothic aesthetic. The intricate lettering, often complemented by flourishes and decorative motifs, mirrored the architectural features of the time and contributed to the overall visual impact of the manuscripts. In conclusion, Gothic art in literature and manuscripts represents a vibrant intersection of visual and written culture. Whether in the form of religious texts or secular literature, illuminated manuscripts provided a means for the transmission of knowledge, culture, and spirituality. Through their ornate decorations, rich imagery, and careful craftsmanship, Gothic manuscripts embodied the values and aesthetics of the period, and bridging the spiritual and the earthly while influencing the development of art and literature for centuries to come. Gothic manuscripts, the role of script and decoration. Gothic manuscripts are not only significant for their religious and literary content, but also for their unique integration of script and decoration, which exemplify the artistic and cultural values of the medieval period. The combination of intricate calligraphy and elaborate illustrations in these manuscripts played a central role in the transmission of knowledge, serving both as vehicles for spiritual devotion and as expressions of artistic achievement. The distinctive features of Gothic script and decoration are crucial in understanding the aesthetic qualities that define this period and the purpose these manuscripts served within medieval society. One of the most defining aspects of Gothic manuscripts is the development of Gothic script, which replaced the more rounded, less formal Carolingian minuscule used in earlier manuscripts. Gothic script is characterized by its sharp, angular forms, with letters that appear more compact and upright compared to earlier styles. This script was designed to maximize space and allow for more text to be packed onto a page, reflecting the intellectual and religious emphasis on the written word. The introduction of pointed arches and narrow, vertical strokes mirrored the architectural elements of Gothic cathedrals, creating a visual harmony between the written and the built world. The precision and complexity of Gothic script not only made manuscripts more legible, but also conveyed a sense of structure and order that was central to the intellectual and spiritual endeavors of the time. Alongside the script, the decoration of Gothic manuscripts was an essential aspect of their appeal and function. Artists who worked on these manuscripts often incorporated illuminations or painted decorations that adorned the margins, initial letters, borders, and sometimes entire pages. The use of vibrant colors, gold leaf, and intricate patterns created visually striking and symbolic works of art. These decorations were not merely ornamental but served symbolic and didactic purposes, helping to guide the reader's understanding of the text. In religious manuscripts, such as Bibles and books of hours, the illuminated illustrations often depicted scenes from scripture, saints, angels, or allegorical representations of Christian virtues. These images were designed to complement the text, offering a visual narrative that could enhance the reader's meditation and devotion. The role of initial letters in Gothic manuscripts is particularly notable. These large, elaborately decorated letters often began chapters or key sections of text, and their intricate designs served both an aesthetic and functional role. Initial letters were often embellished with interlacing patterns, floral motifs, and miniature figures, adding visual interest to the manuscript while also marking important moments within the text. In some cases, these letters would contain tiny scenes or portraits that helped to reinforce the meaning of the surrounding text. In secular manuscripts such as chronicles, historical texts, or romances, the role of decoration was more focused on entertaining the reader or illustrating stories of courtly love, chivalry, or heroism. The decorations in these manuscripts often depicted scenes from the narrative, enhancing the literary content and adding a visual dimension to the tales being told. These manuscripts, produced for wealthy patrons, often featured elaborate illuminations that displayed the refined taste of their owners and reflected the growing cultural sophistication of the time. In conclusion, Gothic manuscripts are extraordinary examples of the confluence of script and decoration that defined the Gothic aesthetic. The script provided a functional, efficient means of recording and transmitting knowledge, while the decoration enhanced both the visual appeal and the spiritual significance of the text. Together, they created a multisensory experience that engaged both the intellect and the spirit, ensuring that these manuscripts were not only valuable objects of devotion, but also remarkable works of art that reflected the artistic, religious, and intellectual climate of the Gothic period. The influence of Gothic art on medieval literature. The influence of Gothic art on medieval literature is profound, as both art forms were inextricably linked through their shared focus on religious devotion, emotional expression, and the refinement of intellectual and artistic standards. Just as Gothic architecture transformed the physical landscape of Europe with soaring cathedrals and intricate stained glass windows, Gothic art and literature helped shape the spiritual and intellectual atmosphere of the medieval world. The period's literary works were deeply influenced by the visual and symbolic language of Gothic art, which often employed vivid imagery, symbolism, and heightened emotional themes. One of the most significant ways in which Gothic art influenced literature was through the use of symbolism. Much like the religious and moral symbols found in Gothic sculpture, stained glass, and manuscript illuminations, Gothic literature utilized a rich array of symbols to convey moral and spiritual messages. In both visual art and literature, the theme of good versus evil was often emphasized, with saints, angels, and divine figures representing the forces of good, while demons, temptations, and trials symbolized evil and sin. Much like the symbolic representations in Gothic cathedrals, where light and architecture evoke a connection to the divine, Gothic literature used symbolic imagery to evoke spiritual truths and moral lessons, providing readers with a deeper understanding of the Christian worldview. Additionally, the Gothic style's focus on emotion and spiritual intensity was mirrored in medieval literature. Just as Gothic art sought to convey intense emotions through figures contorted in prayer or suffering, literature during this time often focused on themes of passion, penance, and salvation. Works like Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy or Geoffrey Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales explored spiritual journeys where the characters experience moral and emotional struggles that reflect the religious sensibilities of the period. These literary works often relied on vivid imagery and a sense of heightened drama, much like the emotional expressions seen in Gothic paintings, sculptures, and stained glass windows. Characters in these tales were portrayed with deep psychological complexity, mirroring the humanism that was beginning to emerge in visual art as well. Furthermore, the role of narrative in literature was influenced by the iconography and decorative elements in Gothic manuscripts. Just as illuminated manuscripts told stories through images and words, medieval literature often incorporated rich visual details to immerse the reader in the world of the story. Descriptions of settings, characters, and events in these literary works often resembled the visual flourishes of Gothic art, creating a vivid sensory experience. For example, in the chivalric romances of the time, elaborate courtly scenes, descriptions of knights in shining armor, and depictions of noble quests all reflect the same decorative richness found in Gothic manuscript illuminations. Finally, the spiritual dimension of Gothic art also deeply resonated in medieval literature. Many works during the Gothic period had a religious or allegorical component, with characters and plots designed to reflect Christian virtues and teachings. Just as Gothic art in churches and cathedrals communicated the divine presence through intricate design and symbolism, literature mirrored this by often containing allegories or moral lessons that aimed to guide the reader towards spiritual enlightenment. In conclusion, the influence of Gothic art on medieval literature was substantial, with both art forms sharing a focus on religious devotion, symbolism, emotional depth, and spiritual significance. Whether through the symbolic imagery found in illuminated manuscripts or the emotional and spiritual intensity in literary works, Gothic art and literature worked in tandem to shape the cultural and intellectual landscape of the medieval world. Illuminated books of hours and religious texts. Illuminated books of hours and other religious texts stand as one of the most prominent and revered expressions of Gothic manuscript art. These manuscripts were not merely religious books. They were intricately designed and personalized works of art, often crafted for the wealthy elite, and they served as vital tools for devotion, prayer, and meditation. The books of hours, in particular, were designed to help the owner follow the liturgical hours of the day with specific prayers and psalms recited at designated times. As such, these books were an essential part of private devotion, connecting the individual with the divine while providing an opportunity for spiritual reflection. One of the most notable aspects of illuminated books of hours was the lavish illumination that adorned them. The term illumination refers to the hand-painted decorations and illustrations that embellish the pages of these manuscripts. These illustrations were not only aesthetic, they were deeply symbolic, often depicting scenes from the Bible, lives of saints, or important Christian events such as the Annunciation or Nativity. The images were intended to bring the sacred texts to life, allowing the owner to immerse themselves in the visual representation of their faith. Richly colored, often with gold leaf, and meticulously detailed, these illustrations conveyed the divine presence in a way that words alone could not. This made the manuscript an object of beauty as well as a spiritual tool. The layout of these books was equally important. In addition to the large, often elaborate illuminations, the pages featured smaller decorative elements, such as intricate borders, initials, and marginal decorations. These small, detailed designs included floral patterns, grotesque figures, and symbols like the IHS monogram for Christ. The borders and initials would often be adorned with elaborate depictions of angels, animals, and biblical symbols, providing a visual richness that matched the text's spiritual significance. The use of bright jewel-like colors in these decorations added to the feeling of reverence and opulence surrounding these manuscripts. Another significant feature of these religious texts was the personalization of many books of hours. Wealthy patrons often commissioned these books, and they were customized with the patron's personal prayers, favorite saints, and even portraits of the owner. These individualized manuscripts not only reflected the owner's spiritual needs and preferences, but also acted as status symbols. The process of creating an illuminated manuscript was highly labor-intensive, with scribes carefully transcribing the text and artists painstakingly painting each illustration by hand. The finished product was a testament to the devotion of the patron and the skill of the artists involved. In addition to books of hours, other religious texts, such as psalters, Bibles, and liturgical books, also featured illumination. These books served both religious and educational purposes, making them essential to the practice of Christianity throughout the Middle Ages. Much like the books of hours, these texts were adorned with images that help the reader understand the scriptures and reflect on their religious meaning. In conclusion, illuminated books of hours and religious texts from the Gothic period are invaluable artifacts that demonstrate the period's artistic achievement and its deep connection to spiritual life. These manuscripts, richly illuminated and carefully crafted, not only served as tools for devotion, but also as expressions of the time's profound religious faith and artistic innovation. Their ornate design continues to captivate the imagination and offer insight into the medieval experience of the divine. The development of Gothic narrative art. The development of Gothic narrative art represents a significant evolution in the way stories were conveyed through visual mediums during the medieval period. As the Gothic style spread across Europe, it began to influence a wide range of artistic forms, including sculpture, stained glass, manuscript illumination, and painting. In particular, Gothic narrative art sought to portray complex religious, moral, and historical stories in a way that was both engaging and instructive. These visual narratives were designed to complement and sometimes even surpass written texts in their ability to convey meaning, making art a central tool for storytelling in the medieval world. One of the primary functions of Gothic narrative art was to bring sacred stories, particularly from the Bible, to life. In churches and cathedrals, stained glass windows and sculptural friezes depicted scenes from the Old and New Testaments. These scenes were often arranged in chronological order or grouped by theme, providing a visual timeline that allowed viewers to follow the story of salvation. The Last Judgment, the Crucifixion, and the creation of Adam and Eve were among the most commonly depicted themes, and artists used these powerful images to guide the audience through the key moments of Christian doctrine. These narrative scenes were not just decorative. They had a didactic purpose, allowing the illiterate to access the stories of faith through the visual language of art. The illumination of manuscripts, particularly in religious texts such as Bibles and books of hours, also played a central role in the development of Gothic narrative art. Illuminated manuscripts often featured intricate depictions of biblical stories alongside the written text, creating a vivid and immersive experience. For example, the Book of Hours, a devotional book used for private prayer, included illuminated scenes that corresponded with the prayers, allowing readers to meditate on the divine and visualize the spiritual world. These illuminated images were not static. They often portrayed moments of action, emotion, and divine intervention, conveying the drama and intensity of religious stories. Gothic narrative art also extended to secular subjects, with chivalric romances and historical events becoming popular subjects for illuminated manuscripts and tapestries. These works often depicted the exploits of knights, kings, and queens, reflecting the values of courtly love, chivalry, and heroism. The detailed narratives in these pieces, much like the religious works, employed the same techniques of visual storytelling to create a dramatic and emotionally charged atmosphere. In the romances of the time, for instance, scenes of knights in battle or courtly love were rendered in vibrant colors and intricate detail, heightening the narrative and immersing the viewer in the world of medieval chivalric ideals. One of the hallmarks of Gothic narrative art was the emphasis on emotional expression. Artists sought to capture moments of intense emotion, whether it was the sorrow of the Virgin Mary at the foot of the cross or the joy of a knight's victory. Figures were often depicted with expressive gestures, contorted faces, and dramatic compositions, which helped to convey the emotional weight of the narrative. This heightened emotional realism was a departure from the more restrained and symbolic figures seen in earlier medieval art. In conclusion, the development of Gothic narrative art was integral to the evolution of visual storytelling in the medieval period. Whether religious or secular, Gothic art used narrative techniques to engage the viewer in a profound, emotional, and educational experience. Through the use of vivid imagery, dramatic scenes, and symbolic meanings, Gothic narrative art transformed the way stories were told, creating lasting visual impressions that continue to resonate with audiences today. The relationship between literature and visual arts in the Gothic period. The relationship between literature and visual arts in the Gothic period was one of deep interconnection and mutual influence, with both forms serving to convey complex ideas, emotions, and spiritual themes. In medieval society, art and literature were often inseparable in the communication of religious devotion, moral lessons, and cultural ideals. While literature provided the words and narrative, visual arts brought those stories and concepts to life, creating a multisensory experience that engaged the intellect, imagination, and emotions of the viewer. This dynamic is especially evident in the Gothic period, where the two realms work together to reinforce one another, creating a unified artistic and intellectual vision. One of the clearest examples of the relationship between literature and visual arts can be seen in the illuminated manuscripts of the Gothic period. Books such as the Book of Hours, Bibles, and Psalters often combined both text and imagery to enhance the reader's understanding of sacred stories. The illuminations, vividly painted scenes of biblical events, saints, angels, and divine moments, were not merely decorative, but integral to the narrative. These images helped to explain the text and offered visual cues that reinforced its religious and moral messages. For example, in a Book of Hours, an illuminated depiction of the Annunciation could accompany the corresponding prayer, offering the reader a deeper, visual understanding of the significance of that moment. This merging of words and images was designed to make the spiritual messages more accessible and emotionally resonant, particularly for those who could not read. Additionally, The visual arts often provided a dramatic interpretation of literary themes in both religious and secular texts. The sculptures and stained glass windows in Gothic cathedrals depicted scenes from religious scriptures, such as the crucifixion, the Last Judgment, or the lives of saints, which were also central themes in medieval literature. In a similar vein, the chivalric romances of the time, such as the tales of King Arthur or the Song of Roland, were often illustrated in manuscripts and tapestries, bringing the written narratives of heroic knights, courtly love, and moral struggle to life. These visual representations served to amplify the emotional weight of the stories, creating a more immersive experience for the viewer, much like how the written word engaged the reader's imagination. The emotional intensity that Gothic art sought to convey, through vivid expressions and dramatic scenes, paralleled the emotional depth found in Gothic literature. Both forms emphasize themes of passion, suffering, redemption, and moral conflict, whether in the lives of saints or the trials of knights. Gothic literature, with its focus on moral dilemmas, spiritual journeys, and the exploration of human emotions, often found a reflection in the visual arts, which depicted these same emotional states with dramatic gestures, facial expressions, and symbolic representations. Moreover, Gothic art and literature were both deeply rooted in religious symbolism, which was a central theme for both art forms during the period. Whether in a sermon, a devotional poem, or a church fresco, the use of visual symbols to convey Christian teachings was a defining feature of the Gothic aesthetic. The intertwining of religious narrative and iconography in both the written and visual arts helped create a comprehensive religious experience for those who engage with these works, reinforcing the spiritual messages of the time. In conclusion, the relationship between literature and visual arts in the Gothic period was one of mutual reinforcement. Literature provided the words that told stories of faith, morality, and heroism, while visual arts brought those words to life through expressive imagery and symbolism. The Gothic period saw the rise of a deeply integrated artistic culture where words and images worked in harmony to communicate the complexities of human experience and the divine, creating a rich, multidimensional experience for those who engaged with it. Chapter 7. The Role of Gothic Art in Religious Devotion. Gothic art played a pivotal role in the religious devotion of the medieval period, serving as both a tool for spiritual engagement and a means of elevating the divine presence in the everyday lives of believers. As a reflection of the Church's central role in medieval society, Gothic art was designed to inspire awe, reverence, and contemplation, guiding individuals toward a deeper connection with God. Through its architecture, sculpture, stained glass, and illuminated manuscripts, Gothic art helped make the divine more accessible to both the literate and illiterate, translating religious teachings into a visual language that resonated deeply with the viewer's senses and emotions. One of the most direct ways Gothic art influenced religious devotion was through the architecture of the period, particularly the construction of grand cathedrals. These towering structures, with their soaring spires, pointed arches, and expansive stained glass windows, were designed to symbolize the divine presence. The scale of these buildings, combined with their intricate details, created an overwhelming sense of awe, encouraging the worshiper to experience the grandeur and majesty of God. The cathedrals were designed not just as places of worship, but as representations of heaven on earth, with their verticality directing the gaze of the faithful upward toward the divine. The play of light through the stained glass was also a key feature in enhancing the religious experience. The colorful depictions of biblical stories in the windows provided both illumination and inspiration, immersing the worshiper in sacred narratives as they bathed in the ethereal light. Sculpture, too, played a crucial role in religious devotion during the Gothic period. The detailed depictions of biblical figures and scenes, often placed on church facades, served as visual catechisms, communicating religious stories to those who could not read. The Last Judgment, for example, was a common theme in Gothic sculpture, reminding viewers of the consequences of sin and the promise of salvation. These sculptures served as moral guides, instructing the faithful on Christian teachings about virtue, redemption, and divine justice. The highly emotional expressions and dramatic scenes in these sculptures helped evoke feelings of empathy, fear, and awe, urging the viewer to reflect on their own spiritual state and relationship with God. In addition to these monumental forms of religious art, illuminated manuscripts also played a significant role in individual religious devotion. The richly decorated books of hours, Bibles, and psalters offered private spaces for prayer and reflection. The illustrations within these texts often depicted scenes from the lives of saints, the Virgin Mary, and Christ, offering visual models for devotion. The act of praying from these books, with their vibrant images and devotional texts, provided the believer with a deeper sense of spiritual connection and intimacy with the divine. For many, the experience of reading or reciting prayers from these beautifully illuminated books became a form of personal worship, allowing them to focus their thoughts and prayers on sacred matters. In conclusion, Gothic art played an essential role in fostering religious devotion during the medieval period by offering an array of sensory experiences that deepened the believer's connection to the divine. From the awe-inspiring architecture of the cathedrals to the intimate prayers facilitated by illuminated manuscripts, Gothic art made the spiritual world tangible and accessible. It provided a means for the faithful to engage with religious stories, contemplate their own morality, and cultivate a stronger relationship with God, reinforcing the central role of the Church in medieval life. Through its powerful emotional expression, Gothic art helped guide the faithful toward a more profound and lasting devotion. The Church as a patron of the arts. During the Gothic period, the Church was the most significant patron of the arts, commissioning works that not only served religious purposes, but also symbolized the Church's power and authority in medieval society. As the central institution of the Middle Ages, the Church's influence extended beyond spiritual matters, shaping the cultural, social, and intellectual landscape. The Church's patronage allowed artists to create monumental works of architecture, sculpture, painting, and illuminated manuscripts that communicated Christian teachings, enhanced worship, and conveyed the divine presence to the faithful. The Church's involvement in the arts was largely motivated by its mission to educate and inspire devotion among the population. The vast majority of medieval people were illiterate, and thus visual representations of religious stories were essential in teaching the Christian faith. Stained glass windows, sculptures, and frescoes were used in churches and cathedrals to visually depict scenes from the Bible, the lives of saints, and the Virgin Mary, making sacred narratives accessible to the masses. The use of art to communicate religious teachings was a powerful tool in the hands of the clergy, allowing them to guide the faithful in their spiritual journey and reinforce Christian doctrine. Architectural projects were among the most ambitious works commissioned by the Church during the Gothic period. The construction of grand cathedrals, such as Notre Dame de Paris and Chartres Cathedral, was often initiated and financed by the Church. These monumental buildings were designed to inspire awe and reverence, reflecting the majesty of God through their soaring spires, intricate facades, and expansive interiors. The Church's investment in these massive structures was not only an expression of faith, but also a demonstration of its wealth and power. Cathedrals served as the focal point for community worship, and their grandeur communicated the Church's divine authority. In addition to architecture, the Church was a patron of sculpture and painting, commissioning works to decorate churches, chapels, and altars. These artistic commissions were intended to support worship and devotion by creating a sacred atmosphere. Statues of saints, the Virgin Mary, and Christ were placed in churches to serve as focal points for prayer and veneration. Altarpieces, often painted or sculpted, depicted biblical scenes that could be reflected upon during Mass, further enhancing the liturgical experience. The religious imagery used in these works was not just decorative, it was an essential part of the worship environment, helping the faithful to meditate on sacred events and develop a deeper spiritual connection. Illuminated manuscripts were another key area where the Church exercised its patronage. Monasteries and scriptoria were responsible for producing beautiful books that contained the scriptures, prayers, and other religious texts. These manuscripts were often lavishly decorated with gold leaf, vibrant colors, and intricate illustrations. For example, books of hours were commissioned by the wealthy elite, and even though their primary purpose was personal devotion, the Church approved of their use as instruments of private prayer. These manuscripts offered a way for individuals to connect with God on a personal level, while also adhering to the structured religious practices endorsed by the Church. In conclusion, the Church was the primary patron of the arts during the Gothic period, commissioning works that both served religious and social purposes. Its patronage helped shape the art of the time, ensuring that visual expressions of faith were deeply integrated into the lives of the faithful. From grand cathedrals to illuminated manuscripts, the Church's investment in the arts allowed for the creation of works that elevated the spiritual and emotional experience of worship, reinforced Christian teachings, and communicated the Church's divine authority. The legacy of these artistic endeavors continues to influence religious and cultural traditions today. Religious themes in Gothic art. Religious themes were at the heart of Gothic art, reflecting the period's deep connection to Christianity and the Church's central role in daily life. The Gothic era was defined by an increased focus on spirituality, with art serving as both a tool for devotion and a means to express the divine. Throughout the Gothic period, artists explored themes from the Bible, the lives of saints, the Virgin Mary, and Christ, creating a visual narrative that both educated and inspired the faithful. The religious imagery found in Gothic art served to elevate the spiritual experience, transforming ordinary spaces into sacred environments. One of the most prominent religious themes in Gothic art was the depiction of biblical scenes. Cathedrals and churches became canvases for large-scale representations of stories from both the Old and New Testaments. In the stained glass windows, frescoes, and sculptures, stories of creation, the life of Christ, and the Last Judgment were common subjects. These artworks helped narrate the Christian faith to a largely illiterate population, making sacred texts accessible to all through the visual medium. The vivid, often dramatic portrayal of these biblical events aimed to draw the viewer into a deeper understanding of the divine and encourage reflection on Christian teachings. Another central theme in Gothic religious art was the veneration of the Virgin Mary. As the Church's ideal of divine motherhood and purity, the Virgin Mary became one of the most frequently depicted figures in Gothic art. Her representations ranged from the tender and intimate scenes of the Madonna and Child to grand depictions of the coronation of the Virgin in heavenly glory. The emphasis on Mary in Gothic art reflected the growing importance of her role in the medieval religious imagination. The depiction of her in art was intended to inspire devotion and provide a model for piety and motherhood, offering the faithful a powerful intercessor between them and God. The Passion of Christ was also a dominant theme in Gothic religious art. Artists frequently depicted Christ's suffering and sacrifice through scenes of the crucifixion, the descent from the cross, and the resurrection. These depictions often emphasize the emotional intensity of Christ's passion, highlighting his physical pain and spiritual triumph. These works were designed to elicit strong emotional responses from the viewer, encouraging empathy, repentance, and a renewed commitment to the Christian faith. In addition to biblical narratives, Gothic art also explored the lives of saints and martyrs, providing examples of Christian virtue and sacrifice. The saints were portrayed as models of holiness, their lives serving as a guide to the faithful. These images were not only educational, but also served as objects of veneration, with many churches containing relics and altars dedicated to saints. The saints' lives, filled with miraculous deeds, visions, and martyrdoms, provided a visual language through which artists could convey the ideals of Christian morality. In conclusion, religious themes in Gothic art were essential in shaping the spiritual life of the medieval period. The visual storytelling found in cathedrals, manuscripts, and sculptures provided both education and inspiration, fostering a deeper connection with the divine. Through the exploration of biblical stories, the veneration of the Virgin Mary, the depiction of Christ's Passion, and the celebration of the lives of saints, Gothic art created a rich tapestry of religious devotion that continues to resonate in the present day. The influence of mysticism and spirituality. The influence of mysticism and spirituality played a significant role in shaping Gothic art, reflecting the profound religious fervor of the period. Mysticism, with its emphasis on direct, personal experiences of the divine, became increasingly important during the Gothic era. This focus on individual spiritual experiences and inner devotion found expression in the visual arts as artists sought to depict not only the physical world, but also the transcendent otherworldly aspects of faith. Gothic art was deeply influenced by the belief that through art, the faithful could connect with the divine, experience the presence of God, and gain insight into spiritual mysteries. One of the primary ways mysticism influenced Gothic art was through the portrayal of divine and otherworldly visions. The vivid and often ethereal depictions of religious subjects, particularly scenes from the lives of saints and the Virgin Mary, were intended to evoke a sense of the mystical and supernatural. For example, depictions of the Annunciation or the Assumption of the Virgin often included angelic figures and heavenly light, creating an atmosphere that suggested a reality beyond the physical. These works invited the viewer to contemplate the mystery of divine presence and the nature of the heavenly realm, blurring the line between the earthly and the spiritual. The mystical experience of light also played a crucial role in Gothic art, especially in the architecture and stained glass of Gothic cathedrals. Light, in the mystical tradition, was seen as a symbol of the divine presence. In cathedrals, stained glass windows were designed to flood the interiors with colorful, radiant light, creating an atmosphere that felt transcendent. The play of light and shadow, combined with the intricate, symbolic imagery within the windows, was meant to inspire awe and draw the viewer's thoughts upward, toward the divine. The windows not only depicted religious scenes, but also functioned as a tool to evoke spiritual contemplation, transforming the church into a space where the faithful could feel connected to a higher, divine order. Mysticism also influenced the depiction of Christ and the saints, as artists sought to capture the inner spiritual essence of these figures. Rather than simply representing the physical appearance of Christ or the saints, Gothic artists often portrayed them with intense, otherworldly expressions that conveyed their deep connection to the divine. The face of Christ in Gothic art, for example, was often depicted with a serene, contemplative expression, symbolizing his inner peace and divine nature. Similarly, saints were frequently shown in moments of spiritual ecstasy or divine inspiration, emphasizing their direct connection to God. The development of the mystical devotional practice also led to the creation of illuminated manuscripts, such as books of hours, which were designed to aid private prayer and meditation. These personal devotional books, often richly decorated with scenes of the Passion of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the lives of saints, allowed individuals to cultivate a personal relationship with the divine. The illuminated imagery within these books served as a reflection of the mystical and spiritual journey, guiding the reader into a deeper contemplation of their own faith and connection to God. In conclusion, mysticism and spirituality were central to the development of Gothic art, influencing both its content and its form. The emphasis on divine light, Visionary experiences and personal connection to God permeated Gothic works, creating an art that was not only visually stunning, but spiritually profound. Gothic art's role in fostering mystical experiences allowed the faithful to transcend the material world and enter into a deeper relationship with the divine, making the spiritual mysteries of Christianity more accessible to the viewer and enriching the devotional life of the period. Art as a means of worship and communication. In the Gothic period, art served as a powerful means of worship and communication, allowing religious messages to transcend the limitations of language and reach a broader audience. The majority of the population was illiterate, and as a result, visual art became the most effective tool for conveying the stories, teachings, and mysteries of Christianity. The Church, as the primary patron of the arts, recognized the transformative power of art to inspire devotion and aid in spiritual reflection. Through paintings, sculptures, stained glass, and illuminated manuscripts, Gothic art became not just decorative, but deeply integrated into the practice of worship. One of the primary functions of Gothic art was to narrate biblical stories. Scenes from the Old and New Testaments, the lives of Christ and the Virgin Mary, and the acts of saints were commonly depicted in stained glass windows, frescoes, and sculptures. These visual representations served as a form of storytelling, making the sacred narratives accessible to a largely illiterate congregation. By depicting Christ's passion, the Last Judgment, or the miracles of saints, Gothic art helped communicate the fundamental tenets of Christian doctrine. For example, the intricate stained glass windows in cathedrals like Chartres Cathedral told biblical stories that could be understood at a glance, inviting the viewer into a direct relationship with the divine. Moreover, art functioned as a means of worship itself. Gothic churches were designed to evoke awe and reverence, with every element carefully planned to point the faithful toward God. The soaring architecture, with its pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses, directed the gaze upward, suggesting the heavens and divine majesty. This physical elevation mirrored the spiritual elevation that art was meant to inspire. Inside these sacred spaces, the presence of sculptures, altarpieces, and religious imagery filled the church with visual representations of the divine, creating an environment that invited both communal worship and individual contemplation. Statues of Christ, the Virgin, and saints were placed strategically in churches, providing focal points for prayer and reflection. Gothic art also served as a form of communication between the church and the people. While the clergy used these works to teach and reinforce Christian doctrine, the art also communicated a deeper spiritual message to the viewer. The symbolism embedded in Gothic works, such as the use of light in stained glass windows or the positioning of saints in altarpieces, served to guide the viewer's mind toward the divine. In this way, art became a spiritual language that transcended words, inviting worshipers into a direct encounter with the sacred. The emotional power of these works, whether through the suffering depicted in the Passion scenes or the serene beauty of the Madonna, communicated spiritual truths in a way that was immediately felt and understood by the faithful. In addition, art became a means of personal devotion. Illuminated manuscripts, such as books of hours, allowed individuals to participate in daily worship through personal prayer and meditation. These books were richly illustrated with scenes of the life of Christ and the Virgin Mary, providing the reader with visual prompts to aid in spiritual reflection. As such, Gothic art played a significant role in the private devotion of the wealthy and clergy, making the act of worship a more intimate and personal experience. In conclusion, Gothic art was far more than an aesthetic pursuit. It was a vital means of worship and communication. Through its ability to tell biblical stories, evoke spiritual emotions, and create an environment conducive to devotion, Gothic art served as a powerful tool for engaging the faithful. Its role in both communal worship and personal devotion reflects the profound connection between art and faith during the Gothic period. Art was not merely an ornamentation of space, but a vital channel through which the divine was made present and communicated to all who encountered it. The connection between architecture and the divine. In Gothic art and architecture, the design and structure of buildings were deeply connected to the divine, reflecting the sacred nature of the spaces they inhabited. The architecture of the period was not just about constructing physical structures, but about creating an environment that symbolized the presence of God and facilitated a deeper spiritual experience for the faithful. The soaring heights, intricate details, and careful spatial arrangements of Gothic cathedrals were all deliberate choices that aimed to draw the mind and soul closer to the divine. The very design of Gothic churches and cathedrals became a way of communicating the mystery and majesty of God, inviting worshipers into a space that transcended the ordinary. One of the most prominent features of Gothic architecture is the use of verticality, with buildings designed to reach upward toward the heavens. The pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses that define the Gothic style were not just engineering innovations, they were spiritual symbols. The height and scale of Gothic cathedrals were intended to create a sense of awe and wonder, making the worshiper feel small in comparison to the vastness of the divine. This emphasis on verticality created a physical environment that lifted the gaze and mind toward God, embodying the belief that the sacred transcends the earthly realm. The soaring spires and tall, narrow windows seem to extend toward heaven, signaling the church's role as a mediator between earth and the divine. The play of light in Gothic cathedrals further reinforced this connection to the divine. Stained glass windows, often filling the walls of cathedrals with intricate biblical scenes and vibrant colors, allowed light to filter through in ways that transformed the space. Light, in many religious traditions, is a symbol of the divine presence, and in Gothic cathedrals, the light that poured through the stained glass was often seen as a manifestation of God's glory. The interplay between the light and the colorful glass created an ethereal effect, enhancing the spiritual atmosphere of the space. As the sun moved throughout the day, the changing light in the cathedral reflected the passage of time and reminded worshipers of the eternal nature of God. The design of the nave and altar space in Gothic churches also highlighted the connection to the divine. The main altar was often placed in the east, aligning with the rising sun and symbolizing Christ as the light of the world. The architectural layout, with its central nave leading to the altar, visually guided the faithful toward the divine. The structure of the cathedral also reinforced the sacred hierarchy of the church, with the clergy at the altar and the congregation in the pews, emphasizing the church's role as the intermediary between the people and God. Moreover, the intricacy of the architecture was a form of devotion in itself. The detailed carvings, sculptures, and elaborate facades of Gothic cathedrals were not simply decorative, they were acts of worship. The creation of these works was viewed as an offering to God, a way of glorifying His name through human skill and creativity. Every element, from the grandeur of the building to the smallest decorative detail, was meant to reflect the divine beauty of the Creator. In conclusion, Gothic architecture was not merely a style of construction, it was a means of communicating the sacred. Through verticality, light, layout, and intricate design, Gothic cathedrals created spaces that reflected the divine and invited the worshiper to encounter God in a profound way. The architecture itself became a form of worship, connecting the physical world to the spiritual realm and elevating the human soul toward the heavens. Chapter 8: The Social and Political Impact of Gothic Art. The emergence and spread of Gothic art during the Middle Ages had a profound social and political impact on Europe. As a direct expression of the Church's influence, Gothic art shaped not only the religious landscape, but also the social structure and political dynamics of the time. The art was not confined to the walls of cathedrals or monasteries, It was deeply interwoven with the lives of the common people, the nobility, and the political rulers. Through architecture, sculpture, and stained glass, Gothic art communicated power, divine authority, and social order, influencing the relationship between the church, the monarchy, and the people. One of the most significant social impacts of Gothic art was its role in unifying communities through shared religious experience. Cathedrals, the grandest achievements of Gothic architecture, became the focal points of life in medieval towns and cities. They were more than just places of worship. They were symbols of communal identity and pride. The construction of these monumental buildings often took several decades, if not centuries, and their completion was a collective achievement. Guilds, merchants, and craftsmen came together to fund and build these structures, creating a sense of shared purpose and devotion. The cathedrals were centers for religious, social, and political life, hosting not only mass, but festivals, pilgrimages, and even political meetings. The art and architecture were visual symbols of the community's connection to the divine and the larger political and spiritual order. Politically, Gothic art reinforced the power of the monarchy and the church. Rulers often commissioned Gothic structures, paintings, and sculptures to demonstrate their wealth, piety, and legitimacy. The magnificence of Gothic cathedrals served to reflect the power of the church, but they also reinforced the authority of monarchs who saw themselves as divinely appointed rulers. The lavishness of these artworks communicated that the rulers were closely aligned with God's will. The intricate iconography in the stained glass and the altarpieces often depicted scenes of royal patronage, reinforcing the monarch's divine right to rule and their central role in society. Moreover, the social function of Gothic art went beyond the elite. It extended to the wider public through the use of religious imagery that communicated biblical stories to a largely illiterate population. The scenes depicted in stained glass windows, sculptures, and manuscripts were educational tools, conveying religious stories, moral lessons, and the church's teachings in a visual form. This made religious and political messages accessible to all classes of society, further cementing the authority of the church and the monarchy. Art became a vehicle for ideological communication, shaping the collective consciousness and maintaining the existing social order. Gothic art also played a role in the development of urbanization and trade. As cities expanded, the construction of large-scale Gothic structures became a sign of economic prosperity and civic pride. The rise of Gothic architecture coincided with the growth of commerce and the increasing wealth of merchant classes. The guilds and merchants who funded the construction of churches and cathedrals often sought to enhance their social standing by associating themselves with religious and political power, ensuring that their contributions to the arts would be commemorated in the spaces they helped to build. In conclusion, the impact of Gothic art extended far beyond the realm of aesthetics. It played a critical role in shaping the social and political dynamics of medieval Europe. Through its unifying power, its reinforcement of religious and political authority, and its ability to communicate complex messages to a broad audience, Gothic art became an essential tool for promoting the values and structures of the time. It embodied the aspirations of both the church and the monarchy and left an enduring legacy on the social fabric of medieval society. The role of Gothic art in expressing power and authority. Gothic art, with its grandiosity and intricate symbolism, played a pivotal role in expressing power and authority during the medieval period. The art of this era was closely intertwined with both the church and the monarchy, serving as a tool for reinforcing their divine right to rule and their spiritual dominance. Through monumental architecture, elaborate sculptures, and vibrant stained glass, Gothic art communicated not only religious devotion, but also the political and social power of its patrons. One of the most striking ways in which Gothic art expressed power was through the architecture of cathedrals and churches. These towering structures, with their soaring spires and intricate facades, were designed to inspire awe and reverence. The sheer scale of Gothic cathedrals reflected the vastness and power of God, but they also signaled the power of the church and, by extension, the monarchy that often funded their construction. Monarchs and high-ranking officials were keen to associate themselves with the grandeur of the church, seeing the lavish construction of Gothic cathedrals as a way to legitimize their rule. For example, Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, with its magnificent architecture, served as both a place of worship and a symbol of royal power, as French kings were crowned there, aligning their rule with divine favor. The intricacy and symbolism embedded in the sculptures and stained glass of Gothic churches also played a role in expressing power and authority. The iconography depicted in these works often highlighted the divine right of rulers, showing kings and queens in close association with saints or the Virgin Mary. This reinforced the belief that the monarch's authority was ordained by God. The Last Judgment scenes, often found in the tympana of cathedrals, portrayed the power of Christ as the ultimate judge, symbolizing the authority of both the church and the king in shaping the moral order of society. These images were designed not only to instill fear and reverence in the viewer, but also to remind them of the hierarchical nature of medieval society, where the monarch's power was seen as divinely sanctioned. Gothic art also functioned as a means of political propaganda, with monarchs commissioning works to portray themselves as pious and rightful rulers. The visual connection between royalty and divinity was reinforced through artistic depictions of the monarchs in sacred settings, often shown as protectors of the church. The stained glass windows and illuminated manuscripts, commissioned by royal patrons, were often intended to project an image of strength, wisdom, and divine favor, further consolidating the ruler's authority. In addition to its religious symbolism, Gothic art was a tool for maintaining the status quo in medieval society. The visual representations of power through architecture and iconography reinforced social hierarchies and cemented the authority of the church and monarchy. The imagery of saints, angels, and Christ's majesty depicted in stained glass and sculptures communicated the divine order of the world, ensuring that the political and religious elite were seen as mediators between the people and God. In conclusion, Gothic art was not only an expression of religious devotion, but also a deliberate tool for expressing power and authority. Through its majestic architecture, rich iconography, and symbolic use of light and space, it reinforced the dominance of both the church and the monarchy. The art of this period helped shape the collective consciousness, reminding the faithful of the divine order and the legitimacy of those in positions of power. Gothic art and the rise of monarchical states. The rise of monarchical states during the medieval period was deeply intertwined with the flourishing of Gothic art. As monarchs solidified their authority and centralized power, they turned to Gothic art and architecture to not only reinforce their divine right to rule, but also to reflect their growing political and social influence. Gothic art, particularly in its architecture, sculpture, and stained glass, became a symbol of royal power, with monarchs commissioning monumental structures that showcased their wealth, piety, and authority. The visual grandeur of Gothic art was carefully crafted to support the legitimacy of the monarchy, helping rulers to solidify their place within a system that was deeply tied to the church. One of the most significant ways in which Gothic art expressed the growing power of monarchs was through the construction of cathedrals and royal buildings. Monarchs saw the construction of grand Gothic cathedrals as a way to demonstrate their control over both the spiritual and secular realms. The immense scale and grandeur of these structures were designed to elevate the ruler's status, not just as a political leader, but as a divinely appointed figure, capable of shaping both the earthly and heavenly order. For example, Chartres Cathedral in France was a significant symbol of royal power, with its connection to the monarchy, underscored by the French king's participation in the royal patronage of the church. These Gothic cathedrals were more than religious spaces. They were symbols of political authority, linking the monarch's rule to divine will. In addition to the architecture, the iconography within Gothic art was often used to reinforce the monarch's divine right to rule. Kings and queens were depicted in close proximity to holy figures, such as saints, angels, or the Virgin Mary, underscoring their elevated status in the cosmic order. Royal portraits and depictions of rulers in church art were commonly placed within cathedrals or public spaces to reinforce their role as God's chosen leaders. Stained glass windows, monumental sculptures, and illuminated manuscripts all serve to present the monarch as a protector of the faith, further legitimizing their reign. The symbolism of light and space in Gothic cathedrals was also a powerful tool for monarchical authority. The play of light within the architecture, especially through stained glass windows, was seen as a manifestation of divine presence. Monarchs who commissioned these works could align themselves with the spiritual radiance that permeated the cathedral, positioning themselves as the earthly representatives of divine will. The connection between royal authority and divine favor was visually reinforced by the way the church was designed to seem illuminated by a higher power, making the ruler appear as a central figure in the divine order. Gothic art also reflected the centralization of power in emerging monarchies by emphasizing state-sponsored patronage. Kings and queens, as well as emerging aristocracies, sponsored the creation of these grand works of art to demonstrate their power and their role in shaping society. By associating themselves with religious institutions and artistic projects, they ensured that their legacy would be embedded in the collective consciousness of the people. In conclusion, Gothic art played a crucial role in the rise of monarchical states by visually communicating the authority and divine right of monarchs. The grandeur and symbolism embedded in Gothic architecture, sculpture, and iconography helped monarchs establish their power, align their rule with divine authority, and solidify their role in the political and spiritual hierarchy of medieval Europe. Through art, they were able to express and reinforce their authority, ensuring their place in history as protectors of the realm and the church. The patronage of kings, queens, and nobles. During the Gothic period, kings, queens, and nobles played a pivotal role in the development and dissemination of Gothic art through their patronage. As powerful figures in medieval society, they recognized the importance of art and architecture in reinforcing their political, social, and religious influence. Their financial support for the creation of grand Gothic structures, artworks, and religious relics served to solidify their status, demonstrate their wealth and piety, and secure their place in both the earthly and divine order. One of the most notable forms of patronage by kings and queens was the commissioning of Gothic cathedrals and monastic buildings. These monumental structures not only served as places of worship, but also as symbols of royal power and divine favor. Monarchs, especially in France and England, frequently sponsored the construction of vast cathedrals and churches as a means of demonstrating their wealth and commitment to the Christian faith. The cathedrals of Chartres and Reims in France, for example, were commissioned by the French monarchy as expressions of the monarchy's divine right to rule. These cathedrals became central to the identity of the kingdom, both as places of religious significance and as visual representations of royal power. The elaborate stained glass, sculptures, and architectural details of these buildings were commissioned by monarchs to reflect their patronage and align their reign with divine will. In addition to the commissioning of cathedrals, monarchs and nobles also sponsored the creation of illuminated manuscripts, religious paintings, and sculptures to demonstrate their cultural and spiritual importance. Manuscripts containing religious texts, such as books of Hours, were often adorned with intricate designs and illustrations that showcased the patron's personal devotion to God. These manuscripts were often commissioned by nobles and members of the royal family as both spiritual guides and personal statements of wealth. Royal portraits and depictions of kings and queens in religious contexts were common in illuminated manuscripts, reinforcing their role as protectors of the faith and their divine connection to sacred figures. The patronage of Gothic art also allowed the nobility to establish their legacy and commemorate their families through funerary monuments and memorial sculptures. By commissioning works that depicted their likenesses or memorialized their deeds, the nobility ensured that their contributions to the church and society would be remembered long after their deaths. These monuments, often placed within the walls of cathedrals or other significant religious sites, were a means for the nobility to intertwine their legacy with the divine, ensuring that their power and influence would endure. Noble patronage was also an important means of asserting social status. Through the support of the creation of beautiful works of art, the elite sought to demonstrate their refinement, sophistication, and education. The commissioning of Gothic art was not only a sign of personal wealth, but also a means of showcasing their connection to the larger religious and cultural currents of the time. The patronage of these grand works marked the nobility's involvement in the cultural and spiritual life of medieval society, further cementing their status as central figures in the governance of the realm. In conclusion, the patronage of Gothic art by kings, queens, and nobles was a powerful tool for reinforcing their authority, wealth, and spiritual legitimacy. By commissioning magnificent cathedrals, manuscripts, and works of art, these patrons ensured their place in history as both spiritual and political leaders. Their patronage helped shape the artistic and architectural landscape of medieval Europe and left a lasting legacy of royal and noble influence that continues to be celebrated today. Social and political themes in Gothic iconography. Gothic art, with its rich symbolism and intricate designs, not only served religious purposes, but also reflected the social and political realities of medieval Europe. Through its iconography, Gothic art conveyed a complex network of ideas about power, authority, and the hierarchical structure of society. The themes depicted in the stained glass windows, sculptures, and manuscripts of the Gothic period often had direct connections to the social and political frameworks of the time, reinforcing the roles of the monarchy, the church, and the nobility. One of the most pervasive social themes in Gothic iconography was the concept of divine right and kingship. Monarchs, as the most visible symbols of secular power, were often depicted in close association with holy figures such as Christ, the Virgin Mary, or saints. These representations were meant to convey the idea that the monarch's authority was sanctioned by God. Royal figures were frequently shown in religious contexts, either as protectors of the faith or as active participants in religious ceremonies. This iconography reinforced the notion that the king was not only the ruler of his kingdom, but also a divinely chosen figure, entrusted with the responsibility of guiding his people both spiritually and temporally. The role of the church also played a significant part in the social and political messages conveyed by Gothic iconography. As the dominant institution of the time, the church's influence on everyday life was vast, and its political power was closely intertwined with that of the monarchy. Iconography in cathedrals and churches often depicted scenes from the Bible that reinforced the moral and social order, promoting the idea of divine judgment, the sanctity of the church, and the importance of obedience to religious teachings. The presence of saints in Gothic art was not just spiritual. It also represented the church's authority to intercede on behalf of the people. Saints were often shown in a manner that suggested their moral superiority, embodying the virtues that were expected of both rulers and subjects in medieval society. In addition to reinforcing the divine legitimacy of kings and the moral authority of the church, Gothic art also explored the social stratification of medieval society. Figures in the art were often arranged in hierarchical ways, reflecting the rigid social divisions between the clergy, nobility, and common people. For instance, in cathedral sculptures and stained glass windows, holy figures were often placed in elevated positions, symbolizing their closeness to God, while the lower classes were depicted in less prominent roles. This visual hierarchy reinforced the societal structures that were in place during the medieval period. The Gothic emphasis on light also held social and political significance. The dramatic use of light, especially in stained glass windows, symbolized the divine presence and illuminated the path to spiritual salvation. This concept was not only religious, but also aligned with the political and social systems of the time, where light could be seen as a metaphor for enlightenment and divine approval. The church and monarchs who controlled these structures could be seen as the guardians of this divine light, guiding their people toward both spiritual and social order. In conclusion, Gothic iconography was a powerful tool for communicating social and political themes during the medieval period. Through its depiction of divine right, the authority of the church, and the hierarchical structures of society, Gothic art reinforced the existing power dynamics and served to legitimize the positions of the monarchy and the clergy. The images and symbols embedded in the art were not only religious, but also deeply political, shaping the medieval worldview and reinforcing the social order of the time. Gothic art as a reflection of societal hierarchies. Gothic art, which emerged during the High Middle Ages, offers a unique lens through which to view the social structures and power dynamics of medieval society. The visual language of Gothic art, from the towering cathedrals to the intricate sculptures, reflects the deeply ingrained hierarchies of the time, illustrating the distinction between the ruling classes, the clergy, and the common people. The art of this period was not only religious in nature, but also deeply intertwined with the social, political, and economic systems of medieval Europe. One of the most significant ways Gothic art reflected societal hierarchies was through its architecture. The design of Gothic cathedrals was a deliberate act of emphasizing the dominance of the church and the divine order over human life. The towering spires, intricate facades, and vaulted ceilings were meant to draw the eyes upward, symbolizing the connection between heaven and earth and the church's central role in maintaining that link. The spatial arrangement within these buildings further reflected the social hierarchy. The clergy and monarchs often had privileged positions within the church, with spaces like the altar and the sanctuary elevated and separated from the rest of the congregation. This physical elevation of sacred areas was a visual representation of the perceived spiritual hierarchy, where the clergy and holy figures were seen as intermediaries between the divine and the lay people. Gothic sculpture also reinforced these hierarchical structures, with figures of saints, Christ, and the Virgin Mary often depicted larger or more prominently placed than other characters. In cathedral sculptures, saints and angels were portrayed with more grandeur and detail than the figures of common people. These visual cues communicated the societal understanding of divine favor and the sanctity of holy figures, in contrast to the humble status of ordinary people. This hierarchical representation in art reinforced the church's role as the ultimate authority, with the clergy and saints standing at the top of the spiritual ladder, followed by the monarchy, the nobility, and the common folk. Iconography in Gothic art was also instrumental in reflecting societal roles. Religious themes dominated much of the artistic production, and these themes often included moral lessons about the proper place of individuals within the divine order. For example, the depiction of the Last Judgment in many Gothic cathedrals served as a reminder of the consequences of one's actions and the importance of maintaining one's position within the prescribed societal structure. The righteous, who were often depicted as saints or royals, were shown in higher, more illuminated positions, while the damned were placed lower, reinforcing the idea of a cosmic and social order that extended from heaven down to the earthly realm. Moreover, the role of the patron in Gothic art further reflected societal hierarchies. Monarchs, aristocrats, and high-ranking clergy members were the primary patrons of Gothic works, commissioning grand cathedrals, altarpieces, and manuscripts to reinforce their authority and status. These patrons ensured that their legacy was immortalized through the art they sponsored, often through their representation in religious scenes or through the commissioning of lavish works that portrayed their power and devotion. In conclusion, Gothic art served as a powerful visual tool for communicating and reinforcing the social and spiritual hierarchies of medieval Europe. Through its architecture, sculpture, and iconography, Gothic art placed the church and clergy at the pinnacle of society, with the nobility and monarchs following closely behind, and the common people relegated to the lower, humbler ranks. This visual hierarchy not only mirrored the societal structure of the time, but also helped to solidify and legitimize these power dynamics for generations to come. Chapter 9: The Decline of Gothic Art and the Rise of Renaissance. The transition from Gothic art to the Renaissance marks one of the most significant shifts in Western art history, as the medieval focus on religious devotion and verticality gave way to a renewed interest in humanism, proportion, and the natural world. The decline of Gothic art in the late 14th and early 15th centuries was driven by a combination of changing cultural, social, and intellectual currents that redefined the role of art and the artist in society. The gradual erosion of the Gothic aesthetic can be traced through shifts in both style and ideology, which laid the groundwork for the emergence of the Renaissance. The decline of Gothic art began as the 14th century came to a close, driven in part by the social upheavals and economic challenges of the time, such as the Black Death and the Hundred Years' War. These events weakened the stability of the feudal system and the influence of the church, both of which had been key patrons and supporters of Gothic art. As society grappled with these crises, there was a growing desire for change and innovation, and artists began to look beyond the constraints of Gothic style to explore new possibilities. The focus on religious iconography and the ornate, elongated forms typical of Gothic art began to be seen as outdated, and artists began to experiment with more naturalistic approaches to both subject matter and technique. In addition to these societal changes, the intellectual climate of the Renaissance was crucial in the decline of Gothic art. The rediscovery of classical antiquity, along with the rise of humanism, inspired artists to embrace the ideals of balance, proportion, and perspective, which had been largely overlooked during the medieval period. Humanism emphasized the importance of individual experience and the study of the natural world, and these ideas were reflected in the emerging art forms of the Renaissance. In contrast to the abstract, vertical emphasis of Gothic art, Renaissance artists focused on the human figure, proportion, and the creation of space, shifting their attention from divine representation to the exploration of human nature. The innovations in technique that characterized the Renaissance also contributed to the decline of Gothic art. The development of linear perspective, more refined use of light and shadow, and advancements in oil painting allowed for greater realism in art, further distancing Renaissance works from the stylized forms of Gothic art. In architecture, the sweeping verticality of Gothic cathedrals was replaced by the classical simplicity and harmony of Renaissance structures, with their emphasis on symmetry and the use of columns, domes, and arches derived from Greco-Roman models. Although Gothic art gradually faded in favor of Renaissance ideals, it did not disappear entirely. Elements of Gothic architecture and sculpture continued to influence artists and architects, and Gothic elements were revived in later periods, including the Neo-Gothic movement of the 19th century. However, the shift from the transcendent, spiritually focused world of Gothic art to the more secular, human-centered perspective of the Renaissance signified a dramatic transformation in the way artists perceived their work and its place in society. In conclusion, the decline of Gothic art and the rise of the Renaissance were deeply intertwined with changes in society, culture, and intellectual thought. As the medieval world gave way to a new era of exploration, individualism, and classical revival, the art that emerged from this transformation reflected these shifting priorities. The Gothic emphasis on spirituality, religious iconography, and verticality gave way to a focus on humanism, realism, and harmony, ushering in a new chapter in the history of Western art. The shift from Gothic to Renaissance aesthetics. The transition from Gothic to Renaissance aesthetics marks a pivotal moment in the history of Western art, where profound shifts in both artistic style and underlying philosophy fundamentally changed the way artists approach their craft. Emerging during the 14th and 15th centuries, the Renaissance period signified a break from the highly stylized, religiously centered Gothic art and moved toward a more human-centric, naturalistic approach. This shift was not sudden, but rather a gradual evolution influenced by cultural, intellectual, and technological changes that laid the groundwork for the Renaissance. One of the primary differences between Gothic and Renaissance art was the focus of the subject matter. Gothic art, which developed in the 12th century and flourished throughout the Middle Ages, was deeply rooted in religious themes and was primarily commissioned by the church or religious institutions. Its style reflected the transcendence of the divine, with elongated forms, intricate details, and the use of verticality to symbolize the upward connection between humanity and God. In contrast, the Renaissance sought to emphasize the human experience. Artists began to focus not only on religious subjects, but also on mythological, historical, and daily life, marking a shift away from the sole depiction of the divine. This focus on the human form and the world around them was influenced by the intellectual currents of humanism, which celebrated human potential, individuality, and rationality. This change in thematic focus was accompanied by dramatic shifts in technique. In Gothic art, the emphasis was on creating intricate, often decorative forms, particularly in architecture and sculpture. The use of light, space, and perspective was limited, and figures often appeared flat and symbolic. However, during the Renaissance, there was a significant move toward the development of realism and naturalism. Artists such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael perfected the technique of linear perspective, allowing them to create more accurate depictions of space and depth. The use of light and shadow, or chiaroscuro, was also refined during this time, giving figures a more three-dimensional, lifelike appearance. The human body became a primary subject of study, with artists striving for anatomical accuracy, a marked departure from the stylized, exaggerated forms of Gothic figures. Architecturally, the Renaissance marked a shift from the soaring vertical structures of Gothic cathedrals to the more balanced, harmonious proportions seen in the buildings of the time. Renaissance architecture drew heavily on the classical ideals of ancient Rome and Greece, with a focus on symmetry, proportion, and the use of columns, arches, and domes. This was in stark contrast to the intricate spires, pointed arches, and ribbed vaults that were hallmarks of Gothic architecture. Culturally, the Renaissance period was also marked by the revival of classical antiquity, which influenced not only art but also philosophy, literature, and science. As scholars rediscovered ancient Greek and Roman texts, they applied classical principles of reason and proportion to their artistic endeavors. In contrast, Gothic art was primarily concerned with spiritual transcendence and the divine order, which reflected the medieval worldview. In conclusion, the shift from Gothic to Renaissance aesthetics represented a profound change in both the content and form of art. The Renaissance moved away from the spiritual verticality and religious symbolism of the Gothic era, embracing the human experience, scientific observation, and classical ideals. The result was a more realistic, proportionate, and naturalistic approach to art and architecture, setting the stage for a new artistic era defined by the pursuit of balance, beauty, and the exploration of human potential. The impact of humanism on art and architecture. Humanism, the intellectual movement that emerged during the Renaissance, had a profound impact on art and architecture, fundamentally altering the way both were approached. Rooted in the revival of classical Greek and Roman ideals, humanism placed a significant emphasis on human experience, rationality, and individual achievement. This shift in thought and perspective not only transformed the content of artworks, but also influenced the techniques and principles that guided their creation. The resulting changes in art and architecture reflected a broader cultural movement that sought to celebrate the potential of human beings and the natural world, breaking away from the medieval focus on religious dogma and the divine. One of the key aspects of humanism's influence on art was the focus on the human figure. During the Gothic period, figures in paintings and sculptures were often elongated, stylized, and less concerned with anatomical accuracy. However, humanism inspired artists to study the human form more closely, leading to an increased interest in the naturalism of human proportions, anatomy, and emotion. Artists such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael sought to portray the human body in its most realistic form, emphasizing anatomical correctness and the expression of human emotion. This focus on the human figure as a subject in its own right marked a sharp departure from the Gothic emphasis on spiritual or symbolic representation. Humanism also inspired a new approach to perspective in painting. Artists began to develop the technique of linear perspective, which created the illusion of depth and three-dimensional space on a flat surface. This was a revolutionary shift from the flat, symbolic space of Gothic art. Through the use of vanishing points and horizon lines, artists could now depict scenes with a more realistic sense of depth, making figures and landscapes appear as though they existed in the same space as the viewer. The use of chiaroscuro, the contrast between light and dark, further enhanced this realism, adding volume and three-dimensionality to figures. In architecture, the impact of humanism was equally transformative. Renaissance architects turned to classical Roman and Greek models, studying the ancient ruins of the Roman Empire for inspiration. They adopted principles of symmetry, proportion, and the use of columns, arches, and domes, all of which had been central to ancient architectural styles. The works of architects like Filippo Brunelleschi and Donato Bramante exemplified these principles. The design of St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City, for example, incorporated classical forms and an emphasis on balance and harmony, marking a departure from the vertical, soaring designs of Gothic cathedrals. The humanist influence on architecture also extended to the design of public buildings and palaces, where the focus was on creating spaces that reflected both rationality and human dignity. This was in stark contrast to the earlier Gothic period, where architecture was predominantly centered around religious themes and the awe-inspiring power of the church. In Renaissance buildings, the use of space was more human-scaled, reflecting the idea that the built environment should cater to human needs and comfort, rather than simply serving as a tool for spiritual awe. In conclusion, humanism had a transformative effect on both art and architecture during the Renaissance. By focusing on the human experience, the study of nature, and the revival of classical ideals, humanism shifted the direction of artistic production. The resulting works were marked by a newfound emphasis on realism, perspective, and proportion, and these changes set the stage for the development of modern Western art and architecture. The legacy of humanism continues to influence artists and architects to this day, as it introduced a new way of thinking about the world and humanity's place within it. The role of the Medici and other patrons of the Renaissance. The success and flourishing of Renaissance art and architecture would not have been possible without the patronage of wealthy individuals, families, and institutions that played a crucial role in supporting artists. Among the most influential of these patrons were the Medici family, who became synonymous with the cultural and intellectual rebirth of the Renaissance in Florence and beyond. Their financial backing, combined with their keen interest in the arts, helped to shape the artistic landscape of the period, allowing artists to create works that might otherwise have been impossible. While the Medici family stands out as the most prominent example, other patrons, ranging from the church to individual rulers, also had a significant influence on the development of Renaissance art. The Medici family particularly Cosimo de' Medici and his grandson Lorenzo de' Medici, known as Lorenzo the Magnificent, were instrumental in transforming Florence into the cultural center of the Renaissance. Cosimo's wealth, derived from banking, allowed him to support artists, scholars, and architects, creating an environment where the arts could thrive. He was not only a patron of the arts, but also a lover of learning, attracting philosophers, poets, and scientists to his court. Under Cosimo's guidance, artists such as Donatello, Fra Angelico, and Masaccio received significant commissions, with works that reflect the humanist ideals of the time. Lorenzo de' Medici continued his grandfather's legacy, providing financial support to some of the most renowned artists of the Renaissance. Lorenzo's patronage extended beyond the visual arts to include literature and philosophy, further solidifying his role as a central figure in the cultural revival of Italy. Notably, he supported Leonardo da Vinci, Sandro Botticelli, and Michelangelo, artists who would go on to redefine Western art. Lorenzo's personal involvement in the arts was also significant. He was an accomplished poet and a patron of the Platonic Academy, a group of scholars and intellectuals who explored classical ideas in a new light. Beyond the Medici, other rulers and institutions played key roles in supporting Renaissance art. The Catholic Church remained a major patron throughout the period, commissioning works for chapels, churches, and cathedrals across Europe. Pope Julius II was one of the most notable church patrons, commissioning Michelangelo to paint the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel and employing Raphael to create the Vatican rooms. The church's patronage was not limited to religious themes, as it sought to showcase its wealth and power through the commissioning of grand, humanistic works that aligned with the ideals of the time. Noble families and European monarchs, such as King Francis I of France, also supported artists during the Renaissance. In France, Francis I invited Leonardo da Vinci to his court and collected many works from Italian artists, further contributing to the exchange of artistic knowledge between Italy and France. In Spain, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella helped to foster the development of Renaissance art by supporting artists who worked in the courts of the Spanish monarchy. In conclusion, the role of patrons like the Medici and other wealthy individuals, families, and institutions was essential to the development of Renaissance art. Their financial support and intellectual influence enabled artists to pursue their craft, leading to a cultural explosion of creativity and innovation. The Medici family, in particular, exemplified how patronage could foster not only the creation of art, but also the intellectual and philosophical movements that defined the Renaissance. Without such patrons, the remarkable achievements of Renaissance art might never have come to fruition. The decline of religious art in favor of secular themes. As the Renaissance unfolded, there was a notable shift in the focus of artistic production, from the predominantly religious themes that had defined the Middle Ages to an increasing emphasis on secular subjects. This transformation was deeply connected to broader cultural, intellectual, and societal changes, driven in large part by the rise of humanism and the growing importance of individualism. In contrast to the Gothic period, where religious institutions were the primary patrons of art, the Renaissance saw the rise of secular patrons, such as wealthy families, monarchs, and even civic governments, who were more inclined to commission works that reflected their interests in classical antiquity, human achievement, and contemporary life. The decline of religious art was not a sudden or absolute shift, but a gradual transformation in which artists began to explore new themes, subjects, and techniques that extended beyond religious iconography. Humanism, which emphasized the value and potential of humanity, led artists to look back to classical Greek and Roman traditions with their depictions of gods, heroes, and human figures in a more naturalistic and human-centered manner. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael integrated classical mythology, portraiture, and the celebration of human anatomy into their works, signaling a move away from the strict religious narratives that had dominated the earlier medieval period. One of the most striking changes was the rise of portraiture. Whereas the medieval era focused largely on religious figures or scenes from the Bible, Renaissance artists began to capture the likenesses of powerful figures such as kings, noblemen, and wealthy patrons. This newfound emphasis on individual identity and status reflected a broader societal shift toward personal recognition and a desire to immortalize the secular, political, and intellectual achievements of the time. These portraits, characterized by their realistic representation of the human form, became a significant artistic genre in the Renaissance, further diminishing the prominence of purely religious themes. Furthermore, the depiction of mythological subjects began to replace biblical scenes in many artistic works. The rediscovery of classical texts and the idealized visions of the human body found in Greek and Roman sculpture inspired artists to depict gods, goddesses, and heroes in dynamic and lifelike ways. For example, Botticelli's The Birth of Venus and Raphael's The School of Athens embraced themes from classical mythology, blending them with Renaissance ideals of beauty, proportion, and rationality. The decline of religious art was also influenced by the rise of secular patronage. Wealthy families like the Medici in Florence and various rulers and courts throughout Europe became influential art patrons, commissioning works that often reflected their political power, social status, and intellectual interests. These patrons were less concerned with religious themes and more interested in supporting artists who could create works that highlighted human accomplishment, scientific discovery, and the beauty of the natural world. Despite this shift, religious themes did not disappear entirely. The Catholic Church continued to commission art for religious purposes, especially during the Counter-Reformation. However, the growing dominance of secular themes marked a clear departure from the medieval emphasis on divine subjects and paved the way for the diverse range of artistic expressions that would define the Baroque period and beyond. In conclusion, the decline of religious art in favor of secular themes during the Renaissance was a reflection of the era's cultural, intellectual, and societal transformations. Humanism, the rise of individualism, and the influence of classical antiquity led to a greater focus on the human experience, both divine and secular. This shift in artistic priorities reshaped the landscape of European art, opening up new possibilities for the depiction of the world and humanity's place within it. The end of the Gothic era, causes and effects. The end of the Gothic era marked a significant turning point in European art and culture, as the 14th and 15th centuries gave way to the dawn of the Renaissance. The transition from Gothic to Renaissance aesthetics was driven by a combination of cultural, social, intellectual, and political factors that gradually shifted the priorities and values of European society. As the Black Death, political turmoil, and intellectual movements like humanism reshaped Europe, the art world began to evolve, leading to the decline of the Gothic style and the rise of new artistic expressions that focused on the human experience and classical ideals. One of the primary causes for the decline of Gothic art was the Black Death in the mid-14th century, which devastated Europe's population. The pandemic caused widespread mortality, leading to a profound social and economic upheaval. With so many lives lost, the Church, once the dominant patron of the arts, found itself struggling to maintain its power. As a result, there was a shift away from purely religious themes in art, with a growing emphasis on secular subjects and the rise of new patrons, including wealthy families and monarchs. This secularization of art laid the groundwork for the more human-centered and naturalistic approach that would define the Renaissance. Another contributing factor was the changing intellectual climate. The rise of humanism, which celebrated the potential of human beings, and the revival of classical antiquity influenced a wide range of cultural and intellectual pursuits, including art. Humanist thinkers began to challenge the medieval worldview, which was dominated by religious doctrine, in favor of a focus on human achievement, reason, and individualism. This intellectual shift encouraged artists to explore more naturalistic representations of the human form and to draw inspiration from classical Greek and Roman art and architecture, which emphasized harmony, proportion, and the beauty of the natural world. The development of new techniques in painting and sculpture also played a role in the end of the Gothic period. The invention of linear perspective in painting, pioneered by artists such as Filippo Brunelleschi and Leonardo da Vinci, created a new way of depicting space and depth, which was far more realistic than the flatter, more symbolic compositions of Gothic art. Artists began to focus on the accurate depiction of the human body, light and shadow, moving away from the stylized figures and elongated forms characteristic of Gothic art. Similarly, in sculpture, artists began to depict figures with more naturalistic proportions and emotional expression, as seen in the works of Donatello and Michelangelo. Finally, the rise of the Renaissance itself played a pivotal role in the end of the Gothic era. The Renaissance, beginning in Italy in the late 14th century, was marked by a renewed interest in classical learning and a focus on the human experience. This cultural movement encouraged artists to adopt new methods, such as the use of perspective and the study of anatomy, leading to more naturalistic and human-centered works. The increasing influence of the Renaissance on art and culture gradually pushed the Gothic style out of favor, as artists sought to break away from the medieval traditions that had dominated Europe for centuries. The end of the Gothic era had profound effects on the development of European art. As Gothic architecture and art gradually faded, they were replaced by the more human-focused and scientifically influenced aesthetics of the Renaissance. The legacy of Gothic art, however, did not disappear entirely. Elements of the Gothic style continue to influence the arts in various forms, such as the revival of Gothic architecture in the 19th century during the Gothic Revival movement. Nonetheless, the transition from Gothic to Renaissance marked a pivotal moment in the history of art, signaling a shift towards modernity and the exploration of the individual, the natural world, and the human spirit. Chapter 10, Neo-Gothic Revival in the 19th Century. The 19th century witnessed a significant resurgence of Gothic art and architecture, a movement known as the Neo-Gothic Revival. This revival, which began in the late 18th century and reached its height in the 19th century, was part of a broader trend in Europe that saw a renewed interest in medieval culture, aesthetics, and values. The Neo-Gothic movement emerged as a reaction against the classical ideals that dominated the Enlightenment and early Romantic periods. Artists, architects, and intellectuals sought to reconnect with the past, particularly the Gothic era, which was seen as a time of spiritual depth, artistic innovation, and social harmony. One of the primary factors that contributed to the rise of the Neo-Gothic revival was the Romantic movement, which valued emotion, individualism, and the sublime. The Romantic artists and thinkers looked to the medieval past as a source of inspiration, finding beauty and mystery in the Gothic ruins of Europe. The Gothic style, with its towering spires, intricate stained glass, and dramatic forms, symbolized a sense of grandeur, spirituality, and mystery that resonated with the Romantic fascination with the unknown and the sublime. The revival of Gothic architecture was seen as a way to recapture the emotional intensity and religious fervor that were perceived to be missing from modern society. In architecture, the Neo-Gothic style was popularized by figures like Augustus Pugin, whose work was instrumental in bringing the Gothic aesthetic back into the spotlight. Pugin, a British architect and designer, championed the Gothic style as a moral and spiritual response to the Industrial Revolution, which he believed had led to the degradation of both the environment and society. His designs for buildings like the Palace of Westminster in London emphasized the use of pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses, which were key features of the original Gothic style. Pugin argued that Gothic architecture represented honesty in design and a connection to a more spiritual and virtuous past. The Neo-Gothic revival was also closely linked to the growing interest in medievalism during the 19th century. Many architects and artists looked to the Middle Ages as a time of communal values, chivalry, and faith. As industrialization and urbanization rapidly transformed European societies, there was a desire to return to the perceived stability and tradition of medieval times. The construction of neo-Gothic churches, cathedrals, and castles during this period, such as St. Pancras Station in London and Notre Dame de Paris restoration, symbolized this longing for a more picturesque and idealized past. In addition to architecture, the Neo-Gothic movement influenced the decorative arts, literature, and visual arts. Writers such as Edgar Allan Poe and Herman Melville embraced the Gothic aesthetic in their works, often using it to evoke themes of mystery, horror, and the supernatural. The influence of the Gothic revival extended beyond architecture, inspiring the design of furniture, stained glass, and ceramics, which reflected the ornate and intricate nature of the original Gothic style. Despite its popularity, the Neo-Gothic movement faced criticism from some quarters. Critics argued that it was a form of historicism, a mere imitation of the past, rather than an innovative expression of contemporary culture. Nevertheless, the Neo-Gothic revival played an important role in shaping the architecture and art of the 19th century, contributing to the emergence of a more diverse and eclectic range of styles. The movement also laid the groundwork for the eventual development of the arts and crafts movement and the later Art Nouveau. In conclusion, the Neo-Gothic revival in the 19th century was a cultural and artistic response to the rapid changes of the modern world. Driven by a desire to reconnect with the medieval past, the movement influenced architecture, literature, and the decorative arts, leaving a lasting impact on European and American artistic landscapes. Through its celebration of Gothic ideals, the Neo-Gothic revival contributed to the ongoing dialogue between past and present, shaping the way people perceived history, culture, and identity in the modern age. The roots of the Neo-Gothic movement. The Neo-Gothic movement, which emerged in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, can be traced back to a combination of cultural, intellectual, and societal shifts that marked the period. The roots of the movement lie in a reaction against the classical ideals of the Enlightenment, which emphasized reason, order, and symmetry. As Europe began to recover from the turbulence of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars, there was a growing desire to reconnect with past traditions, particularly those of the medieval period. This cultural yearning for a deeper connection with history, faith, and the unknown played a central role in the rise of Neo-Gothic art and architecture. One of the most significant influences on the Neo-Gothic movement was the Romantic movement of the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Romanticism celebrated emotion, imagination, and the sublime, often finding inspiration in nature, the medieval past, and the mysterious. The Romantics rejected the rationality and order of the Enlightenment in favor of a more intuitive, emotional approach to art and life. Writers, poets, and artists such as Lord Byron, William Blake, and Eugène Delacroix began to explore themes of mystery, fantasy, and individualism, often turning to medieval imagery and symbols in their works. The fascination with the Gothic style in literature, particularly in works like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein and the early Gothic novels, reflected this desire to reconnect with the dark, emotional, and mysterious aspects of the past. At the same time, industrialization and the rise of modern cities led to widespread social and environmental changes. Urbanization brought about a sense of alienation and disconnection from nature and tradition. The Industrial Revolution was often seen as a force that degraded the quality of life, exploiting both people and the environment. This prompted a backlash against the sterile, machine-driven nature of modern life. Many thinkers, artists, and architects began to view the medieval period as a time of greater moral and spiritual integrity, and the Gothic style became a symbol of authenticity, craftsmanship, and a deeper connection to the divine. The medieval revival was also closely linked to the growing interest in nationalism and historicism during the 19th century. As modern European states began to consolidate and form more unified identities, there was a renewed interest in medieval history, particularly as a means of fostering national pride. In countries like England and France, architects and scholars began to embrace Gothic art and architecture as part of the cultural heritage that could inspire national unity. The restoration of medieval structures, such as Westminster Abbey in London, became a symbol of both historical continuity and national pride. The architectural side of the Neo-Gothic movement found early expression in the work of architects like Horace Walpole, whose design for Strawberry Hill House in England in the mid-18th century drew on Gothic elements to create a picturesque, fantasy-like residence. Walpole's interest in medieval architecture and his blend of Gothic and neoclassical styles can be seen as one of the first stirrings of the Neo-Gothic revival. His work inspired others to explore Gothic architecture, culminating in the full-blown Neo-Gothic style of the 19th century, which reached its peak with figures like Augustus Pugin and the restoration of the Palace of Westminster. In summary, the roots of the Neo-Gothic movement lie in a complex interplay of romantic ideals, reactions against industrialization, and a growing interest in medieval history and aesthetics. As Europe faced the challenges of modernization, the Neo-Gothic movement provided an artistic and architectural means of reconnecting with the past, particularly with the medieval period, which was seen as a more spiritual, imaginative, and meaningful time. This movement set the stage for a resurgence of Gothic elements in architecture, art, and literature throughout the 19th century. Key figures in the revival of Gothic architecture. The Neo-Gothic revival, which emerged in the late 18th and 19th centuries, was shaped by several key figures whose works and ideas helped reinvigorate Gothic architecture. These figures sought to return to the perceived virtues of medieval architecture, particularly its spiritual depth, intricate design, and connection to nature. Among the most influential figures were Augustus Pugin, Eugène Viollet-le-Duc, and John Ruskin. Each played a vital role in the revival of Gothic elements, both in terms of architectural design and broader cultural ideals. Augustus Pugin is perhaps the most prominent figure associated with the Gothic revival in England. A passionate advocate for Gothic architecture, Pugin believed that the style represented moral and spiritual truth. He argued that the medieval period was a time of spiritual integrity, and Gothic architecture embodied this authenticity. Pugin's most notable work was his design for the Palace of Westminster in London, which he helped restore and redesign after the original building was destroyed by fire in 1834. Pugin's use of pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and intricate ornamentation, inspired by the Gothic tradition, became central features of the design. His influence extended beyond his architectural work, as Pugin also wrote extensively on the importance of Gothic architecture in fostering a sense of national identity and religious devotion. In France, Eugène Viollet-le-Duc was a key figure in the Gothic revival, particularly in the restoration of medieval buildings. Viollet-le-Duc was an architect, theorist, and historian whose restoration projects sought to preserve and reinterpret Gothic architecture. His work on the restoration of the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, as well as other iconic buildings like Carcassonne, exemplified his belief in the importance of restoring Gothic structures to their former glory. However, Viollet-le-Duc also took creative liberties, sometimes adding new elements to his restorations, which sparked debate about the authenticity of his approach. His writings, particularly the multi-volume Dictionnaire raisonné de l'architecture française, helped codify Gothic architecture and influenced subsequent generations of architects. In England, John Ruskin played an instrumental role in promoting the Gothic revival, particularly through his writings on architecture and art. Ruskin's book, The Stones of Venus, argued that Gothic architecture was superior to the classical style, emphasizing its organic nature and its connection to craftsmanship and the divine. He believed that Gothic structures were the product of a society that valued labor, spirituality, and craftsmanship, in contrast to the mechanized industrial world emerging during his time. Ruskin's ideas were deeply influential not only to architects, but also to the arts and crafts movement, which sought to bring back the quality and integrity of hand craftsmanship in design. These figures, among others, were instrumental in promoting the Gothic style in architecture, arguing for its moral, spiritual, and cultural significance. Through their work, they helped shape the course of the Neo-Gothic revival, which brought about a reimagining of medieval forms and values in the context of 19th century Europe. Their legacy continues to influence architecture and design, not only in the structures they left behind, but also in the ideas and philosophies that continue to inspire contemporary discussions of art, architecture, and society. Neo-Gothic architecture and urban planning. Neo-Gothic architecture, which became prominent in the 19th century, not only influenced the design of individual buildings, but also had a significant impact on urban planning. The movement's emphasis on the revival of medieval Gothic styles and its incorporation of new technologies and industrial advancements led to a transformative approach to how cities were conceived and structured. As cities across Europe expanded and modernized during the Industrial Revolution, Neo-Gothic architecture offered a way to marry historical aesthetics with the needs of modern urban environments. In many cases, Neo-Gothic architecture was used to create visually striking buildings that served as symbols of civic pride and identity. One of the most significant examples of this is the Palace of Westminster in London, which underwent restoration and reimagining in the Gothic style under the guidance of Augustus Pugin. This iconic structure not only provided a functional home for the British Parliament, but also contributed to a broader sense of national identity and grandeur through its Gothic design. The striking towers, pointed arches, and intricate stonework conveyed a message of stability and permanence, symbolizing the continuity of British governance. Such monumental structures became central to urban planning, often standing as focal points in cities that were rapidly changing due to industrialization. Urban planning during the Neo-Gothic period saw the rise of public buildings, such as churches, government buildings, and civic centers, designed in the Gothic style. These buildings were intended to reflect the values of society, blending beauty with function. Neo-Gothic architects believed that the style's intricate designs and symbolic use of space could create a sense of awe and reverence within the urban environment, elevating the everyday experience of city dwellers. At the same time, the style's practical features, such as verticality and the use of new materials like iron and steel, allowed for the construction of large monumental structures in growing cities. Additionally, the Neo-Gothic movement influenced urban public spaces, particularly in the design of parks, squares, and public gardens. In cities like Paris, where large-scale urban redevelopment was taking place under the leadership of Georges-Eugène Haussmann, Neo-Gothic influences could be seen in the design of certain public buildings and the integration of open spaces that created a sense of harmony between architecture and nature. The emphasis on creating spaces that allowed for public engagement with beauty and history resonated with the Neo-Gothic ideals of creating environments that uplifted the human spirit. However, it is important to note that the influence of Neo-Gothic architecture on urban planning was not without its critics. Some argued that the movement's focus on historical styles was out of place in a rapidly modernizing world, and that it impeded progress by clinging to outdated forms. Despite these criticisms, Neo-Gothic architecture and its impact on urban planning left a lasting mark on cities, both in terms of the aesthetic legacy of the buildings and the philosophical approach to designing spaces that aim to reflect the spiritual and social aspirations of the time. In summary, Neo-Gothic architecture shaped urban planning by contributing to the design of monumental public buildings and public spaces that combined medieval aesthetics with modern functionality. These designs not only responded to the rapid growth of cities, but also aimed to infuse urban environments with a sense of historical continuity, civic pride, and spiritual depth. The Neo-Gothic movement thus played a critical role in shaping the architectural and urban landscape of 19th century Europe and beyond. The influence of the Gothic revival on literature and art. The Gothic revival, which began in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, had a profound impact not only on architecture, but also on literature and the visual arts. This revival of medieval aesthetics sparked a renewed interest in the themes, styles, and symbolic power of Gothic forms, which in turn influenced the creative works of writers, painters, and other artists. The movement's focus on the mysterious, the sublime, and the supernatural resonated deeply with the cultural and emotional currents of the time, shaping the artistic and literary landscapes of the period. In literature, the Gothic revival found expression in a resurgence of Gothic novels that explored dark, atmospheric themes. Writers like Mary Shelley, Edgar Allan Poe, and Bram Stoker used Gothic elements to evoke fear, awe, and fascination with the unknown. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, 1818, is one of the defining works of Gothic literature, blending themes of scientific experimentation with a sense of horror and tragedy. The novel's eerie setting and its exploration of humanity's relationship with the divine and the monstrous echoed the Gothic ideals of creating an emotional and psychological response in the reader. Similarly, Edgar Allan Poe's tales of mystery and macabre, such as The Fall of the House of Usher, drew heavily on Gothic tropes, decaying buildings, twisted family histories, and psychological disintegration. These works helped cement the connection between the Gothic revival in architecture and the world of literature, where dark and atmospheric settings were key to exploring human fears, desires, and moral dilemmas. The Gothic revival also had a significant influence on visual arts, particularly in the realm of painting. Artists like Caspar David Friedrich and John Tenniel embraced elements of the Gothic style to convey the sublime, the mysterious, and the fantastical. Friedrich, a German Romantic painter, used dramatic landscapes and dark, brooding figures to evoke feelings of isolation, melancholy, and the sublime, which were central to Gothic thought. His works, such as Wanderer Above the Sea of Fog, mirrored the Gothic emphasis on the relationship between the individual and the vast, unknowable forces of nature. John Tenniel, on the other hand, is known for his illustrations of Lewis Carroll's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, 1865, which, while not strictly Gothic, drew on the fantastical and dreamlike qualities associated with Gothic aesthetics. Moreover, the movement's emphasis on detailed, intricate design and the embrace of medieval themes also influenced the arts and crafts movement, which sought to revive craftsmanship and create art that resonated with moral and spiritual significance. William Morris, a key figure in the movement, was particularly inspired by the Gothic revival, both in his designs for stained glass, textiles, and wallpaper, and in his writings, which sought to reconcile the values of the medieval past with the industrial present. In summary, the Gothic revival's influence on literature and art was vast and enduring. In literature, it inspired the creation of some of the most iconic works of horror and mystery, while in the visual arts, it shaped the emotional and atmospheric qualities of romantic and fantastical painting. The movement's focus on the mysterious, the supernatural, and the sublime resonated deeply with the intellectual currents of the time, leaving a legacy that continued to influence artistic expression well into the 20th century. The role of Romanticism in the Neo-Gothic movement. The Neo-Gothic movement, which flourished during the 19th century, was deeply influenced by the cultural and intellectual currents of Romanticism. Emerging in response to the Enlightenment's emphasis on reason and order, Romanticism celebrated emotion, individualism, the sublime, and the mysterious aspects of nature and the human experience. This philosophical shift provided fertile ground for the revival of Gothic aesthetics, which was characterized by its emotive, dramatic, and often mysterious qualities. The Neo-Gothic movement, therefore, can be understood as an extension of Romanticism's broader cultural goals, particularly in its embrace of the medieval past and the exploration of emotional depth in architecture, literature, and art. One of the central tenets of Romanticism was its emphasis on emotion over rationality, which found a natural ally in the Gothic style. Romantic thinkers and artists were drawn to the power of Gothic architecture because of its ability to evoke intense feelings, whether awe, terror, or spirituality. The soaring spires, intricate detailing, and dramatic use of light and shadow in Gothic structures mirrored the Romantic fascination with the sublime, the feeling of awe mixed with fear that arises when one confronts the vastness or power of nature. This sense of the sublime, a key Romantic theme, was a powerful motivator for Neo-Gothic architects who sought to recreate the emotional impact of medieval structures. Buildings like the Palace of Westminster and the Sagrada Familia were designed to inspire a deep emotional response, using pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses to create awe-inspiring spaces that evoked both beauty and mystery. The Romantic movement's emphasis on the imagination and the celebration of the past also played a critical role in the Neo-Gothic revival. In contrast to the Neoclassical movement, which looked to the ancient civilizations of Greece and Rome for inspiration, Romanticism turned to the medieval period as a source of inspiration. Romantic writers and artists saw the Middle Ages as a time of mystery, spirituality, and intense human emotion, which they felt had been lost in the rationalism and mechanization of modern life. Augustus Pugin, a leading figure in the Neo-Gothic movement, championed the idea that the Gothic style embodied the true spirit of medieval Christianity, and he argued that its revival could help restore a sense of moral and spiritual purpose to a rapidly industrializing world. This view was echoed by other key figures, such as John Ruskin, who believed that Gothic architecture represented the best of human craftsmanship and spiritual aspiration. Romanticism also influenced Gothic literature, which became a defining genre of the 19th century. Writers like Mary Shelley, Edgar Allan Poe, and Bram Stoker embraced Gothic tropes such as dark, decaying buildings, forbidden knowledge, and supernatural beings, all of which were seen as expressions of the emotions, fears, and desires that Romanticism sought to explore. These works, like Frankenstein and Dracula, tapped into the emotional power of the Gothic, using it to explore complex human experiences like the dangers of unchecked ambition, the terror of the unknown, and the nature of human monstrosity. In conclusion, the Neo-Gothic movement was deeply intertwined with the ideals of Romanticism, which emphasized emotion, the sublime, and a fascination with the past. Through the revival of Gothic architecture and the embrace of medieval forms, the Neo-Gothic movement sought to evoke emotional depth and transcend the rationalism of modernity. Both movements shared a common goal of reconnecting individuals with something larger and more profound. Whether through the awe-inspiring grandeur of Gothic cathedrals or the exploration of deep psychological and emotional themes in literature. Chapter 11, Gothic Art in Contemporary Culture. Gothic art, though rooted in the medieval period, continues to exert a profound influence on contemporary culture. Its distinctive aesthetic, characterized by dramatic contrasts, intricate detailing, and an emphasis on the mysterious and the sublime, has found new expressions in modern architecture, visual arts, fashion, film, and even digital media. As society has evolved, so too has the Gothic aesthetic, adapting to new artistic movements while retaining its timeless appeal. Today, Gothic art is more than just a historical style. It has become a cultural language that speaks to themes of beauty, melancholy, mystery, and the supernatural. One of the most visible manifestations of Gothic influence in contemporary culture is in architecture. While the construction of new Gothic-style cathedrals has largely faded, Neo-Gothic elements continue to appear in modern buildings, particularly in universities, libraries, and churches. The Gothic revival of the 19th century left a lasting imprint on urban landscapes, and many of these structures remain cultural landmarks today. More recently, architects have experimented with blending Gothic motifs with modern materials and design principles, creating structures that honor the past while embracing the present. The interplay of pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and dramatic lighting can be seen in buildings such as the John Rylands Library in Manchester and the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. In visual arts, Gothic influences can be found in a variety of media, from paintings and sculptures to digital art. Many contemporary artists draw inspiration from the Gothic's dark romanticism, exploring themes of mortality, the supernatural, and psychological depth. The works of artists like Mark Ryden, who blends Gothic and Surrealist elements, or the darkly atmospheric paintings of Wisław Beksański, showcase the continued fascination with Gothic aesthetics. This influence extends to modern photography, where chiaroscuro lighting, eerie settings, and elaborate costumes create images reminiscent of Gothic storytelling. The Gothic aesthetic has also deeply permeated fashion, where it has evolved into an expressive subculture. Gothic fashion, characterized by dark colors, Victorian-inspired silhouettes, and intricate lace and corsetry, remains a staple in alternative fashion movements. Designers such as Alexander McQueen and Gareth Pugh have incorporated Gothic elements into high fashion, bringing a sense of theatricality and macabre elegance to the runway. This style, originally inspired by historical Gothic art and literature, continues to evolve, blending with modern trends and pop culture influences. Perhaps the most significant Gothic influence today is in film and popular media. The Gothic genre remains one of the most enduring in cinema, with directors like Tim Burton, Guillermo del Toro, and Francis Ford Coppola drawing on Gothic aesthetics to create visually rich and emotionally intense films. From the haunted castles and eerie landscapes of classic horror films to the stylized darkness of movies like Crimson Peak, Sleepy Hollow, and The Others, Gothic imagery continues to captivate audiences. Additionally, television series such as Penny Dreadful and The Haunting of Hill House embrace Gothic storytelling, blending supernatural horror with psychological depth. Even in digital culture, Gothic influences persist, particularly in video games and graphic design. Games such as Bloodborne, Dark Souls, and Castlevania are heavily inspired by Gothic architecture, mythology, and atmosphere, immersing players in shadowy, intricate worlds that evoke a sense of awe and dread. The aesthetic has also found a home in online art communities, where digital artists experiment with Gothic themes to create hauntingly beautiful works. Ultimately, Gothic art's enduring presence in contemporary culture speaks to its ability to evolve while retaining its core themes of mystery, beauty, and darkness. Whether through architecture, fashion, film, or digital media, the Gothic continues to captivate and inspire, proving that its influence extends far beyond the medieval world into the modern imagination. The influence of Gothic aesthetics in modern art and architecture. Gothic aesthetics, with their dramatic interplay of light and shadow, soaring architectural forms, and intricate detailing, continue to inspire modern art and architecture. While the Gothic style originated in medieval Europe, its influence has transcended time, re-emerging in various artistic movements and contemporary architectural designs. The essence of Gothic aesthetics, emphasizing verticality, spirituality, and emotional depth, has been adapted and reinterpreted by modern artists and architects in ways that blend historical reverence with innovative creativity. In modern architecture, Gothic elements are often incorporated into contemporary structures, either through direct stylistic revivals or as subtle references woven into new designs. Many neo-Gothic buildings from the 19th and early 20th centuries, such as the Palace of Westminster and St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York, set the stage for the continued adaptation of Gothic principles. Today, architects integrate pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and dramatic lighting into modern skyscrapers, libraries, and cultural centers. Structures like Antoni Gaudi's Sagrada Familia, though rooted in Gothic tradition, showcase how organic forms, intricate facades, and an emphasis on verticality can be transformed into a unique and dynamic modern expression. One of the most significant contributions of Gothic aesthetics to modern architecture is the emphasis on light and space. Gothic cathedrals were designed to create an ethereal atmosphere through stained glass windows that allowed light to filter through in dazzling colors. This concept has been reinterpreted in contemporary architecture, where large glass panels, intricate window designs, and the manipulation of light are used to create a sense of grandeur and transcendence. Buildings such as the Louvre Pyramid in Paris and the Chapel of St. Ignatius in Seattle employ similar principles, using light as an architectural element to evoke emotion and a sense of the sublime. Beyond architecture, modern art also draws heavily from Gothic aesthetics. Artists continue to explore themes of darkness, mysticism, and grandeur, often incorporating Gothic-inspired motifs into their work. The contemporary Gothic art movement, sometimes referred to as dark romanticism, features paintings, sculptures, and digital media that embrace the Gothic fascination with decay, beauty, and the supernatural. Artists like Zdzisław Beksański create surreal, atmospheric works reminiscent of Gothic grandeur, while photographers and digital artists use chiaroscuro lighting and Gothic-inspired settings to evoke haunting, dramatic imagery. Additionally, Gothic influences persist in contemporary sculpture and installation art, where intricate detailing, vertical forms, and religious or supernatural themes are explored in new ways. Many modern public sculptures echo the elaborate craftsmanship of Gothic cathedrals, while contemporary installations use light and shadow to create immersive experiences reminiscent of medieval stained glass. Overall, Gothic aesthetics continue to shape the artistic and architectural landscape, demonstrating their adaptability and timeless allure. Whether through towering modern structures or evocative visual art, the spirit of the Gothic endures, reminding us of the power of beauty, mystery, and transcendence in creative expression. Gothic revival in fashion and design. The Gothic aesthetic, with its rich historical roots and dramatic visual appeal, has experienced a lasting revival in fashion and design. Characterized by its dark romanticism, elaborate ornamentation, and an emphasis on mystery and elegance, Gothic revival in fashion and design has continuously evolved, influencing everything from haute couture to interior spaces. This resurgence is not merely a nostalgic nod to the past, but a reinterpretation of Gothic sensibilities for the modern era, blending historical motifs with contemporary innovation. In fashion, Gothic revival has manifested in various styles, from the Victorian-inspired silhouettes of Gothic subcultures to high-fashion interpretations by avant-garde designers. Traditional Gothic fashion is defined by dark color palettes, luxurious fabrics such as velvet and lace, and intricate detailing reminiscent of medieval and Renaissance attire. Corsetry, high collars, and flowing capes echo the grandeur of Gothic architecture, while metal embellishments, elaborate embroidery, and layered textures add to the dramatic effect. Designers such as Alexander McQueen, John Galliano, and Gareth Pugh have embraced Gothic aesthetics, infusing their collections with an air of mystery, theatricality, and romanticism. McQueen, in particular, frequently drew upon Gothic themes, incorporating intricate embroidery, historical references, and a fascination with life and death into his designs. Beyond fashion, Gothic revival has also left a significant mark on interior and furniture design. The same principles that define Gothic architecture, ornate detailing, pointed arches, and an emphasis on verticality, have been reimagined in modern interiors. Gothic-inspired furniture often features dark woods, intricate carvings, and rich, velvety upholstery, evoking the opulence of medieval castles and cathedrals. Chandeliers with wrought iron designs, stained glass windows, and dramatic drapery further enhance the moody yet sophisticated ambiance. While traditional Gothic interiors were heavily adorned, contemporary Gothic design often embraces a minimalist approach, incorporating sleek black surfaces, modern textures, and selective Gothic-inspired elements to create a balance between history and modernity. Gothic revival is also prominent in graphic and product design, where dark, elaborate aesthetics are used to evoke a sense of mystery and elegance. From book covers featuring intricate Gothic typography to jewelry inspired by medieval motifs, the influence of the Gothic extends beyond clothing and interiors. Even branding and advertising campaigns have adopted Gothic imagery, using high-contrast visuals, ornate lettering, and moody color schemes to create a sense of depth and drama. Ultimately, Gothic revival in fashion and design speaks to a continued fascination with the dramatic, the mysterious, and the beautiful. Whether in the form of elaborate gowns, hauntingly elegant interiors, or intricately designed objects, the Gothic aesthetic remains a timeless and ever-evolving force in contemporary creativity. Gothic art in cinema and popular media. The influence of Gothic art extends far beyond the cathedrals and sculptures of medieval Europe, permeating modern cinema and popular media. With its dramatic interplay of light and shadow, ornate detailing, and themes of mystery, the Gothic aesthetic has become a defining element in film, television, and visual storytelling. Whether through the grandiose settings of classic horror films, the melancholic beauty of period dramas, or the dark romanticism of contemporary fantasy, Gothic art continues to shape visual culture in profound ways. One of the most significant ways Gothic aesthetics manifest in cinema is through architecture and set design. Gothic cathedrals, abandoned castles, and labyrinthine mansions serve as evocative backdrops, reinforcing themes of isolation, mystery, and the supernatural. Classic films such as Nosferatu, 1922, and Dracula, 1931, drew heavily on the visual language of Gothic art, incorporating towering archways, intricate stonework, and eerie stained glass windows to heighten the sense of dread. More modern films, such as Crimson Peak, 2015, continue this tradition, with director Guillermo del Toro meticulously crafting an environment filled with Gothic elements. Soaring ceilings, decaying grandeur, and hauntingly beautiful interiors that serve as characters in their own right. Gothic art has also influenced cinematography and lighting techniques. The use of chiaroscuro, a hallmark of Gothic painting and architecture, creates striking contrasts between light and shadow, reinforcing the eerie or dramatic tone of a scene. This technique is especially prominent in Gothic horror films and noir-inspired storytelling, where flickering candlelight, moonlit corridors, and deep shadows evoke a sense of unease. Directors such as Tim Burton have mastered this aesthetic, using Gothic visual language to shape films like Edward Scissorhands, 1990, and Sleepy Hollow, 1999, which blend dark whimsy with romantic melancholy. Beyond film, Gothic art plays a vital role in popular media, from literature to video games and graphic novels. Gothic fiction, with its deep historical ties to art and architecture, has inspired countless visual adaptations, from the opulent period settings of Penny Dreadful, 2014-2016, to the brooding landscapes of The Witcher, 2019 present. In video games, franchises such as Bloodborne and Castlevania pay homage to Gothic design, featuring elaborate cathedral-like structures, ornate detailing, and atmospheric lighting that immerses players in a hauntingly beautiful world. The enduring presence of Gothic art in cinema and media demonstrates its timeless appeal. Whether shaping the haunting visuals of horror films, the elaborate settings of fantasy worlds, or the stylistic choices of darkly romantic narratives, Gothic aesthetics continue to captivate audiences, proving that the grandeur and mystery of the Gothic are as relevant today as they were in the medieval era. The enduring appeal of Gothic imagery in the 21st century. Gothic imagery, with its dramatic aesthetics and evocative themes, continues to captivate artists, designers, and audiences in the 21st century. Rooted in medieval architecture and art, the Gothic tradition has evolved over centuries, adapting to contemporary sensibilities while maintaining its core elements of mystery, grandeur, and the interplay of light and darkness. Whether in fashion, film, literature, or digital media, Gothic visuals remain a powerful tool for storytelling and artistic expression, reflecting both nostalgia for the past and a fascination with the unknown. One of the most significant reasons for the continued relevance of Gothic imagery is its emotional depth and psychological impact. Gothic art has always explored themes of beauty, decay, and the supernatural, evoking feelings of awe and introspection. In the modern era, these themes resonate in new ways, particularly as society grapples with issues of transience, mortality, and identity. From high-fashion runways featuring dark romantic aesthetics to contemporary fantasy films that embrace Gothic grandeur, the visual language of Gothic art speaks to universal human emotions, making it timeless and adaptable. In architecture and interior design, Gothic motifs continue to inspire both historic preservation and modern reinterpretations. Neo-Gothic structures, such as the restoration of historic cathedrals or the adaptation of medieval designs into sleek, contemporary buildings, demonstrate the lasting admiration for Gothic craftsmanship. Interior design trends, too, have embraced Gothic elements, from dark, opulent decor to intricate, vaulted structures that echo the aesthetic of Gothic cathedrals. The fusion of old-world craftsmanship with modern minimalism allows Gothic design to remain fresh and relevant. The digital age has also played a crucial role in reviving and reinventing Gothic imagery. Social media platforms, photography, and graphic design have provided new spaces for Gothic aesthetics to thrive. Visual artists and content creators often incorporate Gothic influences into their work, from stylized photography that plays with shadow and contrast to digital illustrations that reimagine Gothic figures in contemporary settings. Video games, such as Dark Souls and Bloodborne, have popularized Gothic aesthetics among younger audiences, merging intricate architectural landscapes with haunting atmospheres. Additionally, the Gothic subculture in fashion and music remains vibrant, with influences spanning from Victorian Gothic elegance to punk-inspired dark aesthetics. The rise of alternative fashion, particularly through online communities and independent designers, has allowed Gothic styles to flourish in new and innovative ways, combining traditional elements with futuristic and avant-garde interpretations. The enduring appeal of Gothic imagery in the 21st century is a testament to its versatility and depth. Whether through architecture, digital media, or personal expression, Gothic aesthetics continue to evolve, proving that the fascination with shadow, grandeur, and mystery is far from fading. Instead, it thrives as a dynamic and ever-changing artistic force that bridges the past and the future. Subcultures and the persistence of Gothic aesthetics. The Gothic aesthetic has endured for centuries, evolving beyond its medieval origins to influence various subcultures that celebrate its dark, dramatic, and often romantic visual language. While Gothic art and architecture remain historical landmarks, their stylistic elements have been continuously reinterpreted in music, fashion, literature, and digital media, shaping subcultures that embrace the macabre, the mysterious, and the otherworldly. From the rise of Gothic subcultures in the late 20th century to their continued presence in the 21st century, the persistence of Gothic aesthetics speaks to its timeless appeal and adaptability. One of the most recognizable Gothic-influenced subcultures is the Goth movement, which emerged from post-punk music in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Bands like Bauhaus, Siouxsie and the Banshees, and the Sisters of Mercy incorporated dark, melancholic themes into their music, drawing inspiration from Gothic literature, horror films, and medieval iconography. This musical movement gave rise to an entire aesthetic subculture defined by Victorian-inspired clothing, dramatic makeup, and an appreciation for Gothic architecture and symbolism. Even today, the Goth subculture remains a thriving global community, with festivals like Wave Gotic Treffen and Whitby Goth Weekend celebrating its legacy. In fashion, Gothic aesthetics have permeated multiple styles, from traditional Goth and Victorian Gothic to modern interpretations like pastel Goth and cybergoth. The use of dark, rich colors, intricate lace, corsetry, and religious iconography reflects a deep connection to Gothic art's historical roots. Designers such as Alexander McQueen and Rick Owens have integrated Gothic influences into haute couture, ensuring that the aesthetic remains relevant within mainstream and alternative fashion circles alike. The persistence of Gothic aesthetics in literature and media has also played a crucial role in sustaining its influence on subcultures. Gothic literature, which began with authors like Mary Shelley, Edgar Allan Poe, and Bram Stoker, continues to inspire modern storytelling. Contemporary fantasy, horror, and dark academia genres frequently borrow from Gothic themes, embracing the haunting beauty and existential musings that define the aesthetic. Gothic elements are especially prevalent in films and television, from the eerie visuals of Penny Dreadful and The Witch to the stylized darkness of Tim Burton's cinematic universe. The digital age has further strengthened Gothic aesthetics through online communities, social media, and video games. Platforms like Instagram, Tumblr, and TikTok allow individuals to showcase their Gothic-inspired art, fashion, and photography, keeping the aesthetic alive in the digital realm. Meanwhile, video games like Bloodborne, Dark Souls, and Castlevania have introduced Gothic architecture, design, and storytelling to new generations, reinforcing the style's continued relevance. The endurance of Gothic aesthetics within subcultures demonstrates its ability to evolve while retaining its core themes of beauty, darkness, and the sublime. Whether in music, fashion, literature, or digital media, Gothic influences remain a powerful form of self-expression, proving that this centuries-old aesthetic is far from fading into obscurity. Instead, it continues to shape and inspire new artistic and cultural movements across the world. Chapter 12: The Global Influence of Gothic Art. Though Gothic art originated in medieval Europe, its influence has transcended geographical and cultural boundaries, shaping artistic movements, architecture, and design worldwide. The distinct characteristics of Gothic aesthetics: pointed arches, ribbed vaults, intricate ornamentation, and an emphasis on light and shadow, have been adapted and reinterpreted in various global contexts. From colonial-era churches to contemporary architectural revivals, Gothic art continues to inspire and evolve, demonstrating its lasting impact on the world. One of the earliest and most significant ways Gothic art spread globally was through European colonial expansion. During the Age of Exploration, European powers brought Gothic architectural styles to the Americas, Africa, and Asia, particularly in the construction of cathedrals and churches. In Latin America, for instance, Spanish and Portuguese colonists built grand churches featuring Gothic elements combined with indigenous artistic influences. Examples such as the Metropolitan Cathedral in Mexico City and the Basilica of the National Vow in Ecuador showcase the fusion of European Gothic styles with local craftsmanship. Similarly, French missionaries in Vietnam constructed neo-Gothic churches, such as St. Joseph's Cathedral in Hanoi, blending European ecclesiastical design with local cultural elements. Beyond colonial influences, the Gothic revival of the 19th century played a key role in the global spread of Gothic aesthetics. As industrialization transformed cities, architects and artists looked back to Gothic traditions for inspiration, leading to the construction of neo-Gothic buildings across the world. In North America, Gothic revival structures, such as the Parliament buildings in Ottawa and Trinity Church in New York, became defining elements of urban landscapes. In Australia, St. Patrick's Cathedral in Melbourne exemplifies the lasting appeal of Gothic architecture in the Southern Hemisphere. Gothic art has also found its way into non-European artistic traditions, where its themes of spirituality, mystery, and grandeur resonate with local aesthetics. In Japan, for example, Gothic elements have been embraced in subcultures such as Gothic Lolita fashion and in anime, where the dark, ornate styles of Gothic cathedrals and stained glass often serve as backdrops for fantasy storytelling. Similarly, in India, colonial-era churches built in the Gothic Revival style, such as St. Paul's Cathedral in Kolkata, reflect the integration of European artistic traditions into a distinctly Indian setting. In the modern era, Gothic aesthetics continue to shape global art, cinema, and digital media. Films, literature, and video games worldwide incorporate Gothic imagery, reinforcing its influence across cultures. From the eerie landscapes of Latin American magical realism to the Gothic horror elements in East Asian cinema, the aesthetic has taken on diverse forms while maintaining its essence. Ultimately, the global influence of Gothic art highlights its adaptability and enduring appeal. As a visual and architectural language, Gothic aesthetics have evolved far beyond their medieval European origins, proving that their themes of grandeur, spirituality, and mystery remain universally compelling across different cultural landscapes. The spread of Gothic art beyond Europe. While Gothic art and architecture originated in medieval Europe, its influence extended far beyond the continent through trade, exploration, colonization, and cultural exchange. Over time, Gothic styles were adapted to local artistic traditions, merging with regional aesthetics to create unique interpretations of this architectural and artistic movement. From the Americas to Asia and beyond, Gothic art has left a lasting imprint on religious structures, civic buildings, and even contemporary artistic expressions. One of the most significant ways Gothic art spread outside Europe was through colonial expansion and missionary efforts. As European powers extended their reach across the world, they brought with them religious traditions that often manifested in the construction of Gothic-style churches and cathedrals. In the Americas, Spanish and Portuguese colonizers introduced elements of Gothic architecture alongside Baroque and Renaissance styles. Mexico's Metropolitan Cathedral, for instance, features traces of Gothic design alongside indigenous artistic influences, creating a hybrid aesthetic that reflects the region's cultural fusion. Similarly, in South America, the Basilica of the National Vow in Quito, Ecuador, stands as one of the most remarkable examples of neo-Gothic architecture, showcasing pointed arches, elaborate tracery, and flying buttresses reminiscent of European Gothic cathedrals. In Asia, French and Portuguese missionaries played a significant role in bringing Gothic-style churches to countries like Vietnam, India, and the Philippines. St. Joseph's Cathedral in Hanoi, built by French colonialists in the late 19th century, is a striking example of neo-Gothic architecture in Southeast Asia, with its towering spires and intricate stained glass. In India, St. Paul's Cathedral in Kolkata represents the influence of British Gothic Revival architecture, blending traditional Gothic elements with colonial-era aesthetics. The Philippines, with its deep Spanish colonial history, also houses neo-Gothic churches such as the San Sebastian Basilica in Manila, known for its entirely prefabricated steel structure. Beyond religious architecture, Gothic art has also influenced secular buildings and artistic movements worldwide. In North America, the Gothic Revival movement of the 19th century inspired structures such as Canada's Parliament buildings in Ottawa and numerous university campuses in the United States, including Princeton and Yale. In Australia, St. Patrick's Cathedral in Melbourne serves as a grand example of neo-Gothic architecture, demonstrating the enduring appeal of the style in the Southern Hemisphere. In contemporary culture, Gothic aesthetics have spread through literature, fashion, cinema, and digital media, particularly in regions far removed from Europe. Japanese anime and video games frequently incorporate Gothic themes, while global fashion trends, from Victorian-inspired Gothic Lolita to high-fashion designs, continue to celebrate the dark, intricate beauty of Gothic art. The spread of Gothic art beyond Europe highlights its adaptability and universal appeal. Whether in cathedrals, civic structures, or modern artistic expressions, Gothic aesthetics have transcended their medieval origins, continuing to shape and inspire diverse cultures worldwide. Adaptations of Gothic architecture in non-Western cultures. While Gothic architecture is rooted in medieval Europe, its influence has extended far beyond the West, inspiring adaptations in various non-Western cultures. Through colonization, trade, missionary work, and globalization, Gothic architectural elements, such as pointed arches, ribbed vaults, flying buttresses, and intricate tracery, have been incorporated into diverse architectural traditions. These adaptations often reflect a fusion of local styles and materials, demonstrating how Gothic aesthetics can be reinterpreted to suit different cultural and environmental contexts. One of the most significant regions to embrace Gothic architecture outside of Europe is Asia, where colonial-era churches and cathedrals showcase a blend of Gothic elements and indigenous craftsmanship. In India, British colonial rule brought Gothic revival architecture to major cities, most notably in Mumbai, where buildings like the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus, formerly Victoria Terminus, display a combination of European Gothic styles with Indian architectural motifs. The intricate stonework, pointed arches, and grand facades are reminiscent of traditional Gothic design, yet they incorporate local floral patterns and Hindu and Islamic-inspired ornamentation. Similarly, St. Paul's Cathedral in Kolkata, completed in the 19th century, features a distinctly Gothic form but was built using materials suited to the Indian climate. In Southeast Asia, French and Spanish missionaries introduced Gothic-style churches, particularly in Vietnam and the Philippines. One of the most striking examples is St. Joseph's Cathedral in Hanoi, built by the French in 1886. It closely resembles Notre Dame de Paris, but is constructed with local materials and adapted to Vietnam's humid climate. In the Philippines, San Sebastian Basilica in Manila stands out as a unique neo-Gothic structure made entirely of prefabricated steel to withstand earthquakes and tropical weather, demonstrating an innovative adaptation of Gothic principles in a non-Western setting. The Middle East and Africa have also seen Gothic influences, particularly in colonial and religious structures. In Egypt, the Basilica of St. Therese in Cairo reflects Gothic revival aesthetics blended with Islamic architectural elements. In Ethiopia, some churches feature pointed arches and ribbed vaults inspired by European designs while maintaining traditional Ethiopian styles. In the modern era, Gothic aesthetics continue to influence contemporary architecture in non-Western cultures. Universities, government buildings, and even entertainment venues incorporate Gothic-inspired elements while adapting them to local traditions. Additionally, the visual language of Gothic architecture is frequently referenced in anime, fashion, and digital media across Asia, particularly in Japan's Gothic Lolita subculture and dark fantasy art styles. The adaptation of Gothic architecture in non-Western cultures highlights its versatility and enduring appeal. Whether through colonial-era structures, religious buildings, or modern interpretations, Gothic design continues to evolve, proving its ability to merge with diverse cultural and artistic traditions worldwide. Gothic art's influence on colonial and post-colonial architecture. Gothic art and architecture, which originated in medieval Europe, spread across the world through colonial expansion, missionary activities, and the cultural exchanges that followed. During the colonial era, European powers introduced Gothic architectural elements to their overseas territories, particularly in the construction of churches, cathedrals, administrative buildings, and educational institutions. These structures often blended Gothic design principles with local materials and stylistic influences, creating unique adaptations that persist in post-colonial architecture. In many colonial settlements, Gothic revival architecture was used to assert European identity and religious authority. Missionary efforts by the Spanish, French, and British led to the construction of Gothic-inspired churches across Latin America, Africa, and Asia. In the Philippines, San Sebastian Basilica in Manila is an example of neo-Gothic design adapted to local conditions, Constructed entirely of prefabricated steel, it was built to withstand earthquakes and tropical weather. Similarly, St. Joseph's Cathedral in Hanoi, Vietnam, was constructed by the French in 1886 and closely resembles Notre Dame de Paris, demonstrating the direct transference of European Gothic elements into colonial contexts. Beyond religious structures, Gothic Revival architecture was also applied to government buildings and educational institutions. In India, British colonial rule left a lasting imprint on major cities, with Gothic-style structures such as Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus in Mumbai and the University of Mumbai, incorporating pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and elaborate stone carvings alongside Indian design motifs. The combination of Gothic grandeur with Indo-Saracenic elements resulted in a distinctive architectural style that continues to define the skylines of many Indian cities. In Africa, cities like Cape Town and Nairobi feature Gothic-influenced government buildings that reflect the legacy of British colonial rule. In the post-colonial era, the influence of Gothic architecture has persisted, although it has been reinterpreted to reflect national identities and contemporary architectural trends. Many former colonies have preserved and restored Gothic structures as cultural landmarks, recognizing their historical and aesthetic significance. In some regions, new churches and institutions continue to incorporate elements of Gothic design, maintaining the tradition while adapting it to modern materials and construction techniques. For example, in Latin America, contemporary cathedrals often retain Gothic-style spires, pointed arches, and stained glass windows, even when combined with modernist influences. Gothic architecture's presence in colonial and post-colonial settings demonstrates its adaptability and enduring appeal. While originally introduced as an expression of European authority, Gothic aesthetics have since been woven into the architectural heritage of many nations, evolving into symbols of cultural fusion and historical continuity. Global art movements inspired by Gothic themes. The legacy of Gothic art extends far beyond its medieval origins, inspiring various global art movements across different cultures and time periods. From the Renaissance to contemporary art, Gothic themes, such as darkness, mystery, intricate ornamentation, and a focus on the sublime, have continued to influence artists worldwide. These elements have been reinterpreted and adapted, contributing to the development of new artistic styles that reflect both the fascination with Gothic aesthetics and the evolving cultural context in which they are employed. In the 19th century, the Gothic Revival movement emerged in Europe as a reaction to the industrialization and rationalism of the Enlightenment. The Romantic movement, in particular, drew heavily from Gothic themes, embracing a return to medieval ideals of mystery, emotion, and spirituality. This period saw the revival of Gothic architectural elements, but it also spurred a resurgence in Gothic-inspired painting and literature. Artists like Caspar David Friedrich used dark, atmospheric landscapes to evoke a sense of the sublime, while writers like Edgar Allan Poe and Mary Shelley incorporated Gothic imagery into their works, exploring themes of horror, decay, and the supernatural. This period also witnessed the rise of Gothic literature, a genre that transcended its European roots to captivate global audiences with its exploration of terror, the macabre, and the Gothic imagination. In the early 20th century, the influence of Gothic art was evident in the rise of symbolism and surrealism, which sought to explore the unconscious mind and challenge traditional artistic conventions. Artists such as Gustave Moreau and Odilon Redon used Gothic-inspired imagery, including dark, fantastical creatures and medieval symbols, to express internal psychological landscapes. These movements also echoed the Gothic tradition's focus on the sublime, mystery, and the irrational, blurring the line between reality and dreamlike visions. The Gothic revival influenced not only Western art, but also art movements in Asia and the Americas, where it intersected with local traditions. In Japan, the Gothic aesthetic became intertwined with modernist architecture during the Meiji period when the country was rapidly industrializing. Buildings such as the Tokyo Station are examples of how European Gothic elements were integrated into Japanese designs, creating a fusion of Eastern and Western architectural traditions. In Latin America, the Neo-Gothic style was widely used in the design of churches and public buildings, with adaptations to local materials and climate, creating a distinctly regional interpretation of Gothic forms. In the Shaw 21st century, Gothic imagery has experienced a resurgence in popular culture, influencing everything from fashion and film to music and visual art. The Goth subculture, which emerged in the late 20th century, embraced a romanticized version of Gothic aesthetics, incorporating elements like Victorian fashion, dark symbolism, and a fascination with the macabre. Artists such as Tim Burton and Guillermo del Toro in cinema have continued to explore Gothic themes through fantastical and visually striking films, while musicians in genres like Gothic rock and dark wave evoke the same eerie, melancholic atmosphere central to Gothic art. The influence of Gothic art has thus spanned centuries and continents, evolving into diverse movements and practices that reflect both its enduring relevance and the ever-changing artistic landscape. Its themes of mystery, emotion, and the supernatural continue to resonate in contemporary global culture. The evolution of Gothic styles in diverse cultural contexts. The evolution of Gothic art across various cultural contexts is a testament to the adaptability and enduring influence of this aesthetic. Originating in 12th century France, the Gothic style was initially defined by its architectural innovations, such as pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses. As it spread across Europe, it evolved to reflect local traditions, climates, and cultural values, giving rise to distinct regional variations in Gothic architecture, sculpture, and visual art. Over time, these regional adaptations of the Gothic style would shape the broader history of the movement and influence art in other parts of the world. In France, the birthplace of Gothic architecture, the style began with the construction of monumental cathedrals like Notre Dame de Paris and Chartres Cathedral. The French Gothic style is characterized by its emphasis on verticality, lightness, and the extensive use of stained glass. It prioritized intricate details and intricate decoration, resulting in structures that soared upward and flooded with light, creating a sense of the divine. The early Gothic style gave way to the Rayonnant phase, marked by an even greater emphasis on the beauty of stained glass windows, and the flamboyant style, which saw more elaborate and flowing designs. In England, Gothic architecture developed its own distinctive characteristics, often referred to as English Gothic or Perpendicular Gothic. The English approach was less focused on the dramatic verticality seen in French Gothic, instead emphasizing expansive windows, intricate tracery, and a more restrained overall aesthetic. The Westminster Abbey and Canterbury Cathedral showcase this development, with their vast, ornate interiors designed to evoke spiritual grandeur while retaining a sense of approachability. English Gothic also made its mark in universities, such as Oxford and Cambridge, where the style became associated with academic institutions. In Germany, Gothic art merged with local traditions to produce unique adaptations. The brick Gothic style is particularly notable, which emerged in northern Germany and the Baltic region. This style was a response to the lack of local stone and instead used brick as the primary building material, resulting in more angular and less ornate structures compared to those in France and England. The Holstentor in Lübeck and the St. Mary's Church in Lübeck are examples of how Gothic architecture in Germany was influenced by the use of brick and regional climate considerations. As Gothic art spread beyond Europe, it continued to evolve in colonial and post-colonial contexts. In the Americas, the Neo-Gothic revival took root during the 19th century, particularly in the United States, where it influenced the design of churches, university buildings, and civic institutions. Notable examples include Trinity Church in New York City and St. Patrick's Cathedral in the same city. In India, During British colonial rule, Gothic Revival architecture became a symbol of imperial power, blending European styles with local architectural elements to create a distinctive colonial aesthetic. The Victoria Memorial in Kolkata, with its mixture of Gothic and classical styles, represents this fusion. In Asia, Gothic Revival architecture became prominent during the colonial period, where European powers established Gothic-inspired government and religious buildings. Japanese architecture saw the influence of Gothic elements, particularly in government buildings like Tokyo Station, built in 1914. Here, Gothic arches and spires were blended with traditional Japanese building methods, marking a fusion of Eastern and Western architectural styles. The global journey of Gothic art reveals how its core principles, verticality, light, ornamentation, and spirituality, were adopted and adapted across cultures. Each region's interpretation of Gothic reflected local needs and cultural values, yet the universal themes of the style, human aspiration, the divine, and mystery, remain intact, allowing the Gothic style to evolve across centuries and continents while maintaining a lasting cultural significance. Chapter 13. Conclusion. The evolution and enduring influence of Gothic art stand as a testament to its deep cultural, spiritual, and aesthetic significance. What began as a distinct architectural style in the 12th century in France soon expanded across Europe, influencing not only the physical structures of cities, but also shaping the broader cultural and intellectual landscapes of the Middle Ages. Gothic art's focus on light, verticality, and intricate details captured the essence of the era's religious devotion, a desire to connect the material world to the divine. Its influence permeated beyond architecture, transforming sculpture, painting, stained glass, and literature, creating a vibrant visual language that spoke to the profound spiritual and human experiences of the time. Gothic architecture, with its towering cathedrals and awe-inspiring spires, sought to elevate the human soul through grandeur and light. The soaring walls, supported by innovative flying buttresses, allowed for vast expanses of stained glass that bathed interiors in otherworldly colors, casting a divine glow on worshippers below. This interplay of light and architecture not only had a profound religious purpose, but also symbolized the quest for the divine and the eternal. The development of detailed religious sculpture and the use of iconography reinforced these themes, portraying biblical narratives and saints in ways that made the divine more accessible to a largely illiterate population. Over the centuries, Gothic art evolved in response to social, political, and religious changes. As the style spread across Europe, regional variations arose, from the soaring spires of France to the more restrained English Gothic, demonstrating how the core principles of Gothic could adapt to different cultural and architectural contexts. In later centuries, the Gothic revival, fueled by Romanticism and a desire to reconnect with the past, saw a resurgence of interest in Gothic aesthetics, influencing architecture, literature, fashion, and the visual arts. The legacy of Gothic art extends well beyond the medieval period. In the modern era, its themes, mysticism, spirituality, and the sublime, continue to resonate in literature, film, fashion, and subcultures, maintaining an enduring appeal. The Gothic style's ability to evoke a sense of awe, mystery, and transcendence remains relevant today, ensuring that its cultural impact will continue to be felt for generations to come. Gothic art is not simply a historical style, but a dynamic and evolving cultural force that continues to shape our understanding of beauty, spirituality, and human expression.